the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, Immortal Sword Asking Love. It's not a Kyonho sect uniform. It looks like she's not from the Kyonho sect. The current leader of the Kyonho sect is Suyao, and Yunshian's mother is Suyu. Shen Fei naturally knew their names, and now hearing someone named Suzin, he naturally wondered if they were from the Kyonho sect. However, seeing that the person wasn't wearing a Kyonho sect uniform, and more importantly, the tall figure following behind her lacked any sign of life, likely a mechanical puppet, he couldn't be from the Kyonho sect after all. I've never heard of the Kyonho sect specializing in mechanical engineering. Hey, handsome, isn't he? Too bad I already have a husband. Shen Fei's scrutiny, at such close range, naturally caught the attention of the woman named Suzin. Suzin then teased Shen Fei with a smile before introducing her husband, the puppet, named Leng Yi. Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, this person is probably a puppet. Shen Fei initially wanted to apologize and leave, but then he realized that it was rare to encounter someone so proficient in mechanical engineering in this world. If he missed the opportunity this time, he might never meet one again. Since Shen Fei had nothing else to do, he decided to discuss the matter. Even though Shen Fei wasn't primarily interested in mechanical engineering, thanks to his Operation Fruit, he had considerable experience there. So, you've studied this as well, Suzin said, slightly surprised to hear Shen Fei immediately reveal Leng Yi's identity. In all his years, Shen Fei was the first person to know Leng Yi's true identity upon first meeting him. Shen Fei surveyed the bustling crowd and immediately said, "How about we talk somewhere else?" Suzin, holding a wine jar, smiled and said, "If you buy me a drink, then no problem." Shen Fei immediately replied with a smile, "Of course no problem, as much as you want. What do you want to discuss? How about this?" After briefly exchanging words with the innkeeper, the two men went to a private room on the second floor. Shen Fei immediately produced a Rubik's Cube. He tapped it, and it immediately began to transform, a moment later transforming into a mechanical crimson snake. "I didn't expect you were also a Yanchi." Suzin stared at the mechanical red snake slowly crawling across the table, a look of surprise on her face. She immediately set her pipe aside, reached out and picked up the snake, carefully examining the mechanical marks on it. "Are you a Yanchi?" "Yes." Upon hearing the name Yanchi, Shen Fei immediately understood. The so-called Yanchi was actually the earliest form of mechanical engineering, a term also used in the Qin Dynasty world, dating back to before the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. Yanchi, wooden armor, mechanical engineering, and other terms all referred to mechanical engineering. "I didn't expect there were such designs." "I really didn't expect it." The mechanical red snake structure quickly captivated Suzin. After understanding its structure, she immediately disassembled it. Suzin then took out her mechanical mouse, and the two of them discussed mechanical engineering. Shen Fei's explanation of the concepts of mechanical engineering gave Suzin a look of sudden enlightenment from time to time. Suzin's mastery of mechanical engineering was truly impressive, far beyond the reach of someone like Shen Fei, who was learning mechanical engineering for fun. However, when it comes to mechanical design, Suzin can't match Shen Fei. Simply put, Shen Fei's imagination is simply out of reach. As a modern person, his imagination is unmatched by ordinary people. If a modern person were to consume a devil fruit from the pirate world, the abilities developed would surely amaze those Esper users in the pirate world. While Suzin couldn't match Shen Fei in mechanical design, she had much to learn from him regarding the fundamental theories of mechanical engineering and the application of energy. When Shen Fei unleashed his small mechanical Suzaku, Suzin also unleashed a mechanical eagle. While the Suzaku and the eagle each had their strengths, there was one thing the Suzaku couldn't match: the eagle could speak. As they exchanged ideas, both Suzin and Shen Fei felt they had made significant progress in their mechanical engineering, though Suzin's progress was greater, given her complete dedication to the craft. "Xiao Fei, you really do know how to enjoy yourself." Just as Shen Fei and Suzin were discussing mechanical techniques, the door suddenly opened and Han Lingsha walked in with a smile on her face, followed by Yunshian and Liu Mengli. Shen Fei had previously instructed the innkeeper that if anyone came looking for him, he should inform them of the situation. Someone naturally referred to Han Lingsha and the others. "What is this?" This is so interesting. After seeing the situation in the room, Yun Xian immediately approached the mechanical rat and the mechanical red snake, who were staring at each other with excitement. Your friend, seeing someone come in, Shen Fei and Susan immediately stopped discussing. Yes, this is Hanlingsha, Shen Fei said, introducing the two parties. Your friend is here, so let's stop here for today. Will you be here the rest of the day? It was a rare opportunity to meet a Yanchi, so Susan naturally wanted to have a good chat. That depends. We're here to do something, and we'll be here until we're done. So, if anything comes up and we can't meet, why not leave a message with the innkeeper? Okay, Susan said, preparing to put away the small mechanical Suzaku and the mechanical scarlet refining snake. During their previous discussion, the two had already decided to exchange their mechanical puppets, so they could go back and study them in detail. Seeing the mechanical puppets in front of him being taken away, Yun Xian was a little unhappy. Xian, if you like, I'll make one for you later. After receiving Shen Fei's assurance, Yun Xian reluctantly looked away. I didn't expect you to be a Yanchi, Hanlingsha, who frequently visited various ancient tombs, knew something about Yanchi. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Liu Mengli and Yun Xian, she immediately explained what a Yanchi was. I'm only a half-baked expert. The one just now was the true Yanchi. Okay, let's put that aside for now. Next, how should we find Huaishio and the others? There was no rush to talk with Susan. There would be plenty of time later. This world of immortal heroes offered abundant resources. Once the Kaianho sect matter was concluded, things could be put on the agenda. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it, Hanlingsha said, waving her hand, indicating that she would handle everything. It wasn't that Hanlingsha didn't want Yun Xian and Liu Mengli's help, but rather, one of them was a former mountaintop wildman, the other a former boudoir-dwelling young lady. Neither of them was familiar with the outside world. Expecting them to help find someone would likely only make matters worse. The only one who could help was Shen Fei. Fei, we'll go out and look for them later. Xian and Mengli, you can go for a walk, but don't wander off this time. You must be back before dusk. We still need to help Qinji, Hanlingsha said, staring at Yun Xian with a serious expression. Hanlingsha had nearly broken her legs trying to find the missing Yun Xian and Liu Mengli. Fortunately, Liu Mengli's distinctive features prevented Hanlingsha from running all over Chen Cao and finally finding them. Qinji, Shen Fei asked, puzzled. I forgot to tell you, but here's what happened. Hanlingsha then told him about Qinji. It turned out that when Hanlingsha found Yun Xian and Liu Mengli, they were listening to someone playing the zither in a pavilion. This person was Qinji. Later, Qinji discovered that all three possessed extraordinary skills, so she asked them for a favor. That was to help her enter the Thousand Buddha Pagoda to pay homage to her husband's tomb. With Qinji's strength, entering the pagoda would have been easy. Qinji was a chivalrous woman, and later joined a sword immortal sect with her strength. Entering the pagoda was no problem at all. However, she was restricted by her own vows and could not use her powers, so she asked the three for help. Qinji was originally a chivalrous woman who loved music and admired the mighty warriors. Later, in Shenzhou, she unexpectedly met Qin Yi, the only son of the Qin family. Although Qin Yi knew no martial arts and was a weak scholar, they unexpectedly shared a love for music and eventually fell in love and married. Qin Yi's parents were naturally strongly opposed to his plan to marry a chivalrous woman. As a wealthy family, they looked down on so-called chivalrous women like Qinji, believing they were simply not a good match. However, Qin Yi was the only son of the Qin family, so under his insistence, his parents eventually relented. While compromise was necessary, they never treated Qinji kindly. This couple perfectly exemplifies the saying that marriage is the grave of love. Initially, things were good, but a prolonged Cold War between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law caused Qin Yi, who had always defended Qinji, to gradually withdraw from her defense and eventually even begin to blame her. If it were any other woman, perhaps she would have just endured it, but Qinji was a female knight in the martial arts world. After enduring humiliation for a long time, she left in anger and went to seek the way of the immortal. This absence lasted for 4 years. After 4 years of absence, Qinji began to spend 4 years with Qin Yi. So she returned to Shenzhou, only to find that Qin Yi had died of illness a few months ago. This result made Qinji very regretful. Later, Qinji remembered that Qin Yi did not like her wielding swords and knives, so she vowed not to use martial arts. As a result, she could not enter the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda in Shenzhou is a very famous temple. According to legend, there are Buddhist relics on the top of the pagoda, and even holy light is cast on the top of the pagoda. Therefore, both locals and outsiders are willing to place the tablets of their deceased relatives inside for worship at all costs. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda, with a total of 8 floors, is said to house thousands of memorial tablets. It also collects a considerable amount of money based on the location and number of floors of the tablets. Of course, as a Buddhist sect, they wouldn't be so shameless, and publicity is naturally voluntary donations. Buddhism exists in the Xianjian world, but its status is very awkward, because there is no Buddhist realm among the 6 realms, and there are no Buddhist sects among the sects of immortal cultivation. Only the martial arts sects have Buddhist sects. However, not many people know this secret, so in the secular world, Buddhism still has a certain influence, because they are very good at making money. Just look at the memorial tablets in the Thousand Buddha Pagoda and its luxury, and you can see how wealthy it is. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda is not just a name, but it contains 1,000 Buddha statues of various kinds, and they are not ordinary stone statues. Most of them are bronze statues, and a few are directly made of gold. I didn't expect cemeteries to be so expensive in this day and age. After listening to Han Lingshi's description of Quinjet and the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile sarcastically. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda's sacred artifacts, its holy light, were nothing more than a joke to the ghost world. In the Xianjian world, there were many figures who could influence the ghost world, such as Zhuling and Chonglao, but they definitely didn't include Buddhists. What are you laughing at? Shen Fei's mocking smile didn't fail to register with Han Lingsha and the others. Nothing. Okay, let's go. Han Lingsha and the others would learn about the ghost world once they entered. Your plan is to hire someone to watch the city gate. After leaving the Shangping Inn, Han Lingsha immediately shared her plan, hiring someone to watch the city gate. Sword immortals generally wouldn't appear in public, so entering the city would naturally require entering through the city gate. So, what's your plan? Sorry, I don't have any. While Han Lingsha's plan felt somewhat passive, it was the only option at this stage. Not only were they hiring people, but Shen Fei and Han Lingsha were also keeping an eye on the city gate. Looks like we'll have nothing to show for it today. If we don't see Huaishuo and the others, we'll have to head to Kunlun Mountain. After dusk, Shen Fei, having discovered nothing, headed towards the Shangping Inn. He didn't know the exact location of the Qianhu sect, but he knew roughly where all 8 Kunlun sects were. For Shen Fei, monitoring the city gate wasn't a chore, it was a perfect opportunity to cultivate his earth-based magic with the Earth Spirit Pearl. It's almost time. Time to go to the Lake Island. After dinner at the Shangping Inn, the 4 of them headed towards Chenzhou's city center. In the heart of Chenzhou, there's an island in the middle of the lake, where the 1,000 Buddha caves are located. Given its location, the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda is incredibly valuable. Sister Qinji, upon arriving at the dock west of the lake's central island, Shen Fei immediately spotted a beautiful woman in plain clothes and long black hair standing before him. Her looks were only slightly inferior to Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli. Thank you, everyone, it's alright, let's go. A small boat passed the dock, and the 5 of them headed towards the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda on the central island. They soon arrived at the pagoda's main gate, which was tightly shut, along with the surrounding windows. What a show-off! Looking at the deserted square, Shen Fei sneered again. Because of the Buddhist philosophy of opening the door wide, there were no guards outside the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda. The problem was, the interior of the pagoda was heavily guarded. If there were truly such a thing as an open door, there shouldn't be any guards inside. Anyway, there were guards everywhere, so what was the point of opening the door wide? Lingsha, are you trying to dig a hole like a rat again? Yun Xian suddenly said to Han Lingsha, looking at the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda, which had no entrance at all. Yun Xian's words infuriated Han Lingsha to the point of wanting to hit someone. If she hadn't been afraid of alerting the guards inside the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda, she might have actually attacked him. That's not necessary. I'll clear the way, Shen Fei said as he walked to a nearby window. He placed his right palm on it, instantly opening the locked window. Chapter 652 Box in Town. It's truly magnificent. Upon entering the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda, the group's first sight was the lifelike, resplendent Buddha statues of various sizes, neatly arranged within the pagoda. Beside the statues were numerous tablets. Just like dining in an inn, divided into main hall and private rooms, The same was true of the tablets at the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. Ordinary people were given a single tablet on its shelf, flanked by burning incense and candles. The wealthy and powerful received a separate compartment, while the highest floor, the 8th, housed suites. Despite the Thousand Buddha Pagoda's fame, the highest-ranking members enshrined there were only aristocratic families. The royal family, even higher up, would look down upon such offerings. "Who are you?" Shortly after entering the pagoda, the group was spotted by patrolling monks. Upon spotting the intruders, 2 monks immediately rushed over, their bagua staffs firmly grasped. Although Shen Fei had a way to quietly sneak into the Thousand Buddha Pagoda with Quinjet and reach the 8th floor, due to the taboo between men and women and the fact that Quinjet couldn't use her physical strength, the group knew that entering the Thousand Buddha Pagoda meant forcing their way in. This was also the main reason why Quinjet asked them for help. Otherwise, with Quinjet's sort immortal level strength, sneaking into the 8th floor would be too easy. Bang bang! Before Hanlingsha and the others could make a move, Shen Fei instantly appeared in front of the 2 monks and subdued them directly. Due to the extravagance of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, Shen Fei's move was not gentle. He didn't use acupuncture to subdue them, but instead gave each of them a knife-like blow, knocking them unconscious. "You guys go slowly, I'll clean up the mess first." After knocking out the 2 monks, Shen Fei nodded directly to Hanlingsha and disappeared immediately. Using his observation haki, Shen Fei easily defeated all the monks on the 8th floor of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. Aside from the monks on the 8th floor who were somewhat formidable, the others were no match for Hanlingsha. "So this is that holy light? It's a night shining pearl, no, a spirit pearl. You're quite willing to part with it?" Seeing that Hanlingsha and the others hadn't arrived yet, Shen Fei was curious about the holy light emanating from the pagoda's summit. He reached the summit and, using the power of the surgery fruit, slashed the surrounding buildings. He immediately spotted the source of the holy light, a fist-sized blue bead. Initially, Shen Fei thought it was a night-shining pearl, but upon approaching, he sensed a flow of spiritual energy and realized it was a spirit pearl, emitting spiritual light. This lived up to the legends of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. Legend has it that under the holy light, worshippers experience a sense of well-being, a sense of complete recovery from all ailments. Being directly illuminated by the spiritual light would naturally bring a sense of well-being to ordinary people. I wonder what would happen if this holy light disappeared. Shen Fei thought so, but he didn't immediately attack the Lingzhu. If he wanted to, he would have to wait until he reached the Qianhu sect. After Shen Fei restored the Lingzhu, Hanlingsha and the others arrived on the 8th floor, outside the room where Quinjet's tablet was kept. Quinjet took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. Inside, a woman in mourning clothes knelt before Quinjet's tablet, whispering prayers. "You're finally here." The woman stood up immediately after hearing the door open, but didn't turn around, as if she knew who was coming. "Who are you?" Quinjet clearly didn't recognize the woman. "I'm your husband's concubine. Although I've never seen you before, I know you must be her. Let's go out and let them talk." Listening to the conversation, Shen Fei finally remembered how this had come to this. It was a tragedy. Yun Xian didn't want to leave, but since Liu Mengli and Hanlingsha had already left, he had no choice. "I say, you hit them too hard. Do you have a grudge against them?" Outside the room, Hanlingsha was curious. Why did Shen Fei use such heavy hands on the monks? He could have knocked them out so easily, and a gentler approach would have been perfectly acceptable. Hanlingsha had checked on the monk who had been knocked unconscious earlier. His neck would have been sore for at least a day or two. "Don't you think this place is too extravagant?" Shen Fei's words stunned Hanlingsha. She had never imagined anyone would view the Thousand Buddha Pagoda from this angle. Indeed, Hanlingsha took in the surrounding golden Buddha statues, the rare Nanmu wood flooring, and the jade ornaments inlaid at intervals along the surrounding walls, and nodded thoughtfully. The 8th floor of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda was a completely different concept from the 7 floors below. It was lavishly decorated, clearly intended to give people a sense of value for money. Buddhism is a peaceful place, yet now there are so many memorial tablets. I wonder where the peace is. A hint of sneer crossed Shen Fei's lips. Looking at Buddhism as a whole, it's probably like the world government in the pirate world, crooked at the top and crooked at the bottom. Liu Mengli, after taking a look around, nodded thoughtfully. "What are you talking about?" Yun Xian looked at the 3 people with a puzzled expression. He understood every word they said, but when they put it together, he had no idea what they meant. "You don't need to know that." As she spoke, Quinjet emerged from the room with a mournful expression. "Thank you, everyone, it's alright, let's go." Hanlingsha glanced through the open door at the woman inside, still kneeling before Quinjet's memorial tablet. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't acted impulsively and left immediately, my husband might not have died." After leaving the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, perhaps noticing Hanlingsha's expression of wanting to ask but not daring to, Quinjet recounted the situation. The woman was called Zhang, Quinjet's cousin. They grew up together and had loved each other since childhood. It must be said that Quinjet and Quinjet once again proved that childhood sweethearts are no match for a lover from heaven. After Quinjet left, Quinjet was fine at first, but as time passed, he missed her, and since he was a weak scholar, he fell ill. Zhang married her to bring him good luck, but even so, Zhang was very happy. Unfortunately, the good luck had no effect at all. A few months after the two got married, Quinjet died of illness. Even though the Qin family was a big family in Shenzhou, it had no effect on Quinjet's illness. Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. "Sister Quinjet, where are you going from now on? To live with my kin, to make the world my home, and to diligently collect music scores from past dynasties. This was my husband's wish back then. Perhaps this way I can finally see him in my dreams." The group then arrived at Quinjet's residence. She took out her kin and played a piece for everyone. "Sword of Love, I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. I bid you farewell today, and I hope to see you again someday." In an age without telephones, once separated, it was extremely difficult to meet again without an appointment. Shen Fei had considered this situation when he spoke to Su Xin before. "Goodbye, I didn't expect that woman to commit suicide." The next day at noon, after finding no trace of Hua Ishuo and Zuanji all morning, the group, while dining at the inn, overheard someone discussing the incident at the Thousand Buddha Pagoda the previous night. The daughter-in-law of the Qin family in Shenzhou died in the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. This time, the Thousand Buddha Pagoda is in serious trouble, even if it was suicide. Although Zhang Shi committed suicide as Quinjet's concubine, don't forget that she was also Quinjet's cousin, and her status was not comparable to that of an ordinary concubine. As for the invasion and attack on the Thousand Buddha Pagoda last night, no news has been leaked. After all, such a shameful incident would be concealed by the monks of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. This is also why Shen Fei acted so recklessly. If the news of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda being invaded casually spread, the reputation of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda would be greatly affected. This is probably the question of what love is in this world, that it makes people pledge their love for each other through life and death. Zhang Shi's unexpected death immediately made Hanlingsha and Liu Mengli lose interest in talking. The entanglement between Quinjet, Quinjet, and Zhang Shi had a profound impact on Hanlingsha and Liu Mengli. "Cheyenne, your wooden mouse." Although Hanlingsha and Su Xin were upset by Jiang's affairs, they still had to do what needed to be done. Shen Fei also took advantage of the opportunity to observe the city gate to make a wooden mouse for Yun Cheyenne. With the ability of the surgery fruit, making a mechanical beast was too simple. As for the mechanical eagle, Shen Fei said he would make it for him later. After all, the mechanical eagle was quite large. If it was made now, it would be very troublesome to carry it without being able to store it in the space ring. "So, you want to cultivate immortality." In the evening, Shen Fei and Su Xin continued to exchange experiences in mechanical arts. After hearing Shen Fei's purpose, Su Xin seemed a little surprised. "Cultivating immortality isn't easy. You'd better be prepared. There have been countless cultivators throughout history, but I've never heard of anyone achieving immortality. From what you say, it sounds like you know a lot about sword immortals," Shen Fei said, then laughed. "Actually, I don't care whether I become an immortal or not. Don't you think flying with a sword is cool? And if you use it to travel, wouldn't it mean you can go wherever you want?" Shen Fei wasn't lying. One of his motivations for learning swordsmanship was to look cool, and being cool is a lifelong pursuit. Flying with a sword is a good idea. "I guess I'll have to go back and take a look." Su Xin nodded thoughtfully after hearing Shen Fei's words. Transportation was extremely difficult in that era. Even riding a horse or a carriage was a world away from flying with a sword. "I didn't expect my guess was wrong. She's from the Qianhu sect." Returning to his room, Shen Fei recalled Su Xin's words and expression, and immediately confirmed she must be connected to the Qianhu sect, otherwise, she would be completely indifferent to immortal cultivation. For those who roam the Jianghu, becoming a sword immortal is arguably their lifelong pursuit, a matter of opportunity. In reality, Shen Fei had no idea that his words had rekindled Susan's desire to return to the Kaionho sect. Wai Shuo, see you again. Han Lingsha had grown dejected after not hearing from Wai Shuo or Zhuangji for several days. But that day, she unexpectedly spotted Wai Shuo at the Shangping Inn. They had come to buy food and water. Even sword immortals needed food and water. After all, neither of them had yet reached the level of Bagu. While there were many sects and individuals cultivating immortality in the Xianjian world, only a few truly reached the Bigu stage. Whether in the Kaionho or Shushan sects, those who reached Bigu were generally considered to be sect elders. This demonstrates just how talented Murin Ziyang is. In the entire Kaionho sect, there are no more than 10 people who have reached the Great Dao realm, including the frozen Zhuangxiao. Hello everyone. Hui Shuo also looked delighted to see Shen Fei and the others again. Hui Shuo, we've been looking for you. Han Lingsha, not wanting to miss out on seeing Hui Shuo and Zhuangji again, immediately asked you if she could join their sect. Of course, really. Seeing Hui Shuo nod, Han Lingsha was overjoyed. She had initially thought joining their sect would be difficult, and she had made extensive preparations, only to find none of them came to fruition. We've finished our business here and are heading back to the sect. If you don't have anything else to do, why not come along? No problem, no problem. Shall we leave now? Han Lingsha said eagerly. Well, I have some other things to do. We'll meet outside the North City Gate in an hour. Hui Shuo, clearly unprepared for Han Lingsha's eagerness, spoke a bit sheepishly. No problem, we will be there on time. See you then, Hui Shuo said as he left with food and water. Brother, you are too slow. Not far from the inn, Zhuangji looked a little unhappy when she saw Hui Shuo. I met a few friends, the ones I met before at Nulin. Hui Shuo immediately told about his encounter with Shen Fei and others. They want to join the Kaionho sect. Brother, why don't you just tell them how to get there? Why do you have to take them with you? We have to go back anyway, and it's on the way. Maybe we will be fellow disciples in the future. Brother, you are so kind. It's so lively there, Zhuangji said as she saw a large group of people gathered in front of her. She immediately ran over with a smile. What Hui Shuo said was that he was actually accompanying his junior sister Zhuangji to visit Chenzhou. After meeting Murin Ziyang in Chenzhou, Zhuangji finally stopped chasing Murin Ziyang. We're getting ready to leave. If you need to contact us later, you can leave a message here or with the owner of the Yangzhen Inn in Shaoan County. Shen Fei was incredibly excited to be heading to the Kaionho sect. After bidding farewell to Su Xin, he and the excited Han Lingsha headed straight for the agreed location. Even though it was still early, Han Lingsha couldn't wait. Han Lingsha had said that they couldn't let the sword immortal wait for them. This was their chance to shine. It's been ages since I've flown with a sword. I heard senior sister is the sect leader now. While Shen Fei and the others were waiting for Wai Shuo and Zhuangji outside the North City Gate, Su Xin flicked her finger, and several sword beams appeared beside her. In an instant, they carried her and Leng Yi behind her high into the sky. High in the sky, unseen by anyone, a beam of sword-like twisted crookedly in the air, and after a long moment, it slowly stabilized. If senior sister saw this, she'd definitely scold me. Chapter 653, Kaionho Disciple, Part 1. Excuse me for keeping you waiting. No, we just arrived too. About an hour later, Hui Shuo and Zhuangji approached. Hui Shuo, perhaps realizing Shen Fei and his group had been waiting, immediately apologized. Han Lingsha, on her part, immediately apologized, explaining she had just arrived. Hui Shuo, knowing why she'd said that, naturally didn't elaborate further. Since my junior sister and I haven't mastered our skills yet, it's difficult for us to lead you in sword fighting. Young Master Yun, I'm afraid I'll need the help of your sword. Here you are. Yun Xian, upon hearing Hui Shuo's words, immediately handed him the Wangshu sword he carried. This sword, Hui Shuo's expression changed as he took it. As a sword immortal of the Kaionho school, Hui Shuo immediately sensed the sword's uniqueness. He then gave Yun Xian a deep look. To possess such a unique sword, Yun Xian was clearly something special. Brother, this sword is truly unique. I've never seen anything like it before. Upon seeing the Wangshu sword, Zhuangji immediately reached out with curiosity, taking it from Hui Shuo. However, Zhuangji soon lost interest and gave it to Hui Shuo. Zhuangji lacked Hui Shuo's prowess, so naturally, she couldn't appreciate the sword's extraordinary qualities. Within the Kaionho sect, Hui Shuo, like Murin Ziyang, was a genius in both sword control and sword forging. His claim of not having mastered the art was merely modesty. For the Kamar-Taj sect, the ability to fly a sword was standard, but the ability to lead others in fight was enough to disqualify most disciples, let alone S.H.I.E.L.D, who is using someone else's sword to do so. Don't be afraid when you're up there. Simply stand on the sword. And by the way, none of you are afraid of heights, right? S.H.I.E.L.D explained the precautions for flying a sword to the group of 4. Finally, as if remembering something, he spoke up. As a sword immortal, a fear of heights is a given. Over the years, the Kamar-Taj sect has encountered numerous new disciples with acrophobia. If one can't overcome it, they're simply dissuaded. Even if one suffers from more than just a fear of heights, problems like poor balance also prevent them from becoming a sword immortal. I'm not afraid of heights, but what about you? Han Lingxia said, looking at Yun Xian and the other 2. Afraid of heights? So what? Yun Xian scratched his head, puzzled. I'm just saying, standing up high and looking down, wouldn't you be scared? Han Lingxia immediately explained. I don't know about that, Yun Xian continued scratching his head. You're such a hassle. Just as Han Lingxia was about to explain it to Yun Xian, Shuo suddenly spoke up. No need to bother. Just experiment. With that, Shuo summoned his flying sword and took the 4 of them up into the sky one by one to test it out. There's no more direct way to test a fear of heights. That's really fun. Can we try it again? Yun Xian, who fell from the sky, looked very excited, as if he had found a new toy. Yun Xian, Han Lingxia immediately pulled Yun Xian aside and stopped him from talking, for fear that if he offended S.H.I.E.L.D, their plan to join the immortal sect would be ruined. S.H.I.E.L.D naturally would not be angry about such a small matter. It must be said that S.H.I.E.L.D had a very good temper. It was a pity that he died in the end. After discovering that no one was afraid of heights, the group of 6 boarded the flying swords and flew into the sky. Shen Fei stood behind S.H.I.E.L.D and shared a sword. Yun Xian and Han Lingxia stood on the Wangshu sword, and Liu Mengli and Zuanji rode on the same sword. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D was the one who guided the Wangshu sword to fly, but Zuanji did not have the strength to do so. This is much safer than flying on a broom. Now the flying broom can be retired. Standing behind S.H.I.E.L.D and feeling the spiritual power around him, Shen Fei nodded slightly. Flying with a sword may seem very dangerous to outsiders. For example, there may be risks of falling from above. Shen Fei also had such an idea at the beginning. However, after actually getting in touch with flying with a sword, you will find that this is a very safe way to fly. It can be said to be safer than taking a plane. There is still a probability of accidents in planes, but flying with a sword does not have this problem at all. Oh, Yun Xian, who was standing on the Wangshu sword, shouted excitedly. It was because he could not control the Wangshu sword under his feet now, otherwise he would definitely try some fancy flying. Han Lingxia behind him was also very excited. S.H.I.E.L.D followed Yun Xian slowly. After all, he was the one who controlled the flight of the Wangshu sword. Zuanji and Liu Mengli were leading the way in front. Flying with a sword, traveling thousands of miles in an instant, it really can't be said to be bragging. Standing on the flying sword, watching the mountains and rivers swiftly passing by below, Shen Fei roughly estimated the speed of the sword's flight in his mind. It was much faster than Iron Man's iron armor. We're here. Shenzhou is located in the Central Plains, while the Kamar-Taj sect is located in Kunlun Mountain. In this era, it is considered a remote area. The distance between the two sides is at least thousands of miles. However, flying on the sword, it took about 1/3 of an incense stick of time to arrive. The exact length of an incense stick varies greatly depending on the length of the incense, the raw materials used to make the incense, and the environment. However, under normal circumstances, an incense stick of time is about 30 minutes. In other words, it took less than 10 minutes for the group to reach the foot of Kunlun Mountain. If they changed to walking on the ground, even on a fast horse, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Under normal circumstances, it might take several months to arrive. Everyone, this is Boxen Town. We can only take you so far. The Kamar-Taj sect is in that direction. You must go up the mountain on your own. I hope to see you again inside the sect after landing. Shuo gave a brief account of the situation of the Kamar-Taj sect, and then he and Zhuangji flew away on their swords. Those who want to join the Kamar-Taj sect must pass the test set by the Kamar-Taj sect on their own. Of course, this is for those who want to go up the mountain to cultivate immortality by themselves. If someone from the Kamar-Taj sect takes the initiative to accept them as disciples, there is naturally no need for any tests. For example, Muranzang, Waishuo, and Zhuangji were all valued by the elders of the Qianhou sect and were brought into the Qianhou sect when they were young. The same is true for Su Yu, Zhuangziao, and others. What is the most important thing in cultivating immortality? Perseverance, belief, and resources. Although these are indeed important, what is more important is aptitude, or in other words, spiritual roots and the like. However, in this case, it depends on chance. After all, the world is so big, there are many people with qualifications, but whether or not you can encounter the immortal fate is the most important. This is probably why there are many good horses, but few good horse trainers. Whether it is practicing martial arts, cultivating immortality, or learning magic, chakra, etc., aptitude is very important. The disciples chosen by the Yin-Yang family are all extremely qualified, and Xiao Siming is even a master of the 5 spirits. Senior brother, why are you so good to them? Can't you just let them come here by themselves? In mid-air, Zhuangji, who was flying on a flying sword, looked at Waishuo, who was flying side by side with her, with a puzzled look on her face. When Waishuo and Zhuangji went down the mountain to eliminate monsters, they would occasionally ask for help from the immortals after being seen by others. Under normal circumstances, they would tell each other the location of the Qianhou sect and then leave it alone. They are different. I'm afraid it won't be long before we can call them junior brothers and sisters. Waishuo didn't say much to Zhuangji. Although Waishuo was a good person, not everyone was worthy of his help by flying on a flying sword. The reason why Waishuo helped Yun Xian, Shen Fei and others this time was mainly because their hearts were pure. Although Shen Fei had a lot on his mind, he never had the idea of hurting others. Let's go up the mountain immediately. After Waishuo left, Han Lingsha immediately rushed to go up the mountain, but Yun Xian stopped her at once. No, Yun Xian's voice was rarely serious. Yun Xian, what are you crazy about? Yun Xian's luck made Han Lingsha burst into excitement. Lingsha, take a day off today and go up the mountain tomorrow. What's the point of resting? I'm not tired. It's rare for a wildling like you to be tired. Han Lingsha said this and laughed. Lingsha, you look different, Liu Mengli suddenly said. What's wrong with my face? Han Lingsha didn't care at first, but the next moment, her body swayed, as if she was about to faint. Yun Xian, who was standing beside her, hurried to support her. Is it so serious this time? Is it because of flying with a sword? Han Lingsha's face was so pale that even the usually carefree Yun Xian noticed it, which shows how serious it was. Lingsha, are you okay? Yun Xian said with concern, supporting Han Lingsha. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. It's okay. Han Lingsha said this and was about to push Yun Xian away, but before she could stand firmly, she fell back. Let's find an inn to rest first. Although Han Lingsha was very reluctant, but under Yun Xian's insistence, and with the consent of Shen Fei and Liu Mengli, they had no choice but to enter Boxin Town. Boxin Town is not a big town, but it is indeed the only town within a radius of dozens of miles. This town is built on an oasis and is surrounded by uninhabited desert. It is difficult for a prosperous town to appear in the desert, but because the Qianhou sect is in the mountains nearby, the prosperity of Boxin Town has been created. The reason for this prosperity is mainly due to those who come here to seek immortality, people from the martial arts world, disciples of aristocratic families, and so on. There are only 2 rooms. It seems we can only make do with it for now. Because of the prosperity of Boxin Town, the inn in Boxin Town is naturally very popular, and most of the time it is fully booked. It is just that Shen Fei and others came at a coincidence, and someone just left, so 2 rooms were vacated. Seeking immortality is not an easy thing, and not everyone can persist. Some people insist on not being stingy, or they have run out of money and naturally have to leave. Mengli, give this to her to drink, it should help her recover quickly. This time Han Lingsha's condition was very serious, and Shen Fei didn't care about anything else. He took out some diluted water from the eternal spring for her to drink. I'm going out to gather some information. Originally, Han Lingsha was in charge of gathering information, but now that Han Lingsha has fallen, Shen Fei naturally took over. There are a lot of people in the martial arts world, and there are constables chasing fugitives. Although there are a large number of martial artists gathered in Boxin Town, there are rarely any conflicts between them. Even if they have grudges against each other, at most they just dislike each other and make a few sarcastic remarks to each other, but no one dares to fight here. It is naturally the credit of the Kyonho sect that these martial artists are so honest. Facing the sword immortal who can fly with a sword, no one dares to be dishonest, because the dishonest ones have been dealt with. The Kyonho sect is well known here, and even the tests of going up the mountain are clear to everyone. But even so, only 1 or 2 lucky people can join the Kyonho sect every year. There seems to be a maze on the mountain. You need to bring a lot of food and water in. I have asked the boss to prepare it. After strolling around Boxin Town, Shen Fei returned to the room of the inn and told the 3 people the information he had inquired about. After taking the water of the fountain of eternal life, even if it was diluted, Han Lingshi's condition has improved a lot. I'm sorry to worry about you. I'm fine. I might be too tired. Although Han Lingshi's condition has improved a lot, since she has already stayed in the inn, she can only wait until tomorrow to go up the mountain. It's fooling. The next morning, the 4 of them arose early. After retrieving their supplies, they headed towards the Kyonho sect. As they entered the mountain road, a talisman spirit appeared ahead. This mountain road, leading directly to the Kyonho sect, was called the Taii Immortal Path. It consisted of the Ziwei Path, the Beihao Path, and the Jixun Path. The Kyonho sect had set up a variety of traps, mazes, and talismans along the way. This was known to many, but because these traps were subject to change, this information was for reference only. Under normal circumstances, the Kyonho sect's trials would not cause any harm, but this did not guarantee that there would be no casualties. This was because the area was close to the Kyonho sect and rich in spiritual energy, making it a significant attraction for many demonic beings. Therefore, in addition to the Kyonho sect's trials, they would sometimes have to battle against these demonic beings. This was not guaranteed, and if they were truly killed by a demonic being, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Fortunately, the Kyonho sect would occasionally send out personnel to eliminate the powerful demonic beings, leaving only a few lesser demons. As long as their strength was not too weak or their luck was too bad, they would generally not be in danger of death. This look, that's Xingdan, headless, with a gaping mouth on its belly, one hand holding a shield, the other a massive axe. It bears some resemblance to the legendary Xingtian. Of course, that's just a resemblance. The difference in strength between the two is immense. Boom! Yun Xian, brandishing the Wangshu sword, was about to strike when a sudden bolt of thunder struck him directly. Xian, are you alright, young Master Yun? Seeing Yun Xian struck by lightning, Han Lingxia and Liu Mengli immediately looked at him with concern as he crouched on the ground, leaning on the Wangshu sword. His short black hair stood on end from the lightning. It doesn't hurt, I just can't move. After all, it was just a test, not a life or death mission. The Kyonho sect had mitigated the damage of their lightning magic, retaining the paralyzing effect. Of course, that's why Yun Xian only felt paralyzed. Any other martial artist would have been knocked to the ground with a single strike. This method is quite good. If it could be applied on a large scale, wouldn't it be like sowing beans and turning them into soldiers? Originally, in the game, Muren Ziying happened to pass by and killed Xingdan. But this time Muren Ziying did not show up, and the 4 of them joined forces to kill Xingtian. Originally, Shen Fei could have dealt with Xingtian alone, but in order to try out the effect of the Thunder Curse, Shen Fei deliberately got hit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Kyonho Disciple, Part 2. It's enhanced the paralysis effect and reduced the damage. Doesn't it look like the Kyonho sect is also researching immortal arts? The paralysis effect was naturally ineffective against Shen Fei, and Yun Xian quickly recovered. After being struck by lightning again, Shen Fei seized the opportunity to use earth-based immortal arts to dispose of Xingdan, transforming him into a talisman. It looks like it's reusable, Shen Fei thought, looking at the talisman on the ground. However, given the current situation, he decided against it. It's you. See you again. The 4 continued on their way, soon encountering another monster. Upon seeing it, Yun Xian immediately greeted it with a smile. You idiot! Isn't this the same one we encountered in Shichangxi Cave? Seeing Yun Xian greet the talisman spirit and even take a step forward to approach it, Han Lingxia immediately jumped up and struck Yun Xian in the head. Now it's certain that your parents are definitely connected to this Kyonho sect. The identical talisman spirit confirmed Han Lingshi's suspicion. Once we enter the Qianhu sect, everything will become clear, Shen Fei said. A stone appeared in his left hand, and with a single blow, it pierced the body of the talisman spirit, Qiziao. With their arrival at the Qianhu sect imminent, Shen Fei, overcome with excitement, felt no hesitation in his actions. Yun Xian, Han Lingxia, and Liu Mengli could have passed the trial anyway, let alone with the addition of Shen Fei. Shen Fei's actions cleared the way, quickly passing through the Ziwei path and arriving at a Beihao path. Unlike the previous trials, which were only filled with talismans and demons, this one was a maze, constructed with immortal magic. Most of those who came to the Qianhu sect seeking immortality and enlightenment failed on this level. This one tested perseverance and supplies. Without sufficient supplies, and unable to swiftly navigate the maze, one could easily die. While the Qianhu sect had disciples patrolling the area, they didn't constantly monitor it. Add to that the roaming demons, and a death would be in vain. Of course, if they were lucky enough not to encounter any monsters and simply collapsed from lack of supplies, the patrolling Qianhu sect disciples would spot them and escort them out of the mountain. Led by Liu Mengli, the four of them quickly navigated the Beihao Dao maze. Along the way, they encountered other people undergoing the trials, who lacked their strength and luck. Not only were they wounded, but more importantly, their food and water were completely depleted. Han Lingxia and Liu Mengli, in a rare act of kindness, shared some food and water with them. While it wasn't much, it would be enough to get them out of the maze if they gave up. If they didn't, they would have to find another way. Someone also tried to buy food and water for the four of them, but they were naturally refused. Without knowing if they were trapped in the maze, Han Lingxia naturally wouldn't sell any food and water. The fact that she shared some with them was out of kindness, anyone else would have ignored them. Speaking of which, if we get some food and water from the foot of the mountain and sell them, we'll definitely make a fortune, but this idea was just a thought. Those who can come and go freely don't care about wealth, and those who care about wealth don't have the ability to come and go freely. Thanks to good Mengli this time. Otherwise we would have ended up like those guys. After passing through the maze, Han Lingxia's nervousness immediately relaxed. She grabbed Liu Mengli's arm and praised her non-stop. I built this mountain, I planted this tree, if you pass by here, leave some food. As the four of them passed through Beihao Road and entered Jixun Road, two people suddenly jumped out from behind the tree ahead. The sudden noise startled Han Lingxia. Seeing Han Lingxia's fright, Yun Xian immediately raised his Xian sword and rushed forward. The two men who were about to rob saw Yun Xian approaching angrily, and their faces immediately changed, looking frightened. You own this mountain, but I remember it belonged to the Qianhu sect. Do you want me to go up and ask if you own it? Han Lingxia's composure returned immediately after she realized it was the two robbers. Yun Xian's furious, frightened expression immediately made Han Lingxia understand their situation. Brother, they're going to tell the Qianhu sect. What do we do now? Han Lingxia's words caused the shorter young man opposite to immediately look at the young man next to him and ask nervously. What are you afraid of? We, the Jianan twins, have traveled far and wide and seen everything. What's a small matter like this? The elder brother spoke confidently, but unfortunately, his expression was filled with nervousness as he stared at Yun Xian, who was staring at them intently. Brother, you're right. Hand over the food now, or I'll be rude to you. Upon hearing the elder brother's words, the young man, presumably a junior of the Jianan twins, immediately became arrogant. Robbery is bad. I'm going to teach you a lesson, Yun Xian said, ready to strike, frightening the Jianan twins so much they took several steps back. Xian, hold on. Han Lingxia immediately stopped him, then addressed the Jianan twins. You're welcome. Why not? I'd love to see. Han Lingxia's face lit up with interest as she spoke. Brother, what do we do now? The younger brother turned his gaze to the older brother again. What are you two planning to do? Just as the older brother was about to speak, a serious yet pleasant female voice rang out from behind them. A young woman in a turquoise dress, with a slender figure and delicate features, approached. Nothing, Sister Pomegranate. We're just explaining the rules to the newcomers. Upon seeing the newcomers, the older brother of the Jianan twins gave an ingratiating smile and quickly slipped away with his younger brother. You're new here. Ignore them. Come this way. After the Jianan twins left, the green-clad woman, a smiling curse spirit, approached, introducing herself. Then, she led the four of them toward a forked path ahead. Sister Pomegranate, what are you doing here? Han Lingsha asked curiously on the way. These are all those who didn't pass the final test, the green-clad woman explained. It turned out that passing the tests of Zhuai Dao, Beihao Dao, and Jixuan Dao in the Tai Immortal Path was only the beginning. The Qianhou sect still had tests to pass, and only after passing them could one truly join the Qianhou sect. Unlike the Tai Immortal Path tests, which were well known, the latter tests could not be disclosed to others, otherwise one would lose their qualification. The Qianhou sect didn't give up on those who didn't pass the true entrance test. Those who didn't pass the final entrance test were also allowed to take the test, as the test time was the same. Only then would these people settle down at the foot of the Qianhou sect mountain. After Shi Liu finished speaking, the group arrived at a breathtakingly beautiful valley dotted with wooden houses. They also spotted other people, though not many, no more than 10 in total. Shen Fei also understood why the Jianan twins had been scrambling for food. It wasn't that they were truly short of food. While most of the people who arrived in the valley were already depleted, the Qianhou sect regularly sent people to deliver food and water. Even so, the Jianan twins still scrambled for food. The main reason was that the food the Qianhou sect sent was very bland, lacking in any oil or fat. This sparked their desire to steal food, but unfortunately, they hadn't been successful so far. Something seems to have happened with the Qianhou sect recently. They say the entrance exams have been suspended. You're unlucky. Why don't you stay here for now? The exams have been suspended. That's impossible. Han Lingsha's expression changed immediately upon hearing Shi Liu's words. She was about to join the Sword Immortal sect, yet something like this had occurred. Naturally, Han Lingsha refused to believe it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Shi Liu didn't care for Han Lingsha's disbelief. She had been the same way before, and had finally made it to the valley. Sorry, after bidding farewell to Shi Liu, Han Lingsha immediately rushed towards the Qianhou sect this time. They encountered no interruptions along the way, and soon the group could see the Qianhou sect's celestial aura shrouded in the distance. The fantasy realm, Shen Fei muttered to himself, glancing at Liu Mengli beside him. He knew why the Qianhou sect had suspended its initiation test. With the demon realm approaching, the Qianhou sect was in no mood to accept any new disciples. It was, in fact, for their own good. Fighting the fantasy realm would be cannon fodder for not only the new disciples, but even the already initiated Qianhou disciples, the lowest-ranking ones. Under these circumstances, only those who followed Yunshan and Han Lingsha to the Qianhou sect would have a chance of initiation. Is that the Queen Mother of the West? It's quite interesting to say that the sect that worshipped the Queen Mother of the West was eventually destroyed by her descending to earth. Through the tall and luxurious gate, one can see a huge female statue in the distance. Combined with what Huaishou said before, it seems that the founder of the Qianhou sect received guidance from the Queen Mother of the West in a dream, and realized the method of cultivating the unity of man and sword, which led to the creation of the Qianhou sect. As for whether this legend is true or not, I'm afraid only the Queen Mother of the West and the founder know. But regardless of whether this legend is true or not, Shen Fei doesn't care. He just came here to learn sword wielding. As for saving the Qianhou sect, that depends on the situation. Shen Fei has no good feelings towards the heaven of the sword. In ancient times, if it weren't for Nuwa's sacrifice, the human world would have been destroyed by those guys in the divine world. As a result, Nuwa's sacrifice was not accepted by humans. Look at how the people of the Shushan sect call Nuwa's descendants. As for the so-called cultivation to become an immortal, all that talk of cultivating the mind and merit is nonsense. Ultimately, becoming an immortal is all about strength, not state of mind. If you were powerful enough, he might have already gone to the divine realm to have a proper conversation with Fuxi, a physical exchange. Even with his current strength, Shen Fei never felt superior to others. Even if he became an immortal or even a god, that wouldn't change anything. For another thing, not even eating delicious food for the sake of becoming an immortal is such a waste. Why was the Qianhou sect sending such bland food to the valley where Shi Liu and the others were? It's because eating grains in the Qianhou sect is not conducive to cultivation. For those who cultivate immortality, grains are considered foul air. Little did they know that the immortals in the heavens still hold banquets. While Shen Fei was contemplating the situation in the celestial realm, the four of them didn't stop. They arrived directly at the gates of the Qianhou sect, ascending the white jade steps to the Qianhou sect disciples guarding the gate. Compared to the splendor of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, The Kaonho sect seemed like a shabby chamber. How could an immortal sect be comparable to a secular sect? Along the way, Shen Fei also tested the strength of the rocks. Any other mountain range would have been easily destroyed with a single blow, but within the Kaonho sect, the situation was completely different. The stone here was unlike any other. Constantly nourished by spiritual energy, it was as strong as steel. Hello, everyone. We're here to become disciples. Han Lingsha immediately approached the Kaonho sect disciples guarding the gate and began chatting. I'm sorry, but the sect master has ordered the temporary suspension of the initiation test. Please return. If you prefer, you can go to the Jixundeo Valley and wait in peace. The Kaonho sect disciple who was speaking to Han Lingsha then dismissed her and the others. I wonder how long we'll have to wait, Han Lingsha asked immediately. That depends on the sect master's orders. We'll notify you once the ban is lifted. Ladies, please return. The gatekeeper's tone was remarkably polite, without any hint of the superiority of someone from a celestial sect. After all, he was addressing potential fellow disciples. This is trouble. The four of them returned to the bottom of the stairs. Han Lingsha looked at the gate of the Kaonho sect above with a look of unwillingness. Lingsha, what should we do now? Go down the mountain, Yun Xian asked. How is that possible? We finally came here, and if we go down the mountain like this, wouldn't our hard work be in vain? Why don't we find a way to sneak in? Han Lingsha's voice became much softer as she spoke. For Han Lingsha, becoming a sword immortal or not was irrelevant. The most important thing was whether there was a way to immortality within the Kaonho sect. Lingsha, don't do anything stupid. Han Lingsha's suggestion made Liu Mengli immediately glance at the two gatekeepers of the Kaonho sect above. Lingsha, I know what you mean, but this is not the place to mess around. Liu Mengli's voice couldn't help but lower. It must be said that Han Lingsha was very courageous. Even Shen Fei didn't dare to sneak into a sect of immortal cultivation like the Kaonho sect, but she was ready to take action. In the original novel, after becoming a disciple of the Kaonho sect, Han Lingsha secretly entered many of the sect's secret locations, including the library, in an attempt to find the secret to immortality. Han Lingsha believed her actions were flawless and undetected, but she didn't realize that everything she did was already being observed by Su Yao and the others. It was because Han Lingsha was the incarnation of the Wangshu sword that Su Yao allowed her to roam freely within the Kaonho sect. Anyone else would have been captured and killed long ago. This is a sect dedicated to immortal cultivation. Their strength is beyond our ability to handle. Let's go to the valley and wait for a few days. Perhaps there will be a chance. It seems that this is the only way. Perhaps because Shen Fei mentioned the sword immortal's strength, Han Lingsha agreed to return. If she can't get in this time, she might try to sneak in at night, Shen Fei thought as he watched Han Lingsha's back. Chapter 655, Kaonho Disciple, Part 2. Please stay. Just as Shen Fei and his four companions turned to leave the Kaonho sect's main gate, a sudden, soft shout echoed from above them. Several flashes of sword light appeared before them, and then a figure dressed in Kaonho sect uniform appeared before them. Master, may I have any advice? Han Lingsha asked immediately upon seeing someone appear before her on a flying sword. I'm Su Yi, and I'm summoning you by order of the sect master, Su Yi said softly. Who is the sect master? Yun Xian looked puzzled. It's the most powerful person in the sect, and everyone obeys him, Han Lingsha quickly explained. Isn't that the same as that Wang Di? Yun Xian nodded in understanding. Ah, that's about right. Although Yun Xian's understanding was flawed, to him, this was already quite impressive. The four of you, please don't speak carelessly in front of the sect master. Whether you're a local disciple or not, you must abide by the rules and regulations. Su Yi glanced at Yun Xian and immediately spoke. I wonder what the sect master wants us to know, Liu Mengli then asked. The sect master has his reasons for what he does. You'll know once you see him. This way, Su Yi said, immediately leading the way towards the stairs of the Kaonho sect's main gate. The Kaonho sect's main gate was primarily for those seeking to join the sect. Kaonho sect disciples, unless on duty guarding the gate, generally wouldn't come to the main gate. After all, they all used sword control techniques to enter and exit, so there was no need to go through the main gate. Let's go, it can't be a bad thing. Han Lingsha immediately took the lead and followed Su Yi. The statue of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady, are those for the four sacred beasts? No, it seems not. After entering the Kaonho sect, Shen Fei immediately saw four other statues surrounding the massive statue of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady. While these 4 statues were still majestic and tall, they were a world apart from the 9 heavens' mysterious lady. That's why Shen Fei hadn't seen them before, having been blocked by the Kaonho sect's main gate. At first, Shen Fei thought they were the 4 sacred beasts, but after a closer look, he realized they weren't. Furthermore, of the 4 statues, Shen Fei only recognized one, Ying Zhao, a bird-winged beast with a human face and a horse body and tiger stripes. What is that? It's huge. Yun Xian was astonished as he looked at the massive statue of the Queen Mother of the 9 heavens. He had never seen anything so enormous before. Don't look around. The sect master is waiting. Su Yi, who was leading the way, immediately rebuked the 4 people sternly, noticing their gazes. Shen Fei and Yun Xian were examining the statues, while Han Lingxia seemed to be studying the layout, and Liu Mengli was watching the Kaonho sect disciples practicing sword techniques in the distance. Got it. Han Lingxia stopped Yun Xian just as he was about to speak. The 4 of them then focused their attention and followed Su Yi intently. I remember someone in my past life saying that the Lady of the 9 Heavens had once fallen in love with a human. It seemed that person was Yun, perhaps an ancestor of Yun Xian. This thought suddenly flashed through Shen Fei's mind as he advanced. Master, the person has been brought here. Following Su Yi, the group soon arrived outside of S.H.I.E.L.D. Solemn Palace. Atop it, a golden plaque bore the formidable words Kaonho Palace, come in. A cold female voice rang out from within. Yes, master. Upon entering the Kaonho Palace, the 4 immediately spotted a woman standing on a raised platform at the front of the hall, dressed in a white dress with blue stripes. She possessed a noble and aloof demeanor. From Su Yi's address to her, they knew she was Su Yao, the current master of the Kaonho sect. Go down. Yes. Upon receiving the master's order, Su Yi immediately bowed and exited the palace. The sect leader is actually a woman. Han Lingxia seemed to have just realized what was happening. She looked at Su Yuan in front of her, her small hand gently covering her lips, a look of shock on her face. Quiet. Su Yao's eyes flicked to Han Lingxia, and she shouted softly. Though her voice was low, it carried a strange power that instantly silenced Han Lingxia, who was about to speak up. What's your name? Su Yao's gaze immediately shifted to Yun Xian, and she asked softly. Ask me? My name is Yun Xian. Yun Xian glanced around, noticing Su Yao's gaze fixed on him, and immediately spoke. Who is Yun Xian king to you? Su Yao continued. He's my father. The sect leader knows my father. He used to be a sword immortal, Yun Xian said, his expression growing a little excited. Yes, your father was indeed a disciple of the Kaonho sect, but he gave up his training and left the sector here because he asked you to come, Su Yao said after a moment's silence. I came here on my own. Dad died a long time ago and never said anything. I was curious about his past, so I came down the mountain. Yun Xian spoke of Yun Xian King's death with a very calm expression. He's actually passed away. Su Yao suddenly closed her eyes at this point. After a long while, she opened her eyes and continued, never mind. I had a divination in the Jingshan house before, and it showed that an old friend was coming. I didn't expect it turned like this. Originally, something big was going to happen in our sect recently, so we suspended the entrance test. But you are the descendant of an old friend after all, and considering our friendship, I will give you a chance to test. Whether you can enter the Kaonho sect depends on your luck. What if you don't pass? Yun Xian scratched his head and continued to ask. Then I can only say that your affinity with immortality is shallow and unsuited for cultivation. I ask you to leave the mountain. It sounds as if it were true. As Yun Xian and Su Yao conversed, Shen Fei lowered his head, muttering to himself. Su Yao appeared righteous and awe-inspiring at the moment, but in reality, she was only acting that way. If Yun Xian and the others were to leave without a care in the world, she'd be terrified. Su Yao became the head of the Shushan sect precisely because, at that time, the Kaonho sect lacked a great general. Liao Huo was the vanguard, and the more gifted disciples either perished in battle against the illusionary realm, defected, or became possessed. Finally, Su Yao took the helm. Because of her own talent, Su Yao was extremely jealous of these gifted disciples and painstakingly suppressed them, resulting in the Kaonho sect's current situation of a lack of successors. 19 years ago, the Kaonho sect was teeming with elites. Zhuang Zhen, Zhuang Zhao, Su Yu, Su Zai, Tian Qing, and others were all powerful sword masters. Looking at the Kaonho sect today, aside from Murin Ziying, there's no other powerful younger disciple. This is precisely because Murenziang's talent is so exceptional that Su Yao can't suppress him, otherwise, Murenziang might not have made it. Come forward. I'll cast a spell to transport you to a secret realm. How to return is up to you. As Yunxian and the others approached Su Yao, she waved her right hand. As her fingers moved, the spiritual energy within the Qianhou Palace began to ripple. Zhuan Nu has commanded, proclamation to all spirits, free to travel, ascend to the purple star. As Su Yao chanted the incantation, Shen Fei felt the space around him begin to ripple. Shen Fei didn't resist the force, and the four of them immediately felt the surroundings shift. The four emerged from a strange space, seemingly an endless void. The ground they stood on was merely a flat patch of empty space, within which a vast expanse of wine jars floated. This is the secret realm. I didn't expect the leader of the Qianhou sect to be such a beautiful woman. She looks so majestic, it made me so nervous just now. Han Lingxia surveyed the surroundings while discussing Su Yao. This spell is powerful. It transported us here in a flash. Unlike Han Lingxia, Liu Mengli focused not on Su Yao's appearance but on her magic. The power of space doesn't appear to be an illusion, which means this place is real. It must be a formation. As Han Lingxia and Liu Mengli spoke, Shen Fei was sensing everything around him. The power of space wasn't a particularly mysterious concept in the world of immortal swordsmanship. While the Qianhou sect sword immortals couldn't individually master the power of space, they could with the help of formations. There's an old man over there. Let's go ask him. After surveying their surroundings, the four of them immediately spotted a white-bearded man lying atop a large gourd not far ahead. Behind him stood a massive bronze tripod. Han Lingxia spoke and immediately approached. Old man, good wine, good wine." The old man didn't respond to Han Lingxia's gentle calls. Instead, he smacked his lips occasionally, as if savoring something. From his sleepy, almost mumbling voice, one could guess it was wine. Old man, seeing no response to her gentle calls, Han Lingxia suddenly raised her voice. The sudden, loud noise startled the old man awake. "I'm out of all the good wine in my dreams. Didn't you see I was dozing off? You're so loud. You almost scared me to death. Don't you know how to respect the elderly?" The old man, waking up and seeing Han Lingxia so close, immediately complained non-stop. "Elderly man, we're so sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you. We just wanted to know how to get out of here." Liu Mengli immediately spoke up to explain on Han Lingxia's behalf. "So you're the little one from the Qianhou sect. When was the last time we saw each other? It's been so long, I've forgotten." The white-bearded elder's gaze swept over the four people, nodding gently. The Qianhou sect's entrance exams are actually divided into two types. The first is naturally the entrance exam for ordinary disciples, which is supervised by Qianhou disciples. The second entrance exam, on wine, sex, wealth, and anger, is reserved for exceptionally gifted disciples. Not every disciple who enters the Qianhou sect will face these tests. Qianhou sect disciples can be roughly divided into two categories. Those who enter the Qianhou sect by passing the Tai Immortal Path test on their own, and those who are brought back to the sect by Qianhou elders after encountering talented disciples outside. Generally speaking, the second type of disciples are exceptionally gifted. Those without talent are not considered attractive to Qianhou elders. For example, Su Yu, Zhuang Zhao, and others were all found by Qianhou elders. Of course, this isn't to say that the first type of disciples who enter the sect on their own lack talent. Back then, Yun Xianqing entered the Qianhou sect from the Tai Immortal Path on his own. While his talent wasn't as strong as Su Yu and Zhuang Zhao, it was still significantly stronger than the others. "Old man, how do I leave?" Han Lingxia asked immediately, seeing the white-bearded old man seemingly lost in thought. "You woke me up. I don't want to think right now. I need to know how to leave. Do me a favor and fill this wine jar. That way, I might remember something. Oh, and be quick, or I might forget. If you want to drink, why don't you go find it yourself?" Yun Xian suddenly said. "Country bumpkin, this is a test for us." Han Lingxia tapped Yun Xian on the head again. "You're funny, little kid. It seems like a young man said the same thing a long time ago. Consider it a favor. I'm a little hesitant to move. By the way, my name is the Wine Immortal." "Oh," Yun Xian was about to continue when he was interrupted by the Wine Immortal. "Hurry up, little ones. Time waits for no one," the Wine Immortal said, urging the four to get moving. "Senior Wine Immortal, I wonder if we can take this wine out with us. Although Shen Fei didn't drink much, the wine here was no ordinary wine. It was rare to come across it, so Shen Fei naturally wanted to try it. You're just like that young man back then. You should fill these wine jars first, okay? I didn't expect you to be such a wine lover. I haven't seen you drink before. The four left the wine immortal and went to the side. I don't really like drinking. I'm just curious what the wine here tastes like. This wine was definitely not immortal wine, but it was definitely much better than the wine of the ordinary world. I'm a little curious too. Yun Xian nodded in agreement after hearing Shen Fei's words. Yun Xian, stop drinking. I never thought your father was an alcoholic. Did you inherit his alcoholic trait? Although Han Lingxia had never met Yun Xian, she could easily guess from the wine immortal's words. Not to mention that Yun Xian had previously enjoyed wine at Liu Mengli's house. I understand. Facing Han Lingxia's serious expression, Yun Xian nodded quickly, indicating his understanding. Okay, now how do we get all this wine? Han Lingxia said, turning her attention to the flying wine jars in the sky. With the current number of wine jars, decorating the wine cans wouldn't be a problem, but the problem was that these wine jars were in the void and weren't so easy to obtain. Let me try, Liu Mengli said, and a long ribbon flew out from her sleeve, instantly wrapping around one of the wine jars in the sky and pulling it down. This is too slow. From what the wine immortal said, we know that there is a time limit. Once the time is exceeded, it will be difficult to pass. Although Liu Mengli's ribbon can catch the wine, the speed is so slow that it can only catch one jar at a time. Let me do it. Xian will be responsible for pouring the wine into the wine jar. Ladies, please take a rest, Shen Fei said as he sucked down the wine jar in the sky with a calm heart. This speed is naturally not comparable to Liu Mengli. After getting 99 jars of wine, the wine jar was full. This wine is not for you to drink now. If you drink it now, you don't have to think about passing the subsequent trials. Chapter 656, Kyongho Disciple, and guess I'll have to find another way to try it later. After learning from the wine immortal about the effects of a sip of Dream 1,000 Years, Shen Fei immediately gave up on trying it now. A sip of Dream 1,000 Years was the wine stored in those jars in the sky. To the wine immortal, it wasn't much, but for anyone else, one gulp might have knocked them out. Failing drunkenly during a trial level meant failure. While Shen Fei's current strength wouldn't necessarily have had that significant effect, there was no need to take the risk at this stage. Just like he could have secretly added the wine to the jars before, but Shen Fei ultimately chose not to. He couldn't afford to lose the big picture for the sake of a small gain. While the wine was good, it pales in comparison to the Kyongho sect's legacy, not to mention the fact that Shen Fei might gain something even better later. If he could reach the celestial realm, what would these mortal worldly possessions mean? Of course, Shen Fei didn't have the ability to reach the celestial realm right now. After all, he wasn't the reincarnation of Jingshan or Fi Pen. He could go to the celestial realm if he wanted to, but that didn't mean he couldn't in the future. When he reaches sufficient strength, he will definitely return to the celestial realm to meet Fuxi and change the fate of the Nuwa clan. The idea that only one Nuwa clan member can survive is simply too much. He'll also want to check out the heavenly realm to see if there are any peaches. While the sort of immortal world has immortals and gods, it's far less dangerous than worlds like Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. Not bad, very fast. I've passed this level. The next one, about color? With these two beautiful young ladies here, I can skip this one. The wine immortal nodded with a smile as he looked at Han Lingxia and Liu Mengli. Han Lingxia's face flushed at the wine immortal's words. Embarrassed and angry, she quickly said, "Immortal, you're mistaken. How could I possibly like this piece of wood? There's no such thing." Liu Mengli's face also flushed, and she raised her hand to cover it, but she didn't say much. You think Liu Mengli and I are a couple? Hearing the wine immortal's words, Shen Fei shook his head secretly. The wine immortal continued, "Whether you like me or not, you know for sure. I was just saying it casually." Yun Xian, on the other hand, immediately turned his gaze to Han Lingxia after hearing her words. He said, puzzled, "Lingxia, I didn't realize you hated me so much. I really like you. What are you talking about, you idiot?" What the immortal said is something completely different. Han Lingxia's face turned even redder after hearing Yun Xian's words. She wanted to explain, but for a moment she didn't know how. "Little girl, your liking for me is not the same as my liking for you. You're talking about friendship, While I'm talking about love between men and women, the wine immortal said with a smile. What's the difference? Yun-Shian asked, scratching his head repeatedly and looking at the wine immortal with a puzzled look. Yun-Shian had a habit of scratching his head when faced with a question he couldn't understand. Haha, you're asking me that question. Unfortunately, I'm an immortal, so I can't answer you. The specifics of love in this world are probably only understood by the person involved. You just need to understand who you most want to be with. And who makes you happiest and most comfortable. That's the person you love, the drunken immortal said, shaking his head slightly. I'm very happy with Lingsha, and the same goes for Mengli. Yun-Shian, after hearing the drunken immortal's words, nodded as if understanding. Okay, let's talk about that later. Right now, passing the trial is more important. Yun-Shian's words made Han Lingsha feel both embarrassed and angry, and she immediately changed the subject. That's right. If you can't transcend the worldly passions, what's the point of seeking immortality? The drunken immortal said, waving his right hand. A circle of light immediately appeared in front of him. If achieving immortality means becoming an emotionless being, then what's the difference between you and a stone? Is there any point in seeking immortality like that? After hearing the drunken immortal's words, Shen Fei couldn't help but think. He wanted immortality for greater enjoyment, not to become stone-like. Then what was the point of seeking immortality? Why do the wealthy in the Marvel Universe spend so much every year on extending their lifespans? Isn't it all about extending their enjoyment? Of course, there was no need to share this thought with the wine immortal. From his appearance, Shen Fei could probably guess he was an immortal related to alcohol, not a human immortal. Theoretically, he should be a demon immortal. Being non-human, he naturally couldn't understand human emotions. Thank you, immortal. With that, the four of them headed towards the circle of light. By the way, after the Kaionho sect was destroyed, was this person still alive, or did he perish with it? As they stepped onto the circle of light, Shen Fei glanced at the wine immortal again with curiosity. This should be the place of wealth. Through the aperture, Shen Fei immediately discovered he had arrived at a magnificent place, filled with all sorts of rare treasures, especially gold. In front of the four people stood a stern-faced middle-aged man, holding a massive gold ingot in his left hand and a golden whip in his right. Amidst this, a mighty black tiger sat. Even though Shen Fei possessed a vast amount of gold, he had never considered the weight of such a massive ingot. How do we get through this level? Liu Mengli, her expression unchanged, took a glance at the surrounding treasures. Unlike the wine level, which was easily passable unless one was a heavy drinker, the wealth level was much more challenging. With rare treasures and gold everywhere, it was unlikely anyone would be as calm as the four of them. Liu Mengli was naturally indifferent, and even the sight of such wealth didn't evoke any particular feelings. Han Lingsha wasn't quite as indifferent, but saving her own clan was paramount, so she wasn't dazzled by the wealth around her. Shen Fei remained unmoved, quite naturally. Speaking of wealth, his treasure room was even more luxurious, especially the gold he'd acquired from the world of girls' last journey, enough to build a golden city. Yun-Shian's situation was even simpler. From the beginning to the end, he had no concept of money. Strictly speaking, he was the calmest of the four. While the other three were more or less stunned by the wealth around them, Yun-Shian remained completely calm. I didn't expect that after all these years, a disciple of the Kaionho sect would finally come to challenge us. I'm the god of wealth. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Just make me happy. The self-proclaimed god of wealth was initially surprised upon seeing the four people, but quickly regained his usual serious demeanor. So, how can I make you happy? Liu Mengli continued. Just give me 10 gems, that's fine. I only want the most precious 9-eyed stone. I don't care about anything else, the god of wealth continued. 9-eyed stone, I've never heard of it. What does it look like? Han Lingsha immediately pressed. How can you be so ignorant? You can tell at a glance that you're incapable of making money and destined to be poor. The 9-eyed stone is a golden gem. I've wasted my time teaching you. Now I'm collecting 11 9-eyed stones, the god of wealth added another gem. Isn't it 10? Why one more? Han Lingsha looked puzzled. You ask, and I answer. Of course I need revenge. Now I'm collecting 12, the god of wealth said, his expression unchanged. No way. I heard that the god of wealth always gives money away. How come you're so greedy? The god of wealth's words almost stunned Han Lingsha. The god of wealth in heaven has a lot of them. Just look at my outfit, and you'll know it's not cheap. If I don't try to amass wealth, Where would I get it to give away? Now I'm collecting 13, the god of wealth remained calm. Han Lingsha, however, was losing her composure. Just as she was about to say something, Liu Mengli stopped her. Lingsha, keep quiet. The more we talk, the more gems he'll want. You're quite clever, young lady. That's right, you've got 14 now. The god of wealth gave Liu Mengli a look of approval. You, Han Lingsha said, her voice furious, not knowing what to say. What do you mean by you? Think more about the girl next to you and learn from her. She's much smarter than you are. For her sake, this time is free, let's go. The god of wealth's words immediately set Han Lingsha on a tirade. Fortunately, she knew there was no way to argue with the god of wealth, so she turned around and prepared to go find the nine-eyed stone. In the game, finding the nine-eyed stone would require killing monsters, but now, they didn't need to. They just needed to find the nine-eyed stone among the numerous rare treasures and gold curios. Lingsha, I'm afraid there's a time limit this time. We have to hurry, Liu Mengli whispered as they reached the treasure pile. I'll shake these treasures apart. Keep an eye out, Shen Fei said, stomping his foot on the ground, instantly sending the pile of treasures before him soaring into the sky. That should be it. Yun Xian, on his side, was quick to grab a golden gemstone, a nine-sided shape, which is probably why it's called the nine-eyed stone. 14 is enough, the four of them worked together, and they quickly found 14 nine-eyed stones. For anyone else, acquiring so many nine-eyed stones so quickly wouldn't be so easy. Firstly, Shen Fei's strength, and secondly, their attitude towards wealth. Others might not have the same indifference as the four of them regarding such wealth, and they might even take advantage of it to hoard some. Wait a minute, find a few more. Just as Liu Mengli was about to stop, Han Lingsha suggested continuing the search. Why? Liu Mengli asked curiously. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to get him to exempt us from the next trial? If the Wine Immortal hadn't exempted them from the lust test, Han Lingsha wouldn't have thought of such a thing. But with the precedent they had, and the god of wealth's high regard for the nine-eyed stone, perhaps they could give it a try. That's a good idea. Let's continue. After the group obtained 29-eyed stones, they approached the god of wealth. God of wealth, are these the gems you requested? Arriving beside the god of wealth, Han Lingsha immediately took out all the nine-eyed stones. Here are the nine-eyed stones you requested, 14 of them. 6 more. Since the god of wealth values these gems so highly, they must be extremely valuable. Taking them back with us is a great way to make money. After handing the 14 nine-eyed stones to the god of wealth, Han Lingsha glanced at the 6 nine-eyed stones in her palm and gave him a sly smile. These gems are not ordinary, they cannot be taken away. The god of wealth, who had always maintained a serious and reserved demeanor, changed his expression once he saw the nine-eyed stones in Han Lingsha's hand. Why can't I take it? You didn't tell me before. As the god of wealth, it's rare for me to go back on my word. Business is all about reputation. Going back on one's word is a cardinal sin. Open the passage to the next level, Lord God of Wealth, Han Lingsha said, putting the nine-eyed stone away. How bold of you. Don't think the god of wealth only knows how to count money and not fight. The god of wealth raised his golden whip, and the black tiger beneath him roared in anger. Want to fight? I'll do it, Yun Xian said, wielding the Wangshu sword and stepping forward to block Han Lingsha. Shen Fei, on his part, swung his sword, sending a crescent-shaped sword energy slashing towards the god of wealth. However, his target wasn't the god of wealth, but the gold ingot he held in his other hand. The god of wealth blocked Shen Fei's sword energy with his golden whip. While it blocked the sword energy, its immense power still forced the black tiger beneath him to step back 3 steps. While the god of wealth, the drunken immortal, and the flying girl could be considered immortals, their true strength wasn't particularly formidable. They wouldn't even be able to defeat Shen Fei, let alone some of the martial arts masters of the Sword and Fairy world. Their immortality was likely limited to their lifespan. You four are truly heroes. I was just joking, just kidding. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Having taken Shen Fei's blow head-on, the god of wealth's demeanor suddenly changed, losing his previous serious demeanor and adopting an ingratiating smile. Throughout the Qianhou sect's history, countless people have sought to challenge it, but only you, young lady, are so focused on collecting gems. You're truly a rare talent, so clever. I remember someone saying before that I'm not very clever. Han Lingsha was initially startled by the god of wealth's change of heart. She had only wanted to test the waters to see if it was feasible. If the god of wealth insisted, she would definitely give him the nine-eyed stone. Who said that? That's completely blind. Talent like you is rare. Alright, enough with the compliments. If you want all the gems, fine. Just let us pass the rest of the trials as well, Han Lingxia stated directly. That's against the rules. The god of wealth looked a bit embarrassed. Is it against the rules? Well, forget it. I like these gems anyway, let's talk it over. We're also familiar with each other. I'll make an exception this time. The god of wealth waved his golden whip, and a halo resembling the one with the drunken immortal appeared. Exit here and you'll reach the Kaonho secta gem. Here you go. Seeing the halo appear, Han Lingxia immediately gave the remaining nine-eyed stone to the god of wealth. Let's go. As Han Lingxia reached the edge of the halo, she turned back and waved to the god of wealth. Goodbye, all four of you, goodbye. The god of wealth smile vanished as he saw Han Lingxia and the other three disappear. Damn you little brats, don't let me see you again. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Chapter 657, Flying with a Sword. You're back. Much sooner than I expected. Looking at the Kaonho sect's headmaster, Suyao, nodding continuously from the podium ahead, and her words, the four of them understood that they had passed the test and were now eligible to join the Kaonho sect master. We've passed the test. Although Suyao's words had already confirmed their success, Han Lingxia still wanted to confirm it. Yes, from now on, you are disciples of the Kaonho sect. Suyao nodded gently, then turned her gaze to Yun Xian and said, Yun Xian, may I see the sword you carry? Here, okay. Upon hearing Suyao's words, Yun Xian immediately removed the Wangshu sword from his back. Just as he was about to step forward and hand it to Suyao, the Wangshu sword suddenly flew out of his hand and flew towards her. Master, do you recognize this sword? Yun Xian asked, noting that Suyao's eyes were fixed on the Wangshu sword. Has this sword changed in any way recently? Yun Xian's words immediately drew Suyao's gaze away from the Wangshu sword. With a wave of his hand, the sword slowly flew towards Yun Xian. Master, how could you have known that one day this sword would suddenly glow and become so powerful that I could barely control it? In the end, I accidentally destroyed my parents' tomb. Yun Xian looked at Suyao in surprise as he took the Wangshu sword. This sword is extraordinary. You must take good care of it. Our Kaonho sect has always revered the sword. We refine swords and cultivate immortality, reaching the state of unity between man and nature. You have a divine weapon in hand since you first entered the sect naturally. Your cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Suyao suddenly said to the side, Ziying, come in. Disciple Murin Ziying has come here by order. As Suyao finished speaking, Murin Ziying, dressed in a blue shirt, walked in from the outside. He walked straight to the side of the four people and saluted respectfully towards Suyao. His eyes did not shift in the slightest, as if he did not see Shen Fei and the other three. You four, I originally wanted an elder of the Zhuan generation to teach you personally, but unfortunately, he's out and has not returned. This is Murin Ziying. In terms of seniority, he is your uncle. For the time being, he will teach you the ways of cultivating immortality. Suyao turned her gaze to Murin Ziying and continued. Ziying, you will be in charge of teaching these four disciples who are entering and leaving the sect for the time being. Your cultivation is outstanding among your peers, but you have never had any experience in teaching disciples. This time is just the right opportunity to gain experience. Yes, I will teach them with all my heart and live up to the orders of the master, Murin Ziying immediately said respectfully. Okay, you can take them downstairs and settle them down first, Suyao said, flicking his sleeves, and motioned for the group to leave. Yes, disciple, take your leave, Murin Ziying said, and immediately turned to face Shen Fei and the other three, motioning the four to leave with him. Wangshu, Suyu, after Murin Ziying and his group of five left the Kaonho Palace, Suyao, who had been calm, immediately became gloomy, and his right hand, which was behind his back, unconsciously clenched tightly. Suyao had always considered herself exceptionally gifted among the Kaonho sect's disciples. It wasn't until the Kaonho sect's then leader chose a new junior sister, Nader, when the sect was selecting the bearers of the Yai sword and Wangshu sword. Only then did Suyao realize that she wasn't considered the best by the sect's elders. When Suyao took the Wangshu sword from Yun Xian, it wasn't simply to see it, but to see if she could activate it. Suyao always wanted to prove she was no less capable than anyone else. If she could, It would mean the Kaonho sect's elders had been wrong. However, while her intentions were good, reality dealt her a harsh blow. She injected spiritual energy into the Wangshu sword, but there was no reaction. This result proved one thing: she would never be as good as Suyu. In her previous conversation with Yun Xian, Suyu had only mentioned Yun Xian King, not Suyu at all. He didn't even mention Suyu. Really? Shen Fei, exiting Kaonho Palace, glanced back at the palace and shook his head. Zing, surprise, right? Now we're also disciples of the Kaonho sect. The 5 of them arrived at the square in front of the Kaonho sect. Han Lingxia said to Murin Ziyang with a smile. Don't be rude. Call me Uncle Master. Murin Ziyang looked at Han Lingxia sternly, correcting her. Well, Uncle Master, do you know my father? His name is Yun Xian King. The sect master said before that he's also a disciple here. Yun Xian immediately followed suit, calling Murin Ziyang Uncle Master, and then asked about Yun Xian King's situation. I've never heard of him. Since you're new to our sect, you should focus on your cultivation and not worry about other things, Uncle Master Ziyang, Uncle Master Ziyang. Just as Murin Ziyang was about to say something else, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the distance, and 2 familiar figures ran over. It was Huaishuo and Zuanji. Everyone, it seems you've passed the test. We should be fellow disciples now. Huaishuo arrived, bowing to Murin Ziyang, then smilingly greeted Shen Fei and the others. Really? Then I'm not the youngest anymore. You have to call me senior sister. Zhuanji looked very excited after hearing what Huaishuo said. Huaishuo, you came at the right time. They are new disciples. You should take them to the disciple room to settle down first, and provide them with necessary supplies, as well as let them understand the rules of the Kaonho sect. After Murin Ziyang handed Shen Fei and the other 4 to Huaishuo, he immediately turned around and left. Uncle Master, I'm here to help too, Zhuanji shouted at Murin Ziyang's back. Is Uncle Master your master? After Murin Ziyang left, Huaishuo looked at the 4 people and asked with a puzzled look. No, the headmaster said that Uncle Master Ziyang will teach us temporarily. Liu Mengli said what Su Yao had said before. Uncle Master Ziyang, although he looks young, his cultivation is no less than that of the elders. Huaishuo said this and immediately changed the subject. It's getting late, I'd like to take you on a tour of the Kaonho sect. This is Jian Whooping, where Kaonho disciples practice, under the guidance of Huaishuo and Zuanji. Shen Fei and the other 3 quickly understood the general layout and overall system of the Kaonho sect. Besides the sect leader, the sect's elders are divided into 4 positions: Wei, Suwu, Shengxing, and Hejian. These 4 positions are responsible for supervising the behavior of disciples, guiding them in immortal swordsmanship, and mastering and teaching the sect's secret sword-making techniques, each with its own distinct responsibilities. Above these, there are Zhangfa elders, who oversee the other elders. Under each elder, there are deacon disciples who assist the elders. Beyond these, there are also retired supreme elders. These individuals generally practice in seclusion, and only emerge when faced with a major event that threatens the sect's survival. Shen Fei and the others were naturally new disciples. As new disciples, many areas were temporarily off-limits. Huaishuo only took them on a tour of the sword dance terrace, the disciple quarters, and the dining hall. He briefly introduced areas like the 5-spirit sword pavilion, the sword forest, the library, the alchemy room, and the Valley of Reflection. Huaishuo emphasized the Valley of Reflection, where Kaonho disciples faced the wall to reflect on their mistakes. It seemed Huaishuo had anticipated that one of the 4 would visit there sooner or later. The 5-spirit sword pavilion was the Kaonho sect's place of swords. Upon reaching a certain level, Kaonho disciples could choose a sword from there to use as a direct sword control tool. The library contained books on Kaonho sect cultivation methods and history. After a brief tour, Huaishuo and Zuanji took the 4 to collect their necessary supplies: Kaonho sect uniforms, the swords needed for sword control, and the rules of initiation. Huaishuo and Zuanji then led the 4 people to the male and female disciple quarters, respectively. The Kaonho sect's male and female disciples lived in separate quarters. However, as a sword immortal sect, the so-called disciple quarters weren't like university dormitories, with multiple students sharing a room. Instead, each student had their own room, and the rooms were quite large. Yun Xian was lucky, his assigned room had 2 stone lions in front of it. Shen Fei's room happened to be next to Yun Xian's, and Han Lingxia and Liu Mengli's room seemed to be next door as well. This coincidence must have been orchestrated by Huaishuo. Finally in. Now it depends on when the fantasy world appears. It should be a while. Shen Fei, already dressed in his Kaonho sect uniform, lay in bed, contemplating the situation in the fantasy world. Although in the game, the fantasy world appeared not long after Shi-E entered the Kaonho sect, that was still a game. Considering what Shi-E and his group had experienced, it must have taken at least half a year. The food here has no taste at all. In the evening, in the cafeteria of Kaonho sect, Shi-E almost protested while eating the simple food. Kaonho sect has at least hundreds of disciples. With so many disciples, it is impossible for all of them to reach the level of fasting. A cafeteria is definitely indispensable. Although Kaonho sect also has fasting pills, these pills are even more unappetizing than those simple foods. Grains are turbid air. People like us who practice immortality can completely collect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to be self-sufficient, perhaps because Shen Fei and others are not used to many of the rules of Kaonho sect. Huaishou and Xuanji rarely accompany them to eat together. Huaishou's strength has actually reached the level of fasting, but Xuanji has not. In order to accompany my lovely junior sister, Huaishou usually eats with her. What are the 5 grains? Shi-E immediately asked curiously. The so-called 5 grains are, Shi immediately explained on the side. Then what about eating meat instead of grains? After hearing Shi's explanation, Shi-E suddenly had a brilliant idea that made Xuanji burst out laughing. Even Xuanji hadn't expected Shi-E to say this, and for a moment, Huaishou didn't know how to refute it. Okay, Shi-E, don't forget we're here to learn swordplay. For now, just make do with it. Think about your flying swords and hunting wild boars. Finally, Shi's words calmed Shi-E. For Huaishou, Xuanji, and the others, if nothing unexpected happened, they would spend their entire lives in the Kaonho sect. However, Shen Fei and the other 4 had never envisioned staying there forever. They had each come to the sect for their own purpose, and once they achieved their goals, they would leave. Morning lessons. This guy's still asleep. The next morning, Shen Fei left his room early. Sensing Shi-E was still asleep, he immediately pushed open his door and walked in. Kaonho sect disciples have morning classes every day, something Huaishou had emphasized yesterday. Of the 4, Shi-E was probably the only one who paid no attention to this. A wild boar again. You'll eat all the wild boars on Kinglun Peak sooner or later. Hearing Shi-E's careless mumbling, Shen Fei immediately stepped forward to wake him. Morning class, what is it for? I don't know. I'll find out when I go. As he spoke, Shi-E had already changed into the Kaonho sect disciple uniform. It's true that clothes make a man appear more like a woman than a woman. Changing into the Kaonho sect uniform, Shi-E's demeanor instantly changed, a world of difference from before. Shi-E, you're really not expecting this. Arriving at Jian Whooping, Shi and Liu Mengli had already arrived. Seeing Shi-E's new look, their eyes lit up. Shi immediately began to circle around him, nodding in satisfaction as she did so. Your clothes look great. While Shi and Liu Mengli were amazed at Shi-E's transformation, Shi was equally astonished. So, who do you think looks best among us? Shi asked immediately. Equally beautiful, Shi, though usually a bit vacant, never made a mistake when it mattered most. After remarking on their equally beautiful appearance, he immediately changed the subject, asking when they'd have dinner. You haven't changed, you only care about eating, Shi said, then suddenly stopped talking, her gaze directed towards the other side of Jian Whooping. There, nearly 100 Kaonho sect disciples gathered to practice swordsmanship, all at the same level of sword control, maintaining it. The scene was truly breathtaking. Everyone's here. I'll teach you the Kaonho sect's introductory techniques now. While the Kaonho sect disciples were practicing, Muran Ziyang arrived. Without further ado, he took the 4 of them to a secluded area of Jian Whooping and began to teach them the Kaonho sect's cultivation techniques. The Kaonho sect's cultivation realm, from the initial entry level to the final highest realm, is said to have a total of 16 realms. However, it is said that apart from the founder of the sect, no subsequent disciples have cultivated to the 16th level. In the history of the Kaonho sect, the founder of the Kaonho sect ascended to become an immortal. The Kaonho sect naturally believed this legend, but Shen Fei had other ideas. After all, almost all the founders of the immortal sects in the Xianjian world ascended to become immortals. He was very clear about how difficult it was to become an immortal in the Xianjian world. Those who cultivate their mortals are different. Those who cultivate their mortals are stronger than those who practice martial arts. Even if it is just the introductory mental method, it has already surpassed most martial arts mental methods. When are we going to eat? The time of cultivation passed very quickly. The morning class time was over quickly, and Yun-Shian immediately called for dinner. Grains are turbid air. You have just started, and this period of time is critical. This is the Kigen pill. You need to practice hard within a week. Muren Ziyang directly refused Yun-Shian's request to eat, took out the Kigen pill, and gave one to each of them. Chapter 658 Sedum Ancestor. Oh, who, 3 days later, above the Kyonho sect, Yun-Shian, atop a flying sword, soared freely and excitedly. Further up to Yun-Shian's right, Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli stood side by side on flying swords, quietly watching Yun-Shian play in the air. As for Shen Fei, he sat on a flying sword, above and to Yun-Shian's left, overlooking the entire Kyonho sect. From this height, the Kyonho sect seemed insignificant, its outline barely visible. The most prominent feature was the sword forest, a forest of swords filled with numerous stone pillars resembling swords. No one knew how these things came to be. Shen Fei, Yun-Shian, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli were all exceptionally gifted. After learning sword control from Muren Ziyang, they could soar directly into the air on the second day, and on the third day, today, they could fly freely. Such rapid training astounded Muren Ziyang and Hua Shi-Wu. Hua Shi-Wu, once praised by his master as a gifted individual, had only mastered sword flight in about a week. Zuanji, on the other hand, had taken about 10 days. Seeing the force's progress, Zuanji, who hadn't practiced much, felt a surge of urgency and pressed Hua Shi-Wu to take her on a training mission. Kyonho sect's new disciples typically master sword flight within a month. This is the fundamental skill for becoming a sword immortal. If they can't even master it, they simply can't become a qualified sword immortal. Of course, this sword flight is different from Yun-Shian's current free-flying abilities. For ordinary disciples, sword flight simply involves being able to fly steadily while standing on a flying sword, with no particular speed requirements. Those who can't even achieve this are dismissed from the Kyonho sect despite the four's rapid progress. Muren Ziyang didn't praise them much, perhaps fearing they might become too proud. Perhaps because it was his first time teaching disciples, Muren Ziyang was incredibly attentive and constantly monitored their training. Mengli, Lingsha, a Fei, junior master isn't here, let's go out and take a look. A week later, Muren Ziyang had other things to do, so he sent the 4 of them off to practice. Yun-Shian immediately thought of going out. Cultivating immortals was incredibly boring. If Muren Ziyang hadn't been watching closely, Yun-Shian would have been tempted to leave long ago after learning to fly with his sword. Although Han Lingsha didn't want to call Muren Ziyang Uncle Master, facing his formality, she ultimately called him Uncle Master, adding a small syllable. Yun-Shian quickly followed suit. I didn't expect cultivating immortals to be so boring. Anyway, flying with a sword means we can be back quickly. Let's go. Han Lingsha immediately agreed, and Liu Mengli soon followed suit. With a 3-to-1 advantage, and Shen Fei also curious about the situation around the Kyonho sect, the 4 of them flew out of the Kyonho sect's territory. This didn't violate Kyonho sect rules. After all, there were no specific boundaries for practicing flying with a sword. There's a bear over there. After the group flew out of the Kyonho sect's range, Shen Fei quickly understood why Yun-Shian wanted to leave. His cravings had kicked in. He was utterly depressed from constantly consuming Kyonho sect's fasting pills and other vegetarian foods. Sure enough, hunting is much easier. Upon seeing the bear, Yun-Shian immediately flew down on his sword and, using his sword technique, dispatched the over 3-meter tall brown bear with a single strike. Then, excitedly grasping his flying sword, he began to dismember the bear. Flying and sword techniques are the 2 signature skills of a sword immortal. With the talents of Shen Fei and the other 3, they naturally mastered them quickly, especially Yun-Shian. He had probably already envisioned using sword techniques for hunting, so his progress was remarkable. Liu Mengli, observing Yun-Shian's actions, was about to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Shen Fei watched from the side for a moment before immediately going over to help. He, like Yun-Shian, was also feeling a bit cravings. The 2 of them quickly dismembered a large brown bear, not even needing to fetch water from the nearby stream. Shen Fei summoned water with his water magic to clean it. Yun-Shian then fetched his ingredients and began grilling with his flying sword. Unfortunately, Yun Xian's first attempt at grilling failed. Perhaps due to his impatience, he used fire magic, failing to control the heat and burning the bear meat. Under Shen Fei's guidance, Yun Xian, who had originally shown little interest in magic, developed a taste for it. For example, Shen Fei explained that with his fire magic, he wouldn't need to start a fire in the wild. Yun Xian was thrilled, saying that if he had known this, he wouldn't have to bother with the wood, as it was sometimes difficult to light. Shen Fei also lured Yun Xian into learning other earth and water-based magics. Water-based magic could create water, eliminating the need to fetch it. Earth-based magic could be used to build houses and stoves. Wind-based magic could clear garbage, and thunder-based magic could immobilize people. Because it affected his hunting convenience, Yun Xian also developed a keen interest in the five spirits magic. After all, Yun Xian spent most of his time doing nothing, so cultivating magic was the best option. You'll need to practice this slowly. For now, just use it for lighting fires. Mastering the temperature of fire-based magic was not easy. For Yun Xian, fire-based magic could only be used for lighting fires. As Shen Fei spoke, he used his flying sword to chop a large amount of firewood. He then used earth-based magic to create a grill and set Yun Xian's flying sword on it to grill. In the end, Yun Xian ate most of the big brown bear, followed by Shen Fei. Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli ate relatively little. They then grilled the remaining bear meat and stored it away, intending to take it back home and hide it for later snacks. Shen Fei, however, saved the bear paws, which proved difficult to grill, for later use. This outdoor barbecue finally lifted Yun Xian's gloomy mood, and he naturally continued his training with Muren. So everyone's perception of sword flying is wrong. Due to the four's rapid progress and Shen Fei's persistent questioning, Muren gave them a brief overview of the various realms of sword control. Flying with a flying sword underfoot is a standard feature of nearly all sword immortals, and it's also the common perception of them. However, this is merely the beginning of the art. The highest realm of sword control doesn't require a flying sword, it simply involves harnessing the sword's light to fly. When the previous leader of the Qianhou sect, taking Zhenren, battled Chaniao of the illusionary realm, he controlled sword light. Whether flying, defending, or attacking, it was all done with sword light. However, sword immortals who reach this level are extremely rare in the cultivation world. While ordinary people only see ordinary sword immortals, over time, the public's impression of sword immortals is one of gracefully soaring on flying swords. This stereotype is also due to another factor. For sword immortals, flying with a sword is only used to travel. In such situations, stepping on a tangible sword is more convenient and energy-saving than flying with sword light. After all, sword light requires spiritual energy. While short-distance travel is not a problem, long-distance travel is extremely energy-intensive. In contrast, a tangible sword allows even ordinary warriors to fly thousands of miles. In such a situation, the choice of flight method is a no-brainer. Furthermore, even from a visual perspective, flying on a flying sword looks more elegant than simply flying through the air. I didn't expect the water spirit pearl to be in the Qianhou sect. It's such a waste to enshrine such a precious treasure. As time passed, Shen Fei and the other three quietly cultivated in the Qianhou sect through conversations with fellow disciples like Wai Shuo and Zhuangji. They gradually learned a great deal about the sect. For example, the water spirit pearl, one of the 5 spirit pearls, was in the Qianhou sect and was its most precious treasure. The water spirit pearl's greatest function was to slowly transform a person's aptitude. Li Xiaoyao from the first game of Legend of Sword and Fairy was the greatest beneficiary. By the way, did Muren ever use the water spirit pearl as a child? Well, given Su Yao's personality, she probably wouldn't give him one. The Qianhou sect's possession of the water spirit pearl made Shen Fei momentarily think that Muren had come into contact with it, but Su Yao's personality immediately dismissed this idea. Meanwhile, Shen Fei and the other 3 naturally learned of the impending demon world invasion. Yun Xian and Han Lingsha naturally expressed their willingness to help the Qianhou sect fight the demon world. Liu Mengli also supported the idea, though it seemed her memory hadn't yet recovered. Junior Master has gone out to exorcise demons. Let's go to Chensao today. After Muren gave them some instructions, he left a mountain. Yun Xian immediately considered leaving Qianhou sect. Okay, the 4 of them then left, citing their sword flying training as a pretext. Many Qianhou sect disciples left with this excuse, many heading to Boxing Town for food and drinks. Yun Xian wasn't the only one who couldn't stand the Qianhu sex food. Mengli, do you want to go home? Han Lingxia suddenly said to Liu Mengli as the four of them landed on the outskirts of Chenzhou. At the speed of sword flying, the distance from Chenzhou to Shaoan County wasn't far. Let's talk about it later, Liu Mengli said after a moment's silence. If it were Liu Mengli, who had just left Shaoan County and mastered the art of sword flying, she would definitely go home to see her parents. However, after spending so many days in Qianhu sect, although Liu Mengli hadn't regained her memory, she was showing signs of it. Those blurry shadows had made Liu Mengli smile less recently. Shen Fei and Han Lingxia had naturally noticed, which led to Han Lingxia's desire to get Liu Mengli home. Han Lingxia assumed Liu Mengli was homesick, but Yun Xian seemed oblivious. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda is no longer in its glory. The four of them arrived in Chenzhou and first visited the inn for a hearty meal. There, they also heard a flurry of news from the Jianghu. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda was embroiled in a major upheaval due to the death of the Qin family's daughter-in-law and the disappearance of the holy light atop the pagoda, which was a crystal bead. This had caused many wealthy and powerful individuals to move their family tablets away. The disappearance of the pagoda's holy light was naturally Shen Fei's doing. When he and Hu Ishuo and the others left Chenzhou, he had deliberately left behind a shadow clone. Shen Fei had originally intended to destroy the spiritual bead, but considering its rarity, he opted for a subtle substitution, choosing a time when the holy light was radiating, revealing the true nature of the light. Besides the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, there were many other stories in the Jianghu, such as the appearance of a demon in a certain place, and the heroic hero who had come to exterminate it. The most famous of these was naturally the man from the Lin family fort, known for his mastery of the two swords. Let's go, let's explore Chenzhou today. After leaving the inn, the four of them prepared to explore Chenzhou thoroughly. Last time, they had been helping Qin Ji in searching for Wei Shuo and the others, so they hadn't really explored Chenzhou much. The Thousand Buddha Pagoda was once a magnificent sight in Chenzhou, but unfortunately, they hadn't been in the mood to appreciate it the last time they went there to help Qin Ji. Now, it's in decline and worthless. However, Chenzhou still has many beautiful places, such as the Yilanjesh, another one of Chenzhou's most beautiful sights. No wealthy, powerful, or self-proclaimed romantic who visited Chenzhou would miss it. Unfortunately, Shen Fei had to miss it. Because the Yilanjesh was a place similar to the Zilin Pavilion, Han Lingxia naturally couldn't introduce such a place to Yun Xian. Shen Fei had heard about it from others. Should we bring the glass and perfume to this world? Speaking of which, Liu Mengli is definitely inventing perfume. Shen Fei naturally didn't want to give up on the unique resources of the Xianjian world. Its medicinal properties were far more potent than those in other worlds, and collecting them required money. Shen Fei certainly had plenty of money, but he also had another goal, to see if he could find information about the other 5 spiritual pearls. The four of them strolled around and soon came upon a crowded area. It was a makeshift calligraphy and painting shop. Han Lingxia's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she immediately walked over. I was wondering who you were. So you, Chenzhou's most talented scholar, are still selling these things. How many have you sold? You're pretending to be the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains again. None of your business. The man selling calligraphy and paintings, a 17 or 18-year-old dressed like a scholar, immediately changed his expression upon seeing Han Lingxia. Hibiscus dances in circles, swaying left and right like a duck. Her waving sleeves and twisting waist are so graceful, it makes my heart blossom. Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he looked at one of the paintings hanging on the wall. He was at a loss for words about both the painting and the poem accompanying it. The beauty in the painting resembled hibiscus, a larger version of it. Add to that the poem, and it's no wonder so many people gathered. It was a shame, though, that despite the large crowd, no one wanted to buy. Although the paintings were very cheap, only 10 yuan, the paper alone cost more than 10 yuan. Liu Mengli, standing nearby, burst into laughter after seeing the poem. Of the four, Liu Mengli was undoubtedly the most talented poet. Naturally, Shen Fei wasn't interested in such a painting, but Han Lingxia seemed quite interested. After a few words, the young man immediately prepared to close the shop and walked over with Han Lingxia. This is young Master Jing Yang. Chapter 659, 3 Cold Weapons, Part 1. Jing, this guy couldn't be Jing Dian's ancestor, could he? After hearing Han Lingxia's introduction to the calligraphy and painting vendor, this thought immediately popped into Shen Fei's mind. He couldn't help but carefully examine the young master, dressed like a typical scholar, seemingly powerless. Even in the world of immortal heroes, in the mortal realm, the philosophy persisted that all things were inferior, only learning was superior. Jianghu people who sought immortality were considered unprofessional. For example, Yun Xianqing was considered unprofessional and expelled from the Yun family. The Yun family, while not small or insignificant in the mortal realm, was considered an aristocratic family and had been rewarded by the emperor. Let's go to the Baoqi Bank. After briefly introducing Jing Yang's identity and situation, Han Lingxi immediately led everyone to the Chenshao Bank to withdraw money to lend to Jing Yang. It turns out that Jing Yang's father was Jing Huan, formerly the Minister of Rights of the Imperial Court. He had won the top 3 places in the imperial examination, but because he offended the Prime Minister, he was framed and dismissed from office. He subsequently fell seriously ill. Because he was an incorrupt official, he didn't have much money, and his illness left him without even the money for medical treatment or medicine. Of course, some people took advantage of this. When Jing Huan was the Minister of Rights, his house was bustling with guests. Now, after his dismissal, his house was deserted, and even his relatives ignored him. It was under these circumstances that Jing Yang was forced to put aside his heirs and sell calligraphy and paintings. Those paintings and calligraphy were once Jing Yang's own. When Jing Huan was the Minister of Rights, his paintings and poems were highly praised by many. It was under these circumstances that he earned the title of Chenchao's most talented scholar. However, in reality, Jing Yang's paintings were only slightly better than those of a sole painter. "Boss, take out 500 taels." Arriving at the Baoqi Bank, Han Lingxi immediately produced her receipt and began withdrawing money. Upon seeing her receipt, the counter clerk immediately ushered the group into a private room with a smile on their faces, and then called the boss over. The money on Han Lingxi's receipt was a string of zeros, a true rich woman. Money in this world has a very high purchasing power. 500 taels may not sound like much, but in reality, it's almost a huge sum. In the Xianjian world, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 wen, and 500 taels is 500,000 wen. When Yun Xian first came down the mountain, the zhuangzi he had eaten were only 1 wen each. With this conversion, 500 taels is a huge sum. Fake world's most beautiful woman, are you attracted to me? Although you are a quack and not the real world's most beautiful woman, I don't despise you. I will marry you as my principal wife and will not let you suffer any injustice. Looking at the huge sum of money Han Lingxi had lent, Jing Yang was shocked. Ever since his father was dismissed from office, he had truly experienced the warmth and coldness of the world. Now Han Lingxi was helping him in his time of need. Jing Yang's first impression was that Han Lingxi had fallen in love with him, otherwise why would she be willing to lend him such a large sum of money? Shut up. This money is not for you, it's a loan, and it's for interest, for a period of 10 years. You must repay it according to the interest, otherwise it will be compounded interest. Jing Yang's words made Han Lingxi almost jump in anger. She directly made a harsh request. She had originally wanted to lend it to Jing Yang for free. Don't worry, Jing Yang, unfazed by Han Lingxi's request, confidently declared, I'll definitely return the money. When I was 9, I met a Taoist priest who, while fortune-telling, predicted that from my time onward, one of the Jing family would become a wealthy family member in Shu. A mere few hundred taels of silver is nothing to write home about. Jing Yang asked the bank's owner for pen and paper, wrote the IOU and the interest, and then, with a dozen or so taels of silver from the banker and the remaining receipts for the remaining several hundred taels, turned and prepared to leave. With the money, he could buy medicine for his father's illness. Given Jing Yang's physical condition, 500 taels of silver was undoubtedly too much for him. By the way, Jing Yang turned around the moment he walked out the door and said, my home is on the west bank of Longhu Lake, outside Quinjet City. Just ask there and you'll find out. With that, he immediately left. This fellow, I didn't expect you to pay me back, yet you're putting it off until the next life, the next. Who knows what kind of fabulously wealthy family will emerge from yours. After Jing Yang left, Han Lingxi was deeply frustrated. The 10-year deadline she'd set was merely a response to Jing Yang's earlier comments, but then Jing Yang brought up the fortune teller's words. A few generations later, there will be a wealthy man in Shu. I remember there was a wealthy man after Jingshan. It seems he's Jingshan's ancestor. Jingshan had many reincarnations, such as Demon Sword Long, his eldest brother. That was during the Warring States period. However, Among all these reincarnations, only Jingshan had regained his cultivation. Lingsha, are you really going to marry him? Just as Han Lingsha was feeling frustrated at Jingyang's desire to repay the money, Yun Xian suddenly asked. Yun Xian, you idiot! Yun Xian's words sent Han Lingsha into a rage, and she stormed out of the Baoki Bank. Hey, Liu Mengli looked at Yun Xian, who was scratching his head again, unsure of what he had said wrong, and shook her head helplessly. Don't tear it up. If you don't want it, give it to me. Shen Fei followed Han Lingsha out of the bank. Seeing Han Lingsha about to tear up Jingyang's IOU, he immediately intervened. Han Lingsha had never considered asking for repayment for the money she had given to Jingyang. She had lent the money to him because Jingyang's father, Jing Huan, was a good official, and over the years, Han Lingsha had helped many people along the way. Why do you really want him to pay it back? Of course not. I just thought of something interesting, Shen Fei said, extending his hand to the IOU in Han Lingsha's hand. Then I'll give it to you. Han Lingsha didn't think twice and simply handed the IOU to Shen Fei. I wonder what Jingshan will think when he sees this IOU. Will he pay it back, or not? Upon receiving the IOU, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile meaningfully, thinking of Jingshan's expression if he saw it in the future. Calculating the interest on the IOU, by Jingshan's time, it would have been almost hundreds of years. With such a long time and the interest compounding, if Jingshan really had to pay back the money, he would probably go bankrupt. Shen Fei hadn't thought of asking Jingshan to pay back the money. His idea was simple: if he met him in the future, he would tease Jingshan. Since he was able to come to the fourth version of the Legend of Sword and Fairy and meet Yun Xian and Liu Mengli, there was no guarantee that Shen Fei would not meet Jingshan, Wang Xiaohu, Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, Lin Yuru, and so on in the future. What are you thinking about? You are smiling so sinisterly. Han Lingsha suddenly tilted her head and looked at Shen Fei. Sinister? Shen Fei had just started to speak when Yun Xian and Liu Mengli came out and interrupted him. Okay, next, it's our secret time as girls. You guys go wait for us outside the city, Han Lingsha said as she walked to Liu Mengli and grabbed her arm. Lingsha, it's almost time to go back. I know, that's why I asked them to wait for us outside the city. We should go do some shopping, Han Lingsha whispered in Liu Mengli's ear, who nodded immediately. Got it. Shen Fei could probably guess what Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were going to do, some feminine products. So, without waiting for Yun Xian to start, Shen Fei immediately took Yun Xian away. The two of them didn't wait long outside the city before Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli returned together. Neither Han Lingsha nor Liu Mengli were the type to enjoy shopping, so naturally, their shopping was quick. The four of them flew back to Kaionho sect without causing any disturbance. Time passed, and the four of them continued their training in the Kaionho sect. Now that they could fly away, Yun Xian felt much more at ease. He no longer complained about the food at the Kaionho sect. At worst, he would go hunting or fly out to eat. For a while afterward, the four of them didn't always work together. Yun Xian sometimes accompanied Han Lingsha, sometimes Liu Mengli. As for Shen Fei, he was studying the Kaionho sect's talisman techniques and alchemy. While talismans and alchemy were taught in the Kaionho sect, they were rare. Much like swordsmithing, learning them required both interest and talent. While the Kaionho sect's talismans and alchemy weren't highly regarded, and didn't offer any remarkable achievements, they were sufficient for Shen Fei. Talismans were primarily used for warnings and trials. Talismans were placed throughout the Kaionho sect to prevent other disciples from trespassing into areas they shouldn't, such as the Kaionho sect's forbidden areas, the library, and the five-spirit sword pavilion. Elixirs primarily consisted of fasting pills, as well as healing pills. Those like the Juxin pill, which could increase cultivation, were extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Even the Shushan sect's most precious treasure, the red snow-flowing pearl pill, was merely a healing elixir with the power to bring the dead back to life. Some of the elixirs in the game were available in the Kaionho sect, such as the soul-restoring pill and the marching pill, but unfortunately, the heavenly fragrance life-sustaining dew was not. While elixirs existed, they certainly weren't as miraculous as in the game. So it's called the Headless Walker, not Xingshan? That's right. If it were Xingshan, it would be an insult to the great god Xingshan, while learning talismans. Shen Fei finally understood the name of the headless talisman spirit, wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Although Muren had repeatedly insisted that they should focus on cultivation at this stage and not be distracted by other things, neither Shen Fei nor Yun-Xian nor the others were inclined to listen. All four were exceptionally gifted. Muren had already mastered everything he'd been taught, yet he wasn't teaching them anything new. Even Yun-Xian could see something was amiss. Add to that the lack of an opportunity to meet the sect master, and the fact that the others knew little about Yun-Xian King's situation. This, combined with the frustrations of cultivating immortality, had Yun-Xian considering leaving the Qianhou sect. The main reason Yun-Xian hadn't left yet was his desire to contribute to the Qianhou sect's defense against the demon invasion. Of course, this also played a role in Yun-Xian's lack of meeting Zhuan Zhao. That evening, the four gathered to admire the moon. It was clear that the moon, viewed from the Qianhou sect, was something special. Recently, aside from attending Muren classes together, the four had spent their time apart. Shen Fei was studying and practicing the 5 spirits immortal arts and talismans, while Han Lingsha, naturally, was striving for immortality. Only Yun-Xian and Liu Mengli had less to do, so naturally they spent more time together. Speaking of the four of them in Qianhou sect, Shen Fei and Han Lingsha had good relationships with the other disciples, and both had to greet them. Yun-Xian and Liu Mengli had only spoken to Hua Isho, Zuanji, and a few other Qianhou disciples. I encountered something today in Chenzhou. Liu Mengli, sitting on the grass, recounted her experience with Yun-Xian. Yun-Xian's main purpose for Chenzhou was to enjoy a feast at the inn, which Liu Mengli, of course, paid for. Of the four, Yun-Xian was truly penniless. A magic array, trapping someone in a dream and causing them to lose their memories, that's simply too much. After Liu Mengli recounted the incident, Han Lingsha immediately erupted in anger. The story began when Liu Mengli and Yun-Xian stumbled upon a notice seeking a doctor while strolling through Chenzhou. After asking others about the situation, they went to see the patient, determined to save the patient. Liu Mengli's expertise in creating various incense, coupled with her extensive reading as a child, paved the way for her medical prowess beyond the reach of ordinary doctors. Furthermore, this patient didn't appear ill at all. As expected, upon arriving, Liu Mengli discovered that the patient, Miss Yang, wasn't ill, but rather trapped in a dream. As a member of the Dream Taper clan, Liu Mengli possessed a profound understanding of dreaming. Immediately following the dream, he discovered that Miss Yang had been married to someone in her dreams for 9 years. When Liu Mengli attempted to awaken Miss Yang, her consciousness was driven out. The other party had set up a magic circle, and unless Liu Mengli could find it, there was nothing even she could do. Mengli, how do we find that magic circle? Han Lingsha asked immediately. I don't know. Although I sensed a trace of his presence in my dream, and could use it to locate the magic circle, my sensing range is only a few miles. Finding the magic circle in this situation is incredibly difficult. I can only wait and see when I encounter it. Liu Mengli was naturally furious about Miss Yang's fate and wanted to save her, but now she could do nothing. Don't let me run into that guy, Han Lingsha finally snorted in frustration. Dream, so it's this couple? This is a complete tragedy. After listening to Liu Mengli's story, Shen Fei quickly remembered what she had said. Although Shen Fei didn't remember the specifics, he did remember the general situation. Miss Yang had saved someone, who then fell in love with her. However, this person later killed Miss Yang's father. Then, to be with Miss Yang, he used magic to pull her into a dream, causing her to lose her memory. Speaking of which, I can't remember where the magic circle is. Unfortunately, although Shen Fei remembered the general situation of the couple, he really couldn't remember where the magic circle was. Chapter 663 Cold Weapons, Part 2. Since he couldn't recall the location of the formation, Shen Fei didn't say anything more about it. According to the plot, he would definitely encounter the formation later. Although this would let Miss Yang know the heartbreaking truth, since she was involved, she had the right to know the truth. Junior Master, do you know who in the Qianhou sect is good at feng shui and formations? After listening to Muren teachings again, Shen Fei suddenly asked as Muren was about to leave. Thanks to Han Lingsha's suggestion, Shen Fei also followed Han Lingsha and Yun-Xian in calling Muren Junior Master. Now, the only one who still called Muren Junior Master seriously was Liu Mengli. Why are you asking this? People who practice cultivation should avoid having distracting thoughts. Today, you will go to Siphon Valley to reflect on your mistakes for a day. Muran Ziyang said seriously after hearing Shen Fei's question. Junior Master, I'm here to save someone. Shen Fei didn't mind hearing he'd been punished to Siphon Valley. The others in the Qianhu sect, including Yun Xian, feared it like a tiger, but for Shen Fei, it was a perfect place to concentrate on his cultivation. And unlike facing a wall, the scenery there was quite pleasant. Thinking this, Shen Fei immediately told them about the sudden change in the feng shui of the Huainan King's tomb. Strangely enough, Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli seemed to have forgotten about it after arriving in the Qianhu sector. I actually forgot about it, Mengli, I'm so sorry. Shen Fei's words immediately made Han Lingsha scream. She then immediately apologized to Liu Mengli, saying she'd been so caught up in her search for immortality that she'd completely forgotten about it. Lingsha, you're welcome. Actually, I'd almost forgotten about it myself. Thank you, Master Shen, Liu Mengli said, bowing to Shen Fei. Originally, Liu Mengli shouldn't have forgotten this, considering it was close to Shaoyang. However, perhaps after arriving at Qianhu sect, she'd been having nightmares and strange memories popping up in her mind, causing her to forget about it for a moment. You should go find senior brother Yuan Yu about this matter, but once it's resolved, you still have to go to Siphon Valley. Please rest assured, senior uncle, I'll go there right afterward to reflect on my mistakes. You should go find senior brother Yuan Yu. I know where he is. What do you want from him? Later, when the four of them were going to find Yuan Yu, they happened to run into Huishuo and Zuanji. At Zuanji's curious inquiries, Han Lingshi immediately explained the situation. Evil ghosts. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen one. Senior brother, let's go together. Zhuanji's curiosity piqued upon hearing Han Lingshi mention the possibility of evil spirits within the Huainan King's tomb. As a disciple of the Qianhu sect, Zhuanji had exterminated numerous demons, but ghosts were unheard of in the Xianjian world. There were demons, ghosts, and demons, but most people only saw demons. Ghosts and demons were rarely seen. A feng shui formation? Let's go there. Yuan Yu was a veteran disciple of the Qianhu sect, though he was likely in his 60s or 70s. He looked only in his 30s or 40s, likely due to his advanced cultivation. After all, the Qianhu sect was a sect of immortality. While immortality wasn't possible, prolonged lifespan and eternal youth were common. However, despite being a veteran disciple, Yuan Yu's presence within the Qianhu sect was not prominent, as the sect lacked any particular expertise in formations. Shen Fei suspected the entire Qianhu sect's immortal formation was a legacy passed down by the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman to the sect's founder. Shen Fei's suspicions arose because the Qianhu sect's research into formations didn't seem to be at the level necessary to construct such a powerful immortal formation. It was like the Shushan demon locking tower. While it was built by humans, it wasn't humans who made it truly a demon locking tower, but rather a formation handed down from the celestial realm. The tower's guardian, Xianyu Mingwang, was ordained by the celestial realm. Originally a Shushan disciple, he ascended to immortality. While this sounds like a good thing, it's actually far from it. This immortality, strictly speaking, is no different from the demons within the demon locking tower. Both were imprisoned within it. The only difference was that one was imprisoned outside the tower, while the other was inside. Ultimately, Zhao Linger killed him. Xianyu Mingwang was no good. He wasn't a good person before joining the Shushan sect. After joining, he used cunning tactics to achieve immortality. However, not satisfied with his immortality, he desired to become a god. In the world of Xianjian, while immortals have long lifespans, they still have lifespan limits, which gods do not. In this world, gods are superior to immortals, but unlike humans who can cultivate to become immortals, becoming a god requires the approval of the Emperor of Heaven, who then uses means to transform you into a god. This king of hell wanted to achieve great merit and become a god, but he was framed, a true case of karma. After reporting to the sect, the 7 of them flew on their swords to the tomb of the king of Huainan. Generally, the Qianhu sect does not care about flying on swords as long as the time is not too long, but there is an exception for demon-slaying missions, which is to prevent disciples from getting into danger outside. If you do not return within the deadline, the Qianhu sect will naturally send people to search for you. Even if they are unable to save you in the end, they can still avenge you. It is not uncommon for Qianhu sect disciples to die during demon-slaying missions. For example, Huishuo and Zuanji, while on a mission, nearly perished at the hands of a demon. While they ultimately defeated the demon, Their spiritual powers were temporarily sealed by the demon's backlash, preventing them from flying with swords. That's when they encountered Yun-Shian and the others by Cheohu Lake. Is this a ghost? It's even uglier than a demon. The group entered the tomb and began clearing it of its demonic presence. Xuanji, upon seeing a demon covered in black, its face distorted, looked disgusted and dispatched it with her swordsmanship. Huishuo, as always, acted as Xuanji's bodyguard. Shen Fei's 4 companions split into 2 groups, Yun-Shian and Han Lingsha, and he and Liu Mengli. They began clearing out the demons. This time, all 4 had greatly improved in strength, especially Yun-Shian and the other 2, making them a formidable opponent. After eliminating the evil spirits, Yuan Yu placed numerous talismans throughout the tomb, creating a formation to disrupt the area's spiritual energy. This formation, if maintained for a period of time, would transform the auspicious location into normal, uninhabitable land, free of evil spirits. After clearing the Weinan King's tomb, the group headed to the Yangtze Inn in Shaoan County. Since they were already there, Liu Mengli and Yun-Shian made a side trip back to the Liu Mansion, but they were the only ones there. Shen Fei and Han Lingsha didn't accompany them. After Yun-Shian and Liu Mengli returned from the Liu Mansion, the group flew back to the Kaionho sect, leaving Huishuo and Xuanji to complete the missions. Liu Mengli seemed much more cheerful after her return. Shen Fei was heading towards Siphon Valley, a place he had long admired and now he could finally see. Building a wooden house here would be a perfect place for seclusion, he thought, and immediately sat down on a stone platform. The Kaionho sect is truly wealthy and powerful, not even considering the contents of the tomb. After resolving the issue with the Weinan King's tomb, Yuan Yu and his men didn't take anything from the tomb. Shen Fei, however, took advantage of the group's departure to steal the large alchemy furnace. Hey, why are you here? Did you upset little Ziying? Just as Shen Fei was about to begin his training, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. It's you, you're also from the Kaionho sect. Shen Fei turned and saw an acquaintance, Su Xin. Now dressed in the Kaionho sect uniform, she looked even more elegant than when he'd seen her at the inn. Shen Fei wasn't too surprised by Su Xin's presence. Su Xin, you and the sect master are sisters. In that case, wouldn't I have to call you granduncle? Muren Ziying was his granduncle, and Su Xin was Muren Ziying's granduncle. Speaking of which, even after Shen Fei had been in the Kaionho sect for some time, he still hadn't quite grasped the exact calculus of how Kaionho sect disciples were categorized. According to the generational hierarchy of Shen Fei and the others, he should be of the Y generation and should be called Y Fei. However, within the Kaionho sect, there's also a Ming generation, equal to the Y, meaning he could also be called Ming Fei. The reason he doesn't use that name is presumably because Su Yao doesn't care about them and simply wants to exploit their connections. The problem is, there are also the Yuan and Su generations. Based on Yuan Yu's generational hierarchy, these 2 are equal to Muren Ziying, yet there are still people in the Su generation who call Muren Ziying Uncle Master. Furthermore, Muren Ziying has always used his given name, akin to Yun-Shian King back then. After finding it completely baffling, Shen Fei let it go, believing it didn't matter. I'm not that old yet. Call me by my name, Su Xin said, walking to the other side and sitting on the stone platform. This is a place for self-reflection. You probably won't be here to reflect on your mistakes, will you? Su Xin is of the same generation as Su Yao. Aside from the 2 secluded elders, she's the most senior in the Kaionho sect. As a sect dedicated to cultivating immortals, the Kaionho sect was naturally well equipped with elders. However, due to the 19-year-old war with the illusionary realm, the Kaionho sect now only has 2 elders left. I wonder if I made a mistake coming back, Su Xin said, pulling out her pipe and lighting it with a flick of her finger. Using fire magic to light a cigarette was quite impressive. So that's why. Watching Su Xin exhale a soft puff of white smoke, Shen Fei immediately guessed why she had come to Siphon Valley. Given the Kaionho sect's rules and Su Xin's seniority, smoking would certainly be inappropriate elsewhere. Why do you think so? Shen Fei asked after a moment's silence. Senior sister is no longer the same senior sister, Su Xin sighed softly. Back then, Su Xin and Su Yao had a very close relationship, but after this meeting, Su Xin noticed a significant change in Su Yao. The Su Yao who cared deeply for her fellow students was gone. What happened? Shen Fei asked softly. Back then, I was the youngest disciple of the Kaionho sect. Su Xin took a deep drag on her cigarette and then recounted her story. Back then, Susan was somewhat like Zhuangji now, the only difference being that she didn't have Wei Shuo constantly by her side. So, the first time she left the Kaonho sect to slay demons, she was severely injured and nearly died. She was then rescued by a Yanqi, who nursed her wounds for several months. Intrigued by the Yanqi profession, Susan followed him, learning his abilities and gradually forgetting about the Kaonho sect. If it weren't for meeting Shen Fei and being reminded of her, Susan might never have returned to the Kaonho sect. That would have been a blessing in disguise, as she still remembered Su Yao as a good senior sister. The sword immortal profession is somewhat similar to the mages of Kamar-Taj. Flying with a sword appears impressive, much like the mystic gate of Kamar-Taj. Just because it looks impressive doesn't mean it's truly formidable. Since you don't want to stay here, why don't you leave? As the illusionary realm gradually approached, a battle between the Kaonho sect and the illusionary realm was inevitable. Under such circumstances, he didn't want Susan to stay in the Kaonho sect. Then why are you still here? I remember you said before that you just wanted to learn how to fly a sword to make your journey. Susan didn't answer Shen Fei's question, but immediately changed the subject. It's a rare opportunity to get here, so of course I have to learn more. By the way, do you know anything about Yun Xianqing? This time we're here mainly to accompany his son Yun Xian to inquire about him. As he spoke, Shen Fei suddenly thought of Yun Xian, and then of Yun Xianqing. As a Kaonho sect disciple of the same generation as Yun Xianqing, Susan should know something about the Kaonho sect brother Xianqing. That Yun Xian guy is actually brother Xianqing's son. I never thought he'd be his. No wonder he felt familiar when I first met him, but he really doesn't look like brother Xianqing at all. Speaking of Yun Xianqing, Susan's face was filled with emotion, and she began to recount some of Yun Xianqing's past. Back then, Yun Xianqing was quite eccentric, his personality completely different from Yun Xian's now. He did bear some resemblance to Han Lingsha, the kind of Han Lingsha who didn't bear the responsibilities of the clan. I never thought brother Xianqing would end up with sister Suyu. I never imagined that. Speaking of Suyu, Susan admitted that she didn't know much about her. Back then, Suyu was highly regarded by the sect's higher-ups, and her aloof personality meant that Zhuan Zhao and Yan Qing were the only two people in the Kaonho sect who could engage in conversation with her. Well, I should leave now. There are some things you shouldn't know right now, Susan said, standing up and leaving. Is it the Kaonho sect's plan to ascend to the heavenly realm? Susan undoubtedly knew about the Kaonho sect's plan. Perhaps I can use her to let Yun Xian and the others know about Su Yao and the others' plan in advance. This thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei as he watched Su Yao leave. Exposing Su Yao and Zhuan Zhao's plan was a very troublesome matter. Some things are hard to believe without experiencing them firsthand. Yun Xian's side was fine, but the key was Murin Ziyang's. He didn't want Murin Ziyang to be tricked by the Kaonho sect's plan to ascend to the heavenly realm. With Murin Ziyang's current hatred of demons, he wouldn't necessarily oppose the Kaonho sect's plan to ascend using the demon world. For Shen Fei, if he had to choose between Murin Ziyang and the Kaonho sect, it would undoubtedly be this junior master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 3 Cold Weapons, Part 2. Murin Ziyang grew up in the Kaonho sect, whose attitude toward monsters is to eradicate them completely, regardless of threat. This mindset, instilled from childhood, is deeply ingrained, much like the will of fire of Konoha in Naruto. In the game, if Murin Ziyang hadn't experienced all that alongside Yun Xian, and later met Yun Xianqing, his attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. Under these circumstances, simply persuading Murin Ziyang would be impossible, not even for Naruto, the king of Gab. Only through personal experience would he understand. I've been walking around too much at night, and finally saw a ghost. The day after Shen Fei left Siphon Valley, Yun Xian, Liu Mengli, and Han Lingsha's outing together was finally exposed. Murin Ziyang caught them red-handed, and all three of them went to Siphon Valley. These guys are so idle. The reason Yun Xian and the other two were caught red-handed by Murin Ziyang was simple: someone had reported them, but the informant was completely unaware that, unlike the other Kaonho sect disciples, they simply didn't care about reflecting on their mistakes in Siphon Valley. While Shen Fei secretly brought them food, Yun Xian and the other two were chatting and laughing in the valley. While the other Kaonho sect disciples naturally wouldn't dare disobey the sect's rules, Shen Fei and the other three didn't care at all. If anything, the four had violated the sect's rules, especially Shen Fei and Han Lingsha, who had repeatedly sneaked into important locations like the Kaonho sect's library. Han Lingsha was searching for the elusive remedy, while Shen Fei was naturally seeking advanced Kaonho sect techniques. Murin Ziyang, after teaching them the basics of swordsmanship, stopped teaching them. Needless to say, this was likely an order from Su Yao. Given Murin Ziyang's personality, even if he was unhappy with Su Yao's decision, he wouldn't disobey the leader's order since she was the leader of the Kaonho sect. Shen Fei knew that his actions couldn't be hidden from the Kaonho sect, but as long as Su Yao and Zhuan Ziyao wanted to continue with their ascension plan, they had to stay in the Kaonho sect, and they could only turn a blind eye to their little tricks. Han Lingsha naturally gained nothing, but Shen Fei gained a lot. He obtained advanced cultivation techniques and saw many sword-controlling techniques left by the predecessors of the Kaonho sect. Just like the same martial arts will show different changes when learned by different people, the same is true for sword controlling. Over the years, the Kaonho sect has seen many masters, leaving behind a large number of sword-controlling techniques. Among these numerous sword-controlling techniques, several are fundamental to the Kaonho school's own: the Taiyi sword technique, the Simon sword, the Tranquility sword, and the Bagua sword. These techniques are accessible to ordinary Kaonho school disciples, but even so, Su Yao refused to have Murin Ziyang teach them. Naturally, Shen Fei wasn't satisfied with these techniques, so he eventually discovered the three talents converging to the origin, the four directions suffering, the five spirits returning to the origin, the transformation sword, the thousand directions Kanguang sword, and the shanking point sword, the very same techniques Murin Ziyang possesses in the game. Sword-controlling techniques evolve with one's cultivation level. Like the Kaonho school's 24th master, taking Zhenren, who achieved the state of unity between man and sword, the return of all swords to the ancestor. Whether flying or fighting, he no longer needed a physical sword. The master of great purity's fusion of man and sword, the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, is a far higher realm than Fengyin's Wuming's fusion of man and sword, the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. After all, one is a martial artist, the other a cultivator, the two are completely different. It's like the convergence of the three flowers at the top of the head, the convergence of the five kiss. This can be used to describe the realm of martial arts, and the same can be said of the prehistoric world. Perhaps the thousand directions Kanguang sword can be transformed into the 10,000 swords technique. The thousand directions Kanguang sword is extremely powerful in the game, even known as the thousand directions bug sword. Both use a massive array of sword-light attacks, very similar to the Shushan school's 10,000 swords technique. Perhaps this is a case of different paths leading to the same goal. The 10,000 swords technique was once Shen Fei's dream, and being able to use it is a dream come true. Of course, the ultimate goal is to reach the realm of the Master of Great Purity, where man and sword become one, and every move unleashes a powerful sword energy. Even the queen of the fantasy realm, Chen Yao, had to resort to trickery to defeat him. This is the five poison beasts. The protagonist is the protagonist. Even in the Kaonho sect, there can be adventures. After their trip to Siphon Valley, Yun Xian and the other two didn't think they had done anything wrong. However, in order not to challenge Murin Ziyang's patience, they still stayed in the Kaonho sect for a few days. However, for Yun Xian, it was very difficult for him to practice honestly in the Kaonho sect, so, when he couldn't leave the Kaonho sect too far, Yun Xian went to the Taiyi Immortal Path and encountered the five poison beasts being attacked by monsters. Yun Xian rescued the five poison beasts. Of course, Yun Xian had no intention of rescuing the five poison beasts. He just regarded the five poison beasts as backup food, a flying wild boar, to be roasted and eaten. However, Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli saw the five poison beasts later. Han Lingsha thought the five poison beasts were very cute. In addition, Liu Mengli could communicate with the five poison beasts, so Yun Xian's plan to roast the five poison beasts naturally failed. I actually forgot about this. It seems a little too late now. The five poison beast is a rare immortal beast in the Xianjian world. Only 3 have appeared in the entire Xianjian series. The 5 poison pearls within its body can dispel the most poisonous poisons in the world, granting immunity to nearly all poisons. It's a truly rare treasure. Remember, this is the world of immortal heroes, and the effects of toxins are unmatched in ordinary realms. The poisons of some monsters, if taken to the Fengyun world, might directly kill Emperor Shishin in Fengyun, just like a certain immortal emperor-level powerhouse was ultimately killed by a poisonous insect from the god realm. Shen Fei hadn't thought of this before, otherwise he would have definitely found the 5 poison beast before Yun Xian. Even if it weren't for the 5 poison pearls. Its adorable appearance alone would be enough to make it a pet. Did you see how much Han Lingsha liked it? Normally, Shen Fei wasn't interested in pets, but if there were truly adorable ones, like a small pixiu, a red panda, or the 5 poison beast, then it would be perfectly acceptable. Of course, raising the 5 poison beasts wasn't just for the 5 poison pearls. As precious as the 5 poison pearls were, they couldn't compare to the 5 poison beasts' adorableness. Once I find the little pixiu, I can bring it to this world. Speaking of which, I wonder what would happen if I brought Xiaoli to this world. Of course, Shen Fei wouldn't do such a thing if he wasn't strong enough. If he really wanted to bring Xiaoli to the Xianjian world, he'd have to be at least as powerful as the celestial Emperor Fuxi. After all, Xiaoli was the incarnation of the tears of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady. While not the same 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady from the Xianjian world, they were both the 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady after all, so who knows if they'd connect. The little pixie wasn't a big problem, though. Divine beasts were rare in the Xianjian world, but they did exist. Xianjian IV was different from the later Xianjian series. In this era, Xiuling and Jumang were still around, but later on, they vanished without a trace. Precisely because they are immortal beasts, the 5 poison beasts can enter and exit the Qianhou sect without alerting others. Within the Qianhou sect, there are also so-called immortal beasts, such as the Phoenix Immortal and the Drunken Immortal. In the Qianhou sect, through reading books and chatting with Huaishu, Shen Fei gained a general understanding of the world, such as the difference between immortal beasts and monsters. While the Qianhou sect annihilates monsters, their attitude towards immortal beasts is different. Furthermore, regarding immortals, few achieve formal immortality in the Xianjian world, though there are some earth immortals and ghost immortals. These are collectively known as Sanksan, scattered immortals. These powerful individuals, unwilling to reincarnate, can cultivate the spirit-transforming immortality method through the process of weapon transformation. Of course, these immortals are no match for legitimate immortals in terms of strength or lifespan. Little fellow, he doesn't want you. Why don't you follow me? Upon seeing the 5 poison beasts attempt to train with Yun Xian, only to be rejected by him, Shen Fei immediately offered an olive branch. After all, these were the 5 poison beasts. The 5 poison beasts' adorable gaze fell on Shen Fei. After looking him up and down, it murmured something incoherently, then shook its head. He said he's acknowledged Big Brother, and as a younger brother, he won't abandon Big Brother, even if Big Brother doesn't want him anymore. Liu Mengli translated the 5 poison beasts' words. Then let's get to know each other. I'm your big brother's good friend. You can come hang out with me when you're free. Since the 5 poison beasts didn't want to abandon Yun Xian, Shen Fei decided to get to know them first. After all, even if he left, he would return to this world. After all, this was the first Xianxia world he had encountered. If there was a chance to visit another Xianjian world, perhaps the 5 poison beasts could be reunited. Just thinking about it was incredibly fulfilling. Like throwing an IOU from a Jing family ancestor to Jingshan, the reincarnation of Fei Peng. Thanks to Yun Xian's insistence and Liu Mengli's persuasion, the 5 poison beasts finally left Qianhou sect, leaving Yun Xian with a gift of their collected gems. They planned to return to Yun Xian after condensing the 5 poison pearls. I'm so angry, Han Lingsha scowled as she watched the 5 poison beasts vanish. She had desperately wanted to hug them, but they ignored her and instead followed Yun Xian. This made Han Lingsha feel as if her charm had diminished, even Yun Xian couldn't match it. Let's go out and take a look. Junior Master hasn't been away for a few days, unable to leave Qianhou sect for a while, and with Muir and Ziyang keeping a close eye on them, Han Lingsha also felt the urge to venture out. Muir and Ziyang had just gone on a mission, and she was already thinking about leaving. You can go out, but don't stray too far. We haven't seen anything nearby, so the 4 of them first arrived at Boxen Town, where they flew on their swords. Yun Xian and Liu Mengli were astonished by the vast desert below. Neither of them had ever seen a desert before. Let's take a look down there. With that, the 4 of them disembarked from their flying swords and arrived at a winding, rugged riverbed. Although it was a riverbed, it was completely dry. This is sand. Interesting, Yun Xian found it fascinating, grabbing a handful and watching it slip through his fingers. Han Lingsha shook her head speechlessly at the sight. There seems to be a village ahead. Walking along the riverbank, they spotted a small village in the distance and immediately headed towards it. As they neared the village, Liu Mengli's expression suddenly changed. Someone's calling for help, Liu Mengli said hurriedly, her face pale. Help, Han Lingsha said, immediately glancing around but finding nothing unusual. This is it. Shen Fei immediately swept his observation haki across the village ahead, then vanished. His observation haki had already seen what was happening in the village. Let's go. Watching Shen Fei disappear, Han Lingsha and the other two hurried towards the village. Upon entering, they heard a child crying and headed in the direction of the sound. What's going on? Entering a dilapidated mud house, the three immediately saw a woman weeping silently. Shen Fei held a baby in his arms, feeding it water. I'm not sure, ask her. Unfortunately, despite Han Lingsha's questions, the woman simply sobbed silently. Wulin, what happened? As they spoke, an elderly man with a cane walked in. Who are you? The elderly man's face was filled with surprise upon seeing Shen Fei and the others. Village chief, the woman finally spoke. We happened to pass by here and found this. Shen Fei placed the child on the bed and immediately explained what had happened. He had just arrived when he saw the woman attempting to suffocate the child. Wulin, how could you do this? This is your child? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the village chief looked at Wulin with a complex expression. How could someone want to kill their own child? Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli's eyes immediately turned to Wulin. They had never imagined they would encounter such a thing. Village chief, I don't want to either, but I can't survive anymore. We're completely out of food and water. Wulin's face was streaked with tears. I have food and water here, Yun Xian said, immediately taking out the food and water he had brought with him. And ours too. Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli also took out their own food and water. Thank you, thank you. Wulin looked at the food and water Yun Xian handed over and burst into tears. What happened here? After comforting Wulin, Liu Mengli immediately asked the village chief. It's all your own fault, the village chief, with a look of self-blame on his face, recounted the situation. It turned out that this village was once quite prosperous. A river flowed right beside it, the Crescent River, and on the mountain peaks of the river there was a large oasis forest. As a result, some people came and saw that the forests were famous for the sacred Kunlun wood, which was very valuable, and wanted to buy it. Because the price was high, the young people in the village began to cut down the trees, regardless of the opposition of the village priests. The current village chief was one of them. As a result, the village became rich, but the large-scale deforestation also had a negative consequence. That is, the Crescent River lost its vitality due to the loss of forest protection, and eventually dried up completely. Chapter 662, 3 Cold Weapons, and I really don't know what to say. After hearing the village chief explain the reasons for Crescent Moon Village's current situation, Shen Fei and his 4 companions, including Yun Xian, fell silent. Their greed for immediate gains had neglected the long term. Strictly speaking, Crescent Moon Village had brought this upon themselves. However, while Crescent Moon Village suffered its own consequences, both Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were incredibly kind-hearted. Furthermore, Crescent Moon Village had paid the price for its actions, so naturally, they wouldn't accuse them. This situation, however, caused distress among Han Lingsha, Liu Mengli, and the others who wanted to help. They desperately wanted to help Crescent Moon Village, but they could only offer temporary assistance. Completely changing the situation was extremely difficult. You're running around again. Just as Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were considering how to help Crescent Moon Village, a familiar voice echoed outside the door, followed by Murin Ziyang's entrance. Little Ziyang, we're not running around this time. We're doing justice. Although Han Lingsha was surprised by Murin Ziyang's appearance, she didn't show any sign of nervousness, as if she'd been caught red-handed. When addressing Murin Ziyang, she would call him Junior Master out of courtesy when he was with other Kaianho sect disciples, but when she wasn't around outsiders, she'd usually just call him Little Ziyang. Murin Ziyang was naturally deeply dissatisfied with this address, but despite his repeated reprimands, Han Lingsha remained unfailing. Over time, Murin Ziyang seemed to have grown accustomed to it and let it go. Even if your intentions were good, rules are rules. Once you return to the sect, the 4 of you must immediately return to Siphon Valley. Muren Ziyang ignored Han Lingshe and turned to the village chief, saying, "Village chief, I wonder if there's any way to resolve this situation here. If there is, we'll do our best to help." Although Muren Ziyang's tone was harsh towards the four, he still included them in his conversation. The only way to save the village now is to restore the Crescent Moon River's water veins. Oh, and I remember the highest-ranking priest once said that if we had the water spirit pearl, we might be able to restore the water veins. That's true. Shen Fei naturally agreed with the village chief's words. In the first installment of Immortal Sword, Zhao Linger had used the water spirit pearl to alleviate the drought in Miaojiang. Simply sending a few rains wouldn't be enough to change the desert. The key issue lies in the underground water veins. Just like in Crescent Moon Village, even Shen Fei's Tree Realm descent wouldn't be enough to change the situation there. Just like in the Sand Village, without underground water veins, the forest couldn't survive. The water spirit pearl, one of the 5 spirit pearls. This is a problem. Hearing the water spirit pearl being needed, Han Lingshe frowned. The 5 spirit pearls were rare, and they were incredibly lucky to have obtained the earth spirit pearl from the Sephora Japonica. It seems the earth spirit pearl could also change the situation here. While Han Lingshe and Liu Mengli were struggling over the water spirit pearl, Shen Fei suddenly realized that the earth spirit pearl might not be incapable of resolving the situation. Using the water spirit pearl to create or modify water veins was the simplest approach, but using the earth spirit pearl to alter the surrounding terrain was also feasible. Water spirit pearl. Muren Ziyang's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the mention of the water spirit pearl. He knew where the water spirit pearl was, but obtaining and using it wasn't so easy. Village chief, we'll see if we can find the water spirit pearl. We have some food and water here. After taking out the food and water he had brought, Muren Ziyang immediately gestured for the 4 to follow him. Since it's no longer viable here, why not leave? But just then, Yun Xian suddenly spoke up. Leave? Those who can leave have already left. Those who remain in the village now can't leave, the village chief said with a deep sigh. In truth, he had the opportunity to leave, but perhaps to atone for his past actions, he remained. The village chief's words silenced everyone again. After a long pause, Muren Ziyang finally spoke. Don't worry, village chief. We'll find a way to deal with the water spirit pearl. As for food and water, I'll have my disciples deliver them. Crescent Moon Village was practically destitute now, otherwise, Wu Lan wouldn't have thought of killing her own children. The food they'd given them would only last them a few days. I know where the water spirit pearl is, Muren Ziyang suddenly asked as the group left Crescent Moon Village and reached the Crescent Moon River. Really? It's there. Let's get it now, Han Lingshe exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Muren Ziyang's words. The water spirit pearl is the Qianhou sect's treasure, really? Let's go get it now and save them, Han Lingshe said, preparing to fly on her sword. Lingshe, it's not that simple. Didn't you hear what Junior Master said? The water spirit pearl is the Qianhou sect's treasure. I think it's difficult to use under normal circumstances. Junior Master didn't mention this to the village chief and the others because he didn't want to give them hope and then despair. A sect's treasure is generally not to be used lightly, even if it's just for a brief use. This kind of thing, let alone the Qianhou sect, even the Shushan sect would probably need to think carefully about it. It's not petty, but necessary. Otherwise, if you can use it to save a village today, then tomorrow, someone else could use another excuse to take the sect's treasure. This is just a normal consideration. If someone with Suigan's personality is involved, it would be even more impossible. For now, we can only go back and give it a try, Muren Ziyang said as several sword lights emanated from his body. He then flew away on his sword, followed closely by Shen Fei and the other 3. After returning to the Qianhou sect, the group immediately headed towards the Qianhou Palace. Water spirit pearls, no. After hearing Muren Ziyang's words, Su Yao immediately and categorically refused. Master, why not? I'm just borrowing them and will return them soon, Han Lingshe interrupted. How dare you? Do you have the right to speak here? Ziyang, I value you very much, that's why I gave them to you. Look at what you've taught us. Su Yao gave Han Lingshe a cold look and immediately began to scold Muren Ziyang harshly. It's Ziyang's fault for not teaching me well, Muren Ziyang quickly apologized. Han Lingshe was about to open her mouth to refute something, but just as she was about to speak, Liu Mengli carefully grabbed Han Lingshe's arm and shook her head, telling her to stop. Ziyang, I know you have a kind heart, but don't you understand the current situation? The demon world invasion is imminent, and the water spirit pearl is crucial. How can we waste our spiritual energy at this moment? If the Kyonho sect can't stop the demon world invasion, the losses will be incomparable to that of a mere crescent moon village. Suyato waved her sleeves and continued, "Alright, let's end this matter here. As for them, you need to teach them the rules of the Kyonho sect. I've heard quite a few people lately say they don't follow the rules at all." Yes, Xiang understands. Suyato brought up the demon world invasion, and even though Murin Xiang desperately wanted to use the water spirit pearl to save Crescent Moon Village, she couldn't say anything more. Han Lingsha, standing nearby, hesitated to insist on using the water spirit pearl after hearing Suyato's reasoning. "That's a truly impeccable reason," Shen Fei said, looking at Suyuan, who had turned his back on them. He shook his head secretly. If they didn't know the truth, no one would have said Suyato was wrong at that moment. "What should we do now?" Leaving Kyonho Palace, Han Lingsha's expression was deeply conflicted. The Kyonho sect was important, but they had already witnessed the plight of Crescent Moon Village and couldn't ignore it. "In the meantime, I'll have my disciples deliver food and water to them. As for the water spirit pearl, we'll have to wait until the demon realm invades," Murin Xiang explained. "This is the only way for now." Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli exchanged glances and nodded silently. "Now that the matter is over, you must all return to Siphon Valley to reflect on your mistakes," Murin Xiang said, then turned and left. Sure enough, communicating with others is the most challenging thing. Even Yun Xian has learned to read people's expressions. Inside Siphon Valley, Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were both somewhat downcast because of the incident in Crescent Moon Village. Upon arriving, they sat quietly on the stone platform to cultivate. Yun Xian, noticing their reluctance to talk, hesitated for a moment, then began to cultivate as well. Yun Xian, fresh from Kingluan Peak, would never have been able to do this. "I didn't expect the Kyonho sect to be so profitable." While Yun Xian and the other two were cultivating, Shen Fei pondered the Kyonho sect's methods of making money. After all, the Kyonho sect was only a sect cultivating immortals, not yet immortals, so they needed secular money. Curious, Shen Fei conducted some research. Combined with conversations with Huaishuo and Zuanji, he gained a rough idea of some of the Kyonho sect's methods. Naturally, it wasn't just charging for demon exorcism. Immortal sects didn't charge for demon slaying. The Kyonho sect's main source of income came from offerings. One source came from the various worlds of the secular world, including royal families and the like. For example, Murin Xiang, a descendant of the Great Yan Kingdom, was sent to the Kyonho sect to cultivate due to his frail health as a child. Many of the Kyonho sect's disciples came from aristocratic families. The second source came from those who left the sect. Cultivating immortals was a tedious endeavor. Even reaching advanced realms, let alone becoming immortals, was extremely rare. Naturally, not all Kyonho sect disciples remained within the sect. For cultivators, navigating the martial arts world is naturally much easier than achieving success with little effort, easily establishing a reputation. For example, the Lin clan fortress, according to legend, descended from disciples of the Shushan sect, leading to a long-standing relationship between the two. Then there's the four great families, whose ancestors all seem to have descended from sword immortal sects. This is the case with the Kyonho sect, and the Shushan sect is likely similar. The other sword immortal sects are likely similar. The water spirit pearl, it's quite a hassle to obtain. I can only take it one step at a time. Lying in bed that night, Shen Fei thought of the water spirit pearl and sighed softly. The surest way to obtain it was to allow the Kyonho sect to be destroyed. That way, not only would he obtain the pearl, but he would also possess all of the Kyonho sect's cultivation texts. Rather than letting these things be destroyed by the heavenly fire, it would be better for him to seize them. With time, perhaps he could even rebuild the Kyonho sect. Still, he had a good relationship with Yun Xian, Murin Xiang, Huaishuo, and Zhuangji. It wouldn't be right to sit back and watch the centuries-old Kyonho sect disappear. He at least had to try and see if he could save it. In the end, Shen Fei decided to take things one step at a time and see how Zhuangzi fared before making any decisions. Young Master Shen, just as Shen Fei had put aside his thoughts about Zhuangzi and others and focused on his cultivation, there was a knock on the door, followed by Liu Mengli's voice. At this time, could it be the wrong door? It was already late at night, and even if Liu Mengli had come, she should have been looking for Yun Xian. Despite this thought, Shen Fei quickly got up and opened the door. "What's wrong?" It was Liu Mengli, dressed in a Qianhou sect uniform, outside. "This way," Liu Mengli said, leading Shen Fei to Yun Xian's door. Han Lingsha was knocking, but unfortunately, there was no response. "This is it." Although Yun Xian didn't respond, Shen Fei, through the window, noticed a strange blue light emanating from the room. This country bumpkin, all he knows is sleep. After waiting for a moment, Han Lingsha realized Yun Xian still didn't respond. She immediately used her power to open the door. The three of them immediately saw the blue light emanating from the room. It was the Wangshu sword, floating quietly in midair, radiating a brilliant blue light. "Xian, wild boar, wild boar." Han Lingsha glanced at the Wangshu sword and immediately walked to Yun Xian's bedside, trying to wake him. Instead, she heard him mutter wild boar, wild boar. This immediately infuriated Han Lingsha. She then produced a talisman and directly channeled spiritual energy into it. The next moment, Yun Xian screamed and sat up. A bell-ringing talisman. That's quite a ruthless strike. Shen Fei naturally knew what the talisman in Han Lingsha's hand was. It was a talisman created by the Qianhou sect specifically to awaken lazy and dozing disciples. After injecting spiritual energy into it, it would create the sound of a ringing bell in the target's mind, as if a person were placed inside a large bell and someone was striking it vigorously from outside. This bell, of course, wasn't a modern clock, but rather one from ancient Taoist temples. Many Qianhou disciples hated this talisman, but the elders greatly admired it. Whenever a disciple fell asleep or was feeling low, they would almost always use it. To this day, the bell-ringing talisman has become a popular prank for many disciples, as the sound can only be heard by the target. Others, even the caster, can't hear it. If used unexpectedly, the target will likely end up like Yun Xian now, awake but still bewildered, the ringing bell in their mind likely still lingering. Lingsha, seeing Han Lingsha use the bell talisman on Yun Xian, Liu Mengli couldn't help but shake her head slightly. "Lingsha, Mengli, why are you here?" After a long while, Yun Xian finally regained consciousness, but it seemed that he only had eyes for Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli, ignoring Shen Fei. "What was that just now?" "The bell talisman. I thought it was interesting, so I took a few more." Chapter 663 Jimo, Part 1. "For you two, let's focus on this now, okay?" Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Yun Xian and Han Lingsha divide up the bell talisman. The Wangshu sword's anomaly was less interesting to them than the bell talisman. "What's going on?" Yun Xian finally turned his attention to the Wangshu sword. "Why are you here?" Shen Fei asked, then glanced at Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli. Even he, Yun Xian's neighbor, was unaware of the Wangshu sword's anomaly. Of course, that was also because he hadn't used his observation haki to detect it. Yun Xian was his friend, after all, and Shen Fei wasn't in the habit of using his observation haki to spy on him. If even he didn't know, it was certainly impossible for Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli, who lived in the female disciple quarters, to know. "I suddenly heard a strange noise, and it brought me here without me realizing it," Han Lingsha immediately explained. Han Lingsha had been resting when she was awakened by a strange sound, like a bell, audible only to her. She then found Liu Mengli and followed the sound to Yun Xian's room. That sound. It seems Zhuan Zhao is getting ready. After hearing Han Lingsha's words, Shen Fei immediately understood the reason. He had been curious about when Zhuan Zhao would begin his action and how, but now he knew, it was leveraging the resonance between the Yi sword and the Wangshu sword. The reason they took action now was probably to allow Han Lingsha more time to cultivate. Using the Wangshu sword's power would drain her energy, and if she died, the sword would fall dormant again. Before Han Lingsha cultivated the Qianhou school's inner cultivation, every time Yun Xian used the Wangshu sword, she felt deeply exhausted. "This sword seems to be pointing in a certain direction," Liu Mengli suddenly said, observing the glowing tip of the Wangshu sword floating in the air. "Let's go and take a look." Yun Xian then took the Wangshu sword, and the four of them headed in the direction indicated by the sword's tip. It was already late at night, and the Qianhou sect was completely silent. The four of them followed the Wangshu sword's guidance perfectly, arriving at the Qianhou sect's sword forest. "What a massive sword!" Yun Xian observed the massive stone sword towering over 10 meters in the moonlight, a look of amazement on his face. "Strange. Shouldn't this be the Qianhou sect's forbidden grounds? Why is there no one guarding it?" Han Lingsha showed no interest in the massive sword within the sword forest, but instead looked rather expectant. She had privately explored many areas of the Qianhu sect, but had found no remedy for immortality. Naturally, Han Lingsha was deeply curious about the forbidden grounds, believing they might hold some hidden secrets, perhaps even a method of immortality. However, her fear had held her back until now. Now, however, she had the opportunity to enter. It's unguarded, naturally, because someone wants us in, Shen Fei mentally answered Han Lingsha's question. It's unguarded, naturally, because someone wants us in. The place pointed by the Wangshu sword is just ahead. Should we continue? Ahead lay the forbidden grounds of the Qianhu sect, and Liu Mengli hesitated. Of course. I've always felt this sword has some connection to Cheyenne's father. The sect leader has been so secretive about it. Perhaps this time we can unlock the sword's secret. Han Lingsha certainly didn't want to leave. But what if we're discovered? Liu Mengli asked, somewhat worriedly. It's simple. We were just sleepwalking, Han Lingsha immediately offered. 4 of us sleepwalking together. Liu Mengli was speechless. But since Han Lingsha wanted to go, and Yun Xian, hearing that it might be related to his father, also seemed eager to enter, Liu Mengli remained silent. Be careful. It's the Fu Ling. Shortly after the 4 entered the sword spirit, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from the front. Then, a white figure appeared in front of them, blocking the path. It was Quizhao. This is a forbidden area. Ordinary Qianhu sect disciples are not allowed to enter without permission. Quizhao looked at the 4 with a blank expression. Just like the monster in Shichangxi cave, they're afraid of this sword. Come, look at this sword. Seeing the familiar monster, Yun Xian excitedly stepped forward, approaching Qizhao and raising the Wangshu sword, hoping to get a better look. Yun Xian's action left Shen Fei speechless. Although the Qizhao in Shichangxi cave and this Qizhao were identical, the talisman could be modified to suit the user. The Qizhao in Shichangxi cave was set by Yun Xian King, so he wouldn't attack anyone with the Wangshu sword. Upon seeing the sword, he automatically vanished. But this wasn't Shichangxi cave. My master has ordered that anyone trespassing be killed. Yun Xian's approach set Qizhao into action. Several ice cones suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to attack Yun Xian. Xian, be careful, Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli warned him as they saw Qizhao about to attack. There's murderous intent. The gifted Yun Xian naturally noticed Qizhao's murderous intent. Just as he was about to use the Wangshu sword, a flash of sword light passed by, and Qizhao was pierced through the chest, turning into smoke and disappearing. Strange, why doesn't it work? Seeing Qizhao disappear, Yun Xian immediately put away the Wangshu sword and looked at the place where Qizhao disappeared with a puzzled look. It seems that different talisman spirits are afraid of different things. He is not afraid of your sword at all, Xian. Han Lingsha also looked puzzled. What strange things are you talking about? This is a talisman, and it will act according to the orders of its owner? Shen Fei was completely speechless at Han Lingsha and Yun Xian's words. Although Han Lingsha knew a lot of knowledge, she still lacked knowledge of immortal cultivation. Shen Fei spoke briefly about the talismans. So the lack of guards here is due to these talisman spirits. That's about right. There are quite a few of them here. I'll lead the way so we don't trigger them again. In a game, fighting talisman spirits could level up, but reality certainly wasn't so convenient, so Shen Fei naturally didn't want to waste energy fighting them. Under Shen Fei's guidance, the 4 of them seamlessly avoided the talisman spirits and arrived deep within the sword forest. They arrived before a massive mountain wall. A stone gate covered in strange patterns appeared in the center of the cliff face. There's a door. Yun Xian, looking at the stone gate ahead, walked over and tried to push it open. Sadly, even with all his strength, the stone gate wouldn't budge. Xian, wait a minute. This door must be sealed by magic. Normal means won't open it. After observing the patterns on the stone gate, Liu Mengli immediately spoke up, stopping Yun Xian from pushing any further. Hearing Mengli say that, the patterns here seemed somewhat familiar. Han Lingsha surveyed the pattern on the stone door and nodded thoughtfully. I see, Yun Xian. Upon seeing the pattern on the stone door, a look of sudden enlightenment crossed his face, and he pulled out a round green jade from his bosom. That's it. I was wondering if it looked familiar, Xian. I didn't expect you to be so clever this time. Han Lingsha immediately understood the jade in Yun Xian's hand. Yun Xian was about to speak when the jade suddenly began to glow and floated upwards, heading directly for the area on the stone door with a pattern similar to the jade's. As the jade made contact with the stone door, the sealed stone door opened automatically without a single breath of wind. Cheyenne, the jade your father left behind can actually open the gate to the Kyonho sect's forbidden area. I think your father's relationship with the Kyonho sect is definitely not what the sect master said before. Suyao told Yun Cheyenne that Yun Cheyenne King left the Kyonho sect because he couldn't cultivate. This statement sounded reasonable, but now it was different. Someone who left the Kyonho sect because of his unsuccessful cultivation actually possessed a key that could open the gate to the Kyonho sect's forbidden area. This was truly unusual. Let's go in and take a look. Perhaps there's information about your father inside. After Yun Cheyenne put away the round jade, which had lost its luster, the four of them entered the stone gate. What the hell is this place? It's freezing cold on one side, and scorching hot on the other. Han Lingsha, entering the stone gate, looked around with a look of dismay on her face. The stone gate had two passages, one on the left and the other on the right. The right was scorching hot, with the ground covered in hot magma. Han Lingsha couldn't stand it for a short while before returning. The left was freezing cold, filled with ice emitting a blue light. If we tear down this mountain wall in the middle, wouldn't that make it the ice and fire cave? As Shen Fei pondered this, Liu Mengli suddenly spoke up. It should be to the left. The tip of the Wangshu sword pointed to the left, but the next moment, the sword lost its light and dimmed. This place bears some resemblance to Dad's grave. The four of them immediately entered the ice cave on the left. Yun Cheyenne looked at the surrounding ice crystals and was suddenly reminded of his parents' tomb in Shichangxi Cave, also surrounded by ice crystals. What a gift! Shen Fei shook his head slightly, watching Yun Cheyenne seem completely oblivious to the cold. Yun Cheyenne hadn't used any spiritual energy during this journey. In contrast, Shen Fei, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli were using their spiritual energy to resist the surrounding icy cold. This must be where Zhuan Zhao and Su Yu practiced together back then. So, was this place always there, or was it created by their cultivation of the Yai sword and Wangshu sword? Reaching a certain level of strength can alter celestial phenomena, just like the duel between Aokaji and Akanyu, which transformed a normal island into an island of ice and fire. With the power of the Yai sword and Wangshu sword, it's possible they could create a cave of ice and fire. This is a dead man. The dead man reached the depths of the cave, and a massive icicle appeared before him. Within the icicle, trapped was a young, handsome figure with long black hair. This was Zhuan Zhao. Judging solely by his appearance, he looked about the same age as Yun Cheyenne, with a youthful appearance. Impaled on one side of the icicle was a long, red sword, the Yai sword. Wangshu, it's been a long time, a strange voice suddenly echoed in the four people's ears, startling Han Lingsha. She cried out, corpses can speak. Lingsha, he's still alive, but his breath is very weak. Liu Mengli's words instantly calmed Han Lingsha's nervous expression. Lingsha, you've seen ghosts, and you're still afraid of corpses? Haven't you seen zombies? Han Lingsha's behavior surprised Shen Fei. As a frequent tomb robber, being afraid of corpses was unheard of. The ancient tombs a tomb robber encountered weren't always as grand and magnificent as the Huainan King's tomb, or as tranquil as the Shichangxi cave. Who said I was scared? I was just a little surprised, Han Lingsha retorted immediately. Master Shen, Lingsha is a girl after all. Liu Mengli's words immediately stopped Shen Fei's words. Girls always have certain privileges. Even if they can kill a ghost with a single punch, they still have a fear of ghosts. Young man, could you please come closer? Just when Han Lingsha wanted to say something to Shen Fei, the words of Zhuan Zhao in the ice made Han Lingsha immediately focus her attention on Yun Cheyenne. Are you talking about me? Although Yun Cheyenne said this, his body still took several steps forward. Young man, do you know a man named Yun Cheyenne King? Zhuan Zhao looked at Yun Cheyenne carefully for a long time before continuing. You know my father, Yun Cheyenne said in surprise. Your father? Then your mother is Su Yu, Zhuan Zhao asked after being stunned for a moment. Yes, I have always heard that someone knows my father. You are the first person to mention my mother's name. Is my mother also from the Kyonho sect? Yun Cheyenne stared at Zhuan Zhao in the ice and asked. What's your name? Yun Cheyenne, Xiangxuanzing, Zhuangxiao. What a shame. Listening to Zhuangxiao and Yun Cheyenne's conversation, Shen Fei inwardly shook his head. Strictly speaking, the Kyonho sect's plan for ascending to the immortal realm was actually harming Zhuangxiao and Su Yu. The Wangshu sword and the Yai sword were undoubtedly powerful, capable of encircling the illusionary realm, but as the saying goes, success and failure are due to the twin swords. When the two swords were combined, Zhuangxiao and Su-I were safe, but when separated, one quickly perished, and the other soon became possessed. This was a fatal weakness. In this sense, Zhuangxiao and Su-I were essentially tools trained by the Qianhou sect, their mission to wield the twin swords to encircle the illusionary realm. Shen Fei utterly scoffed at the idea of ascending to the immortal realm. Not to mention the celestial obstruction. Even if there were no celestial obstruction and the Qianhou sect were allowed to enter the celestial realm, they would not become immortals, but would only become mortals within the celestial realm. Cultivating to become an immortal requires a qualitative change in many aspects of one's cultivation, not just passing through a gate to heaven. This is like Shen Fei traveling through many worlds, including the current fairy sword world. He still needs to cultivate to gain strength, and he will not become a sword immortal as soon as he arrives in the fairy sword world. If Zhuangxiao practiced normally like Murin Ziyang, with his talent and character, he might not be unable to become an immortal. Even if he cannot become a true immortal, he will definitely be a casual immortal. It can be said that the leader of the Qianhou sect, who discovered the Kunlun skylight and wanted to ascend to heaven with this sect, single-handedly led the Qianhou sect astray, and even led the sect's extremely talented disciples astray. If the Qianhou sect did not go astray, and with the help of the Nine Heavens mysterious woman, even if its geographical location was not as good as Shushan, its achievements would not be much behind Shushan's sect, but generally speaking, Shushan is still the favorite son. The Qianhou sect just took a wrong step and the entire sect disappeared. Look at the Shushan sect. The demon locking tower has been destroyed several times, but it is still standing. This is the gap. Chapter 664 Jimo, Part 2. Sky Hanging Star River. Could this be the origin of Yun Xian's name? Speaking of which, Su Yu actually loved, there was quite a bit of debate in her past life. Seeing Zhuangxiao's silent expression, Shen Fei guessed he was reminiscing about Su Yu. Zhuangxiao and Su Yu each had many admirers within the Qianhou sect. For example, Su Yao might have once been in love with Zhuangxiao. Su Yao's dislike for Su Yu wasn't solely due to her talent, but also to other factors. There must have been many other female disciples who liked Zhuangxiao, too. After all, even the Phoenix Flower Fairy secretly harbored a crush on him. As for Su Yu, most of the male disciples liked her, with Yun Xianqing being the most popular. As for who Su Yu truly loved, perhaps only she knew. However, it was certain that Su Yu wasn't completely devoid of feelings for Yun Xianqing. Although she appeared delicate and timid on the surface, she was actually strong and had a resolute nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left the Qianhou sect with Yun Xianqing so immediately, nor would she have been reincarnated so soon after her death. Yun Xian, how are your parents? After a long moment, Zhuangxiao's expression finally returned to calm. You're asking even though you already know. I don't believe Su Yao didn't tell you what happened. Hearing Zhuangxiao's words, Shen Fei immediately turned his gaze away, taking in the surroundings. I don't know how they're doing now. They died a long time ago, Yun Xian said, scratching his head unconsciously. Really? Then you went up the mountain, but they asked you to come, Zhuangxiao continued. No, my parents didn't tell me anything. I accidentally stumbled into their tomb and saw some things there. I wanted to know what kind of people they were, so I came to the Qianhou sect. Yun Xian paused, then continued, you know my parents. How do you know them? My name is Zhuangxiao, and I'm your parents' senior brother. Zhuangxiao glanced at the Wangshu sword in Yun Xian's hand and continued, the sword you carry is called Wangshu. It and the Zai sword on this ice wall are a pair of yin and yang swords, named after the gods of the sun and moon. They originally belonged to our sect. The Yai sword is mine, and the Wangshu sword belongs to your mother Suayu. Zhuangxiao glanced at the Yai sword on the ice wall to his left. Yin-yang swords, isn't that what Xian's father wears? Han Lingxia suddenly exclaimed after Zhuangxiao finished speaking. Midway through her words, she seemed to realize the problem with her words and immediately covered her mouth and stopped talking. You're quite quick on that front. Although Han Lingxia didn't finish her words, both Shen Fei and Liu Mengli roughly understood what she was trying to say. Only Yun Xian remained bewildered. Are you my parents' senior brother? You don't believe it, but your arrival in this forbidden area must be for some reason. If my guess is correct, it's probably the reunion of Wangshu and Zai, which has resonated after so long. It was indeed the Wangshu sword that led us here. Han Lingxia nodded immediately. It's not that I don't believe it, but the sect leader said that my father left the mountain a long time ago, and he never mentioned my mother, Yun Xian said, looking at Zhuangxiao. Suayao, humph, Zhuang Ziao snorted coldly at the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D, his tone filled with contempt. You can enter the forbidden area, so you must be carrying the Lingguang algae jade. Zhuang Ziao said, quickly changing the subject. Lingguang algae jade, is that it? Yun Xian immediately produced a round jade that could open the forbidden stone gate. Spiritual light algae jade, I never thought I'd see you again in my lifetime. Back then, the three of us practiced the immortal way and studied swordsmanship together, and now, I'm the only one left. Zhuang Ziao sighed deeply as he looked at the spiritual light algae jade in Yun Xian's hand. You're the only one left. It's so cold here, why are you staying here alone? Han Lingshe asked curiously. Yun Xian, you must have been very afraid of the cold since you were a child. It must be hard for you to enter this place. Zhuang Ziao ignored Han Lingshe's words and looked at Yun Xian with concern. No, I'm fine and I don't feel it's that cold here. But my parents are very sensitive to the cold, Yun Xian said, scratching his head again. What? This is impossible. As soon as Yun Xian finished speaking, Zhuang Ziao suddenly screamed, looking at Yun Xian with disbelief. It took a long time for Zhuang Ziao to regain his composure. I never thought such a marvel could exist in the world. Zhuang Ziao was shocked, leaving Yun Xian, Han Lingshe, and Liu Mengli completely bewildered. They had no idea what Yun Xian's fearlessness of the cold signified. Zhuang Ziao only knew Yun Xian was not afraid of the cold. If he knew he was not afraid of the heat, his disbelief would only deepen. However, Shen Fei understood Zhuang Ziao's astonishment. It was Yun Xian's talent. As the master of the Wangshu sword, Suyu, without the support of the Yi sword, would gradually be eroded by the cold. This erosion was terrifying. Did they see that even Yun Xian King was affected? Under such circumstances, Yun Xian, as Suyu's son, should theoretically be naturally afraid of the cold. However, Yun Xian defied this rule. This meant that Yun Xian wasn't female. Otherwise, there would be no Han Lingshe involved in the Wangshu sword. The Wangshu sword requires a body of pure yin to awaken because only a body of pure yin can withstand the sword's chilling energy. For someone without a pure yin body, practicing the Wangshu sword would be tantamount to seeking death. However, for someone with a cold-resistant physique like Yun Xian, this wouldn't be a problem. In other words, if Yun Xian were a woman, she could completely ignore the sword's side effects and practice it. Out of curiosity, Shen Fei studied Yun Xian's imperviousness to water and fire, and had Yun Xian cooperate in some experiments. For example, he used ice-based power to test its effects. Combining this with a plot, Shen Fei suddenly discovered something. Yun Xian's imperviousness to water, and therefore to cold, meant that even the ice-based, supposedly strongest, absolute zero space, wouldn't necessarily have much effect on him. In other words, using the cold power of ice against Yun Xian wouldn't have much effect. Yun Xian was able to hold the items left behind by the god of winter in the human world, the Guangji Hantu, and not feel the cold. Since he had conducted experiments on water resistance, he also conducted some experiments on fire resistance. For example, he asked Yun Xian to put his hand into the fire and tell him how it felt. The result was warmth. Through a series of experimental observations, Shen Fei discovered that Yun Xian could completely take a bath in the magma. With Shen Fei's current strength, if he used his strength, he could also walk around in the magma. However, Yun Xian did not use any power, and only had an ordinary body to do it. If Yun Xian was asked to deal with a Kainu like this, a Kainu would probably be very depressed. In other words, if Zhuang Ziao could give up the Yi sword, Yun Xian could completely ignore the side effects of the Yi sword and practice it. This is talent. Judging from the worldview of the entire Sword and Fairy universe, Yun Xian and Liu Mengli should still be alive when the later events unfold. As for Muren Zidong, he's most likely deceased. He likely didn't achieve immortality, otherwise the demon sword wouldn't have been sealed in the demon locking tower on Mount Shu and brought out by Changlao. While Yun Xian also didn't achieve immortality, he was fortunate to have the help of Zhulan. As for Liu Mengli, demons have a very long lifespan. Someone else has come in. It's really lively today. Zhuang Ziao had barely finished speaking when a familiar voice echoed behind the four of them, before they could even turn around. Yun Xian, you're so bold. You even dare to trespass into a forbidden area. It was Muren Zidong, who immediately shouted at the four of them. But Uncle Master, didn't you come in too? Yun Xian looked at the enraged Muren Zidong with a puzzled expression. This sudden rebuttal made Murin Ziyang's expression freeze for a moment, and then he shouted, "How unreasonable! Yun Xian could be quite formidable at times, especially when he spoke with a completely innocent expression, infuriating and frustrating words. And yet, you couldn't say he was wrong. Since you're here, why make such a fuss? There's nothing shameful in this forbidden area." Just as Murin Ziyang was about to continue, Zhuang Xiao suddenly spoke up. Zhuang Xiao was right. This so-called forbidden area of the Qianhou sect was originally a place where Zhuang Xiao and Su Yu could concentrate on their cultivation. It was called a forbidden area simply to prevent others from disturbing the practice. "Who are you?" Murin Ziyang finally turned her gaze to the frozen Zhuang Xiao, a look of hesitation on her face. "This is Zhuang Xiao. He's said to be Xian's parent's senior brother." "I can't believe it," Han Lingxia said from the side. "Uncle Zhuangxiao, sir, please accept my disciple's greetings." Murin Ziyang hurriedly saluted Zhuangxiao. "Whose disciple are you, to bear the sword case forged by Hanyu Bingpo?" Zhuangxiao asked softly. "Disciple Murin Ziyang. I was once taught martial arts techniques and the art of swordsmithing by Elder Zonglian," Murin Ziyang said hurriedly. "Zonglian, how is he now, master?" "He passed away a few years ago." "What a pity." Zonglian was the swordsmith of the Qianhou school. He crafted the Wangshu sword and the Yai sword. He was arguably the best swordsmith in the Qianhou school. "Master once instructed me that if I ever meet Uncle Zhuangxiao again in my lifetime, I must treat him with respect. Whatever Uncle commands, no matter the reason, I will fulfill it even if it means my death," Murin Ziyang said, reciting Zonglian's last words. "He's thoughtful. I just happen to have two things to ask of you," Zhuangxiao said. "Disciple, listen to my orders," Murin Ziyang said, bowing. "First, there's no need to inform the sect master of what happened here. Second, their trespassing into the forbidden area will not be held accountable." Zhuang Xiao said. "Yes." After a moment's hesitation, Murin Ziyang immediately nodded in agreement. He had originally intended to severely punish the four men this time, so they wouldn't dare violate the sect's rules again. "You deliberately provoked me to do this trespassing," Shen Fei sneered inwardly at Zhuang Xiao, believing now was not the time to expose Zhuang Xiao's secrets, or else he would have wanted to slap him in the face. "Great. This way I won't be punished, haha." Yun Xian, who had listened to the conversation, waved excitedly. "All right, you've been here for quite a while. You should all go," Zhuang Xiao said. "Then can you come again?" Yun Xian asked immediately. "Yun Xian, what do you think of this forbidden area?" Murin Ziyang shouted. "If you want to come here, talk to me another day. Go," Zhuang Xiao said, and then he closed his eyes. Led by Murin Ziyang, the group immediately left the forbidden area. Before departing, Shen Fei looked back at the sword of righteousness stuck in the ice. In reality, for Shen Fei, resolving Han Lingxia's problem was simple: simply remove the Wangshu sword from the immortal sword world. No matter how powerful the Wangshu sword was, it couldn't possibly cross another world and return the problem to Han Lingxia. Even the Infinity Stones were significantly less powerful outside the Marvel Universe, let alone the Wangshu sword. While this solved Han Lingxia's problem, it didn't address the ultimate issue, the Qianhou sect's ascension plan. As long as the Qianhou sect remained committed to the ascension plan, they would continue to work towards it. Even if Shen Fei took both the Wangshu sword and the sword of righteousness, the worst that could happen was that they would have to sacrifice several generations of Qianhou sect's energy to forge another pair. With the dual sword masters still available, even if Zhuang Xiao and the others had passed away by then, they could easily find new masters. After Su Yu, there's Han Lingxia. If someone truly dedicates themselves to finding someone to replace Zhuang Xiao, it's perfectly natural. Just like in the game, Han Lingxia once considered suicide to resolve the issue, but was ultimately stopped by Murin Ziyang and the others. Zhuang Xiao could easily spend 19 years searching for a host for the Wangshu sword. If 19 years isn't enough for one, then 2, 3. This is only one aspect of the problem. There's also Liu Mengli. The Qianhou sect and the illusionary realm are already locked in a mortal feud. If the root cause isn't addressed, even without the Qianhou sect's twin swords, conflict will likely continue every 19 years. The ultimate outcome will undoubtedly be the destruction of the illusionary realm. Compared to humans, the demon race suffers from a fatal weakness: slow growth. It can take hundreds of years for a single powerful demon to emerge, while humans, in 19 years, are more than enough time to cultivate another generation of sword immortals. Consider the battle between the Fantasy Realm and the Kaonho sect 19 years ago. While the Fantasy Realm suffered heavy losses, the Kaonho sect suffered even more. But now, 19 years later, the Fantasy Realm is powerless against the Kaonho sect. Other demon races might have been able to relocate to avoid the Kaonho sect, but the Fantasy Realm has no chance of evading them. Shen Fei's power is such that he can even alter the Fantasy Realm's trajectory. If it were any other demon race, Shen Fei wouldn't have cared less. After all, he's not a saint and can't solve every problem. But the Fantasy Realm is Liu Mengli's hometown, so he has no choice but to find a way to resolve the issue once and for all. Ziying, you said you hadn't heard of Xian's parents. Were you lying? They're fellow disciples of Zhuangxiao. According to seniority, you should call them uncles. After leaving the forbidden area, Han Lingsha suddenly questioned Muren Ziying. This wasn't just speculation. After all, Muren Ziying knew Zhuangxiao, so there was no reason not to know about Yun Xianking and Suyu. I really don't know, so why lie? Muren Ziying said firmly. That's really strange, Han Lingsha muttered to herself, observing Muren Ziying's expression. Well, it's getting late. You should go back quickly. You still have morning classes to attend, Muren Ziying said, turning around and preparing to leave. Chapter 665 Jimo, and Ziying, wait a moment. Han Lingsha immediately called out to Muren Ziying as she saw him about to leave. Muren Ziying stopped, turned, and looked at Han Lingsha. Anything else? I didn't expect you to be such a kind person, Ziying. Han Lingsha stared at Muren Ziying for a long moment before she smiled and said. After spending some time together, although Muren Ziying always had a stern expression, Han Lingsha and the other two had already gotten to know his character. If it were anyone else, facing such impertinence from Han Lingsha and the other two, they would definitely not just give him a verbal reprimand. Especially since Muren Ziying was already immune to Han Lingsha calling him by his name instead of Uncle Master. Don't be so evasive. Han Lingsha's praise startled Muren Ziying for a moment, then he immediately returned to his usual demeanor. I heard from other disciples, little Ziying, that you like swords and sword-related items. I've been carrying this with me, but I don't have much use for it. It's a shame to leave it like this. I might as well give it to you, Han Lingsha said, holding out a golden object. This is the 9-dragon binding silk sword tassel. Muren Ziying, previously expressionless, showed a rare touch of emotion upon seeing the item in Han Lingsha's hand. Wow, little Ziying really knows what's good. This sword tassel is indeed made from selected 10,000-year-old ice silkworm silk, crafted using the unique 9-dragon binding silk technique. Perhaps it was rare to see Muren Ziying so elated. Han Lingsha's expression became incredibly delighted. This is something only the royal family can possess. How did you acquire it? Muren Ziying didn't reach for the 9-dragon binding silk sword tassel Han Lingsha handed over. Ordinary people, like Shen Fei, Yun Xian, and even Liu Mengli, wouldn't have much idea of its value. However, Muren Ziying was different. As a descendant of the great Yan kingdom, he was fully aware of its value. Of course, this value didn't refer to any improvement in strength, but rather to a sense of status, much like the value modern people place on designer bags, luxury cars, and rare antiques. Furthermore, while the 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel is a sword tassel and generally worn with a sword, it doesn't necessarily have to accompany a treasure. It can also be worn around the waist as a decoration, much like Nanayu's fire rain agate and Liu Mengli's imperial jade. This item is so valuable, I can't accept it. They say a generous gift is a sign of sincerity when becoming a disciple. You're still my uncle, after all. We haven't given you anything yet, so this is a perfect gift. Han Lingsha smiled and placed the 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel directly in Muren Ziying's palm. Nonsense. The Kaonho sect is a peaceful place for cultivating immortals. How can such worldly customs exist? Muren Ziying said, returning the 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel to Han Lingsha. How old-fashioned, Han Lingsha muttered softly. Although her voice was low, at such close distance, it naturally couldn't be hidden from Muren Ziying. However, Muren Ziying seemed to be immune to this remark, and his expression didn't change at all. As the saying goes, a sword worthy of a hero, a flower for a beauty. The 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel is not dishonored in your hands, Han Lingsha muttered softly before speaking. Needless to say, I won't take it. Okay, I understand. How about I ask you to find a sword worthy of the 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel? When I got it, There was only the tassel, not the sword itself. This will help me find a home for it. Seeing Murenziang's determined expression, Han Lingsha had to find another excuse. Well, then, leave it with me for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable sword. After hearing Han Lingsha's words, Murenziang hesitated for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. If it had been any other item, Murenziang might not have agreed, even if Han Lingsha had said so. But after all, this was the 9 dragons binding silk sword tassel, and as a sword lover, he naturally didn't want to see it alone. That's good. We can still go back and rest while we have time. See you at morning service, Junior Master. Cheyenne, go to bed early. The group first arrived outside Yun Cheyenne's room, telling him to go back and rest. Then the 3 of them went to a secluded area far from Yun Cheyenne's room. Xiaofei, why did you ask us to come here? Why did you hide it from Cheyenne? Han Lingsha said immediately. I'm older than you, okay? Shen Fei was speechless when Han Lingsha called him Xiaofei. He initially tried to correct her, but unfortunately, Han Lingsha refused to change, forcing Shen Fei to follow Murenziang's lead and ignore her behavior. Han Lingsha was actually the youngest of the 4, but she had a habit of adding a Zio to her catchphrases. Yun Cheyenne and Liu Mengli had also been called that, though far less often than Shen Fei and Murenziang. There's something wrong with the Kaonho sect, and it's probably related to Cheyenne's parents, Shen Fei whispered. Master Shen, why do you say that? Liu Mengli asked immediately. It's simple. What the sect master said and that Zhuan Zhao are completely contradictory. Cheyenne's parents in the Kaonho sect are definitely not ordinary disciples. Whether it's the Wangshu sword or the round jade that opens the Forbidden Stone Gate, do you think these are things that ordinary Kaonho disciples can possess? Shen Fei paused here, then continued. And that Zhuan Zhao, some of what he said today is also untrue. Don't you think the Wangshu sword was deliberately luring us to the forbidden area? For a sect's forbidden area, they allowed the 4 of us to enter without making any noise. Don't you think it's very suspicious? Indeed, I've always felt that the Kaonho sect was mysterious. No wonder you hid it from Cheyenne. These things are truly not something he should know. Han Lingsha nodded thoughtfully. From now on, you should be cautious. I will quietly investigate what happened back then. If something seems wrong, leave the Kaonho sect immediately. Lingsha, are you alright? Shen Fei looked at Han Lingsha. No problem, there's nothing I want to hear. Han Lingsha's expression immediately fell. The fact that no immortal sects offered immortality left her feeling somewhat lost. Lingsha, don't worry. There's always a way to resolve your village's problems, Liu Mengli immediately said, comforting her. Alright, it's almost time. Let's all go back and rest, help Xuanxiao escape. 3 days later, Yun Cheyenne, for once, gathered the group, including Murenziang, and spoke of his plans. During those 3 days, Shen Fei continued his training as usual, but Yun Cheyenne, unusually, didn't feel the pain of being in the Kaonho sect. This was because he'd been seeing Xuanxiao every night and now considered him his elder brother, determined to help him escape. Upon hearing that Xuanxiao could be rescued, Murenziang immediately expressed his responsibility. Murenziang was a great respecter of teachers and had remembered the words his master, Zonglian, had left for him. Since he's your elder brother, Cheyenne, we're certainly obliged to help. However, where should we find the 3 cold weapons? Shen Fei, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli exchanged glances before Han Lingsha spoke with a smile. Although Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were somewhat wary of Zhuan Zhao after Shen Fei's warning, seeing Yun Cheyenne so happy was rare, they naturally didn't want to challenge him at this moment. Uncle Xuanxiao said that 2 of our sect's reclusive elders might know the whereabouts of the 3 cold weapons. We're going to meet them now, led by Murenziang. The group passed through the exceptionally beautiful Zuhuimen and arrived at Qinfengjian in the mountains behind the Kaonho sect's small bridges, flowing water, valleys, and wooden houses created a tranquil place. Disciple Murenziang, I seek an audience with elders Qingyang and Chongguang, Murenziang addressed respectfully as the 5 of them arrived at the 2 simple wooden houses. A moment later, 2 sword lights suddenly appeared before the 5 people. When the sword lights disappeared, 2 figures, one tall, one short, one old, one young, dressed in the attire of Kaonho sect elders, appeared in their sight. They looked so young. So, the taller one's cultivation level can't match the shorter one. The shorter one, with short white hair and a slightly childish face, looked even younger than Murenziang. The taller figure beside him also had white hair, but wrinkles were already appearing on his face. The comparison made it clear who was stronger. "Ah, so young?" Han Lingsha exclaimed at the younger one. "The sword case forged by Hanai Bingpo. It seems you are the heir to Zhonglian. Su Yao has governed effectively over the years. We too have been in retirement for many years, not involved in worldly affairs. You should return." Muran Ziyang's appearance made the two retired elders believe that Su Yao had sent him. After all, within the Qianhou sect, Su Yao was the only one who could send someone to contact them. The two elders were naturally aware of Su Yao's situation. Although Su Yao's management of the Qianhou sect had some issues, it was generally acceptable. More importantly, the Qianhou sect now had no other options, which was why the two elders had retired so decisively. To answer the two elders, it was not the sect master who sent us here. In fact, the sect master was unaware of our presence. It was Uncle Zhuang Xiao who asked us to seek your help, Muran Ziyang said hurriedly. Zhuang Xiao, how did you younger disciples meet Zhuang Xiao? The tall elder asked hurriedly. I accidentally wandered into the forbidden area and met brother Zhuang Xiao. Yun Xian suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Xian King, it's you, you're back. The tall elder, upon seeing Yun Xian King, looked incredibly surprised. King Guiyang, look carefully, this isn't Xian King, they just look alike. The shorter elder, Elder Changguang, immediately warned. It's definitely not Xian King. Who are you? Elder King Guiyang finally realized what was happening. Yun Xian King is my father, my name is Yun Xian. Yun Xian said immediately. Yun Xian, did you just call Zhuang Xiao big brother? Elder Changguang asked, after looking Yun Xian up and down. Yes, big brother Zhuang Xiao and I are sworn brothers, Yun Xian nodded vigorously. Sworn brothers, that's true, Elder King Guiyang said with a wry smile upon hearing Yun Xian's words. Elder Changguang, I wonder if anyone in the Qianhou sect has achieved immortality. Just as Elder King Guiyang and Elder Changguang looked at each other and shook their heads in unison, Han Lingsha suddenly emerged from behind. Young lady, immortality? What's that? It's just a few more years of life, Elder Changguang, impressed by Han Lingsha, shook his head gently. But just as he was about to look away, he suddenly seemed to notice something and took another closer look at her. Young lady, what's your name? Elder Changguang asked immediately. Han Lingsha immediately said. This young lady in purple looks a little unwell, and her spiritual power is the weakest among you. Changguang, I think it would be better if you could teach her a set of mental techniques. As Elder Changguang inquired about Han Lingsha's name, Elder King Guiyang naturally noticed her. As participants in the Qianhou sect's ascension plan 19 years ago, they both immediately recognized Han Lingsha's problems. Very well, Elder Changguang said with a soft sigh. You're talking about me? You want to teach me a mental technique? That's very kind. Thank you so much. Han Lingsha was naturally delighted to hear that the retired Elder Ao of the Qianhou sect was teaching her a mental technique. I'll only say this once, remember it, Elder Changguang recited a set of mental techniques, completely different from the Qianhou sect's entry-level mental techniques. This set of mental techniques is only suitable for the purple-robed girl, not for you, Elder Changguang said, looking in the direction of Shen Fei and Liu Mengli. It's only suitable for the Wangshu sword, right? The Wangshu sword and the Yai sword naturally possess their own unique mental techniques. If the time wasn't right before the Huanming realm and the Qianhou sect's border crossing, but there were still a few years, perhaps the Qianhou sect would have attempted to train Han Lingsha. However, the tight schedule, coupled with Zhuang Xiao's arrogance, meant Han Lingsha was no longer needed. Su Yao could then temporarily use the Wangshu sword. Sure enough, no one in the Qianhou sect believes there's anything wrong with the Qianhou sect's ascension plan. They simply feel sorry for Han Lingsha. After all, it was a plan the Qianhou sect had been preparing for generations. If possible, Elders King Guiyang and Changguang hoped for the Qianhou sect's entire ascension. They finally tried to stop Zhuan Zhao, but only to witness his madness and the beginnings of the destruction of the Qianhou sect. Okay, you just said Zhuan Zhao asked you to come to us. Is there something? King Guiyang said, his gaze shifting from Han Lingsha to Muran Ziyang. Zhuan Zhao is trapped in ice and is trying to escape, Yun Xian said hurriedly. His words immediately caught the attention of the two elders. Here's the specific situation, Muran Ziyang recounted the entire story. Zhuan Zhao has actually suppressed the exuberant yang energy within him. He's truly a gifted genius. But can the three cold devices truly suppress it? King Yang was delighted by Murin Ziyang's words. But a hint of doubt lingered in his voice. After all, he knew Zhuan Zhao's situation well. He had personally intervened when Zhuan Zhao was trapped in ice. Big Brother said he's practiced a technique called the ice condensation technique, which has helped suppress the internal problems. He needs the 3 cold weapons just in case, Yun Xian continued. Ice condensation technique, yes, I practiced it too, Yun Xian said, immediately infusing his energy into the ice condensation technique. Instantly, the air temperature around him plummeted, and even a hint of frost appeared in the air. This is such an effect even for a beginner. It seems Zhuan Zhao can really escape this time. Chapter 666, Fox Fairy, Part 1. Ice condensation technique. Watching the chill emanating from Yun Xian, Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Zhuan Zhao's talent was undoubtedly among the best in the world. In the nearly 19 years of being sealed away, he had created such a powerful cold-attributed technique. However, Zhuan Zhao had clearly overestimated himself. Even though the ice condensation technique was indeed a powerful technique, it still fell far short of the yang energy of the Yi sword. Furthermore, Zhuan Zhao had forgotten one crucial thing, his heart. Having been forcibly sealed away for so long, Zhuan Zhao's heart was filled with rage. This pent-up anger was so powerful that even the ice condensation technique, let alone the 3 cold devices, could not suppress it. As for the 3 cold weapons, we have only heard some rumors. Among them, the Guangji cold map is said to have appeared in Jimmo, now the seaside, hundreds of years ago. The Kun scales are said to be the scales of a large fish in the north. That fish swam to the vicinity of Cheohu Lake several years ago, and its current whereabouts are unknown. As for the 3rd item, we don't know exactly what it is. We only know that it is hidden in the legendary Yan Emperor Shannon cave. After seeing the effect of Yun Xian's condensing ice art, King Yang immediately told him the whereabouts of the 3 cold weapons he knew. We might as well check out these places. After King Yang finished telling him the locations of the 3 cold weapons he knew, he looked at Chongguang and then spoke again. But I promised my eldest brother to help him. After Elder King Yang finished speaking, Yun Xian suddenly spoke. Please forgive the 2 elders. Xian did not intend to offend. Murin Ziyang hurriedly explained after Yun Xian finished speaking. It's okay. Xian King does have a good child, and it's a good thing for young people to have more experience. In this case, the task of finding the 3 cold weapons will be handed over to you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to King Fengjian to find us. Chongguang smiled and waved to Murin Ziyang, then looked at Yun Xian and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Elder, Murin Ziyang said and saluted the 2 elders, and the group left King Fengjian. I didn't expect that 19 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Xiao was able to break the ice, and we can also let go of the guilt in our hearts and pass away peacefully. After Murin Ziyang and his group of 5 left, Elder King Yang suddenly sighed softly. I hope so. Elder Chongguang was looking at the backs of Murin Ziyang and his group of 5 with doubt on his face. To be more precise, he was looking at Han Lingsha's back. What's wrong? Elder King Yang asked in confusion. The demon world is about to arrive, and at this time, Xian King's child has arrived. If it were just this, it would be fine, but that little girl in purple, Zhuang Xiao, wants to break out at this time. Alice, at this point, Elder Chongguang suddenly stopped talking. You mean Zhuang Xiao wants to continue what happened in the past? Elder King Yang said in surprise. It's hard to say, Chongguang said and shook his head slightly. Now that things have come to this, what can we do? After speaking, the 2 shook their heads at the same time, and then turned into 2 sword lights and disappeared. Zhao Ziyang, has that Elder Chongguang cultivated into an immortal body? Although his hair and eyebrows are white, his face looks so young. On the wooden bridge of Qinfengjian as they were leaving, Han Lingsha immediately asked Murin Ziyang excitedly. Elder Chongguang could be said to be the most immortal-like person among all the people Han Lingsha had met in Qianhou sect. That's just due to the special Taoist method that the elders practiced. Although the 2 elders have lived decades longer than ordinary people, they are not immortal. Different methods naturally produce different effects. Not to mention the world of cultivating immortals, even in the world of practicing martial arts, there are methods that can keep one's youth, such as the Sacred Heart Sutra. Oh, so that's how it is. That's really strange. I've looked through all the books and classics in the library, and I haven't seen anyone in Qianhou sect who has cultivated into an immortal body. Hearing Murin Ziyang say this, Han Lingsha's expression immediately became depressed, and she muttered something in a low voice. Library, classics. Although Han Lingsha was muttering in a low voice, Muren Ziyang still heard something because she was too close to him. No, I didn't say anything. Speaking of the 3 cold weapons, let's go find that one first. Han Lingsha immediately changed the subject. Since they are all difficult to find, why not start from the first Guangji Hantu, as it was related to Zhuang Xiao's ability to break through the ice. Muren Ziyang was immediately distracted by Han Lingsha's words. Okay, Jimo, I know where it is. I can lead the way. It's in the northeast by the sea. Decorations are being made. It seems that some festival is going to be held. A group of 5 people flew on swords and soon arrived at Jimo on the seaside. It must be said that flying on swords is fast. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a year to get from Kyongho Sect to Jimo because the distance is too far. Kyongho Sect is located in the Kunlun Mountains, which is almost in the extreme west, while Jimo is on the seaside in the far east. After landing outside the town, the 5 people immediately entered the town decorated with lights. Jimo is a small town on the seaside. Are there any rice dumplings to eat? Hearing that it was a festival, Yun Xian immediately shouted. This is not a festival for eating rice dumplings. Han Lingsha immediately explained to Yun Xian the differences between festivals, and that different festivals have different foods. Then what are we eating this time? Yun Xian immediately asked. How should I know? Han Lingsha said speechlessly. She had no idea what festival Jimo was celebrating, so of course she didn't know what to eat. Okay, stop messing around. We are here to find Guangji Handu. Listening to Han Lingsha and Yun Xian's somewhat irrelevant conversation, Muren Ziyang immediately scolded them. Yes, Guangji Hantu. Have you heard of Guangji Hantu? Yun Xian said, and immediately stepped forward to stop a young man and asked. What, Guangji Hantu? I don't know, the young man said, and ignored Yun Xian and left in a hurry. Strange, isn't it a festival? Why are you in such a hurry? Han Lingsha looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the street with a very confused expression. Although the whole town was decorated with colorful lights and the festive atmosphere was very strong, the residents of the town did not have any festive smiles on their faces. Excuse me, don't bother me. After Muren Ziyang stopped a young man, before he could ask, the other party pushed Muren Ziyang away and left in a hurry like the young man Yun Xian had asked before. Ziyang, why don't we find an inn to settle down first, and then slowly investigate the matter of Guangji Hantu? Han Lingsha suddenly suggested. Okay, Muren Ziyang nodded in agreement after a moment's silence. After that, the group came to the only inn in the town and asked for 5 rooms. Then they gathered in Muren Ziyang's room to discuss how to find the Guangji Hantu. Since you insist, Ziyang, Xian, and Mengli, you 3 will form a group to investigate the town, and Xiaofei and I will investigate other places. Through Muren Ziyang's previous actions, Han Lingsha knew that Muren Ziyang was not good at talking to people because he had been in the Kyongho sect since he was a child, so Han Lingsha originally planned to let Muren Ziyang wait in the inn for the 4 of them to investigate the matter of Guangji Handu, but Muren Ziyang insisted on participating, so Han Lingsha had to change the grouping. This kind of grouping is to find out the information about Guangji Handu as soon as possible. After all, to be honest, neither Yun Xian nor Muren Ziyang has time to gather information. Liu Mangli is a little better. If we really want to talk about gathering information, we have to talk about Han Lingsha and Shen Fei. The overall environment of Jimo is a small town and several small villages around it. In this era, the seaside has not been developed and it is not very prosperous. I remember that Guangji Handu seems to be in the hands of a scholar mountain god. Shen Fei still roughly remembered some of the process of searching for the 3 cold weapons, especially the Guangji cold map and the cold weapon in the Yan Emperor Shenan cave. The 2 sisters disappeared because of their immortality, and only Kunlun didn't remember it very clearly. The reason why Shen Fei could remember so much about the Guangji cold map was thanks to the things that happened in the ghost world later. In the Fox Fairy Temple, because it was a fairy beast, Muren Ziyang would show mercy even if it did something excessive. If it was a monster, I'm afraid he would chop it down at the first moment. After some investigation, Shen Fei didn't find the scholar mountain god, but he did learn a lot about Jimo. For example, Jimo was now decorated with lanterns for the traditional annual lantern festival. The reason most people didn't smile was because the fox fairy was celebrating her birthday and needed offerings. For the residents of Jimmo, offerings to the Fox Fairy Temple were a common practice, nothing special. However, this time, the offerings weren't just customary, it was the Fox Fairy's birthday. Shen Fei was speechless. You, a fairy beast that has lived for at least 1,000 years, why would you imitate a human's birthday? If the Fox Fairy truly wanted to protect Jimmo forever, one more offering wouldn't be a big deal. After all, it was an offering to the Fox Fairy. But now, far from protecting Jimmo's residents, the Fox Fairy frequently caused disasters. For example, when the people prayed for favorable weather and good harvests at sea, the Fox Fairy would only cause the sea to rage and swell. If they prayed for rain, the Fox Fairy would inflict a 3-year drought. Because of its magical powers, the people dared not speak out. In fact, at the beginning, the Fox Fairy was quite good. Occasionally, he would help the residents of Jimmo to have good weather and rain from the sky. This is why the residents here built a Fox Fairy temple for him. It was not until more than 10 years ago that the Fox Fairy changed his style. For the Fox Fairy, it is very simple to stir up a storm on the sea. A wind magic can do it, but for those fishermen who make a living from the sea, this is a fatal crisis. Needless to say, the consequences of the 3-year drought are even more serious. Now Jimmo can seem to be doing well on the surface, not because the Fox Fairy showed mercy, but thanks to the mountain god Scholar, otherwise Jimmo would probably have reached a point where the people are living in dire straits. Guangji Hantu, what is this? I have never heard of it. The residents of the villages outside Jimmo are easier to talk to than those in towns. When they heard Shen Fei asking Guangji Hantu, most of them shook their heads and said they didn't know. At the same time, Shen Fei also knew why those people were in such a hurry. It was because they had to rush to deliver tribute to the Fox Fairy Temple. Once it was too late, the Fox Fairy might cause another disaster. Lian Bao, has anyone seen my daughter Lian Bao? Just as Shen Fei was about to leave the village, he suddenly saw a young man in green clothes calling his daughter's name in a panic. Found it? In a small seaside village like this, scholars are very rare, let alone having a daughter. If Shen Fei had not been afraid of alerting the enemy, it might have been faster to just ask for a scholar. The girl whom he regarded as his daughter was his lover, who had been with him for 6 lifetimes. This young man, I wonder if what you said about my daughter being abducted by the Fox Fairy is true. When the scholar suspected that his daughter might have been taken away by a Fox Fairy and was preparing to go and rescue her alone, while everyone else looked helpless, Shen Fei walked up to him. Who are you? The scholar's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Fei. To be more precise, he saw the clothes on his body, the uniform of the Kaonho sect. Most people might not know it, but as a mountain god scholar, he must know it. I am a disciple of the Kaonho sect. I came here to find something. I didn't expect the Fox Fairy here to be so evil. It's hateful. Don't worry, I will help you rescue your daughter. So you are a disciple of Kaonho sect. I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you for your help, but the Fox Fairy has great magic power, I'm afraid. S.H.I.E.L.D. stopped talking here, but Shen Fei already understood what he meant. After all, the other party was a fairy beast, and an ordinary sword fairy could not be his opponent. Don't worry, sir, I didn't come here alone this time. As Shen Fei spoke, he brought S.H.I.E.L.D. to a remote place outside the village. Then he clasped his hands together and swung his right hand upwards. A sword light flew from his palm into the sky and then exploded in the sky. This was a call to action for the disciples of the Kaonho sect to gather. When the new disciples of the Kaonho sect first slayed demons and monsters, they were basically led by at least one elite disciple as a group, so that the disciples could become familiar with how to fight monsters and avoid unnecessary casualties. The Kaonho sect disciples who could move freely on their own were at least elite disciples. Of course, Shen Fei and the other 3 were not elite disciples, but superfluous disciples outside the roster, so naturally they had no training in this area. That is, have you found it? As the sword light exploded in the sky, Muran Zhang, Han Lingshe and others who were in other places naturally saw it. When they saw that it was an ordinary call to action, they immediately guessed that someone had obtained a clue about the Guangji Hantu. The next moment, Muran Zhang and the other 4 immediately flew on their swords to Shen Fei's side. This is outrageous. As a fairy beast, it doesn't protect one side, but instead brings disaster to one side. It's really hateful. Muran Zhang immediately became angry after listening to Shen Fei's narration. Xiao Fei, are you very fast? I just found out that there is something wrong with the Fox Fairy here. But it's strange, Why would the fox fairy take your daughter away? Han Lingsha suddenly looked at Xia Yuanjun with curiosity. This is hard to explain. I just want to find Lian Bao and see that she is safe and sound. Xia Yuanjun sighed deeply as he spoke. Lingsha, let's find Mr. Xia's daughter first. We can talk about other things later. Seeing that Han Lingsha wanted to say something, Liu Mengli immediately stopped her. That's right, where does that fox fairy live? I want to teach him a lesson, Yun Xian said with excitement. He was also angry. The fox fairy lives in Yingxiang Mountain. Under the leadership of Xia Yuanjun, the group soon arrived in Yingxiang Mountain. It's Lian Bao's voice. Don't be afraid, Lian Bao, I'm here, Xia Yuanjun said as he hurried forward. Chapter 667 Fox Fairy, Part 2. Scholar Xia, wait a minute. How is this possible? Han Lingsha cried out in shock as Xia Yuanjun vanished without a trace. Muren Ziying, Liu Mengli, and Yun Xian were also stunned. This seemingly ordinary scholar possessed such power. This is an earth-based immortal technique. It turns out there's such a use for it. Shen Fei's expression was equally astonished, but not by Xia Yuanjun's sudden disappearance. After all, he initially thought Xia Yuanjun was a wandering immortal, a mountain deity, though he looked nothing like one. What shocked Shen Fei was the power Xia Yuanjun used to vanish. Shen Fei had always been intrigued by the five spirits' immortal arts and had been practicing them constantly, particularly earth-based techniques. Because of the Earth Spirit Pearl, he had placed a high priority on them. But after seeing Xia Yuanjun vanish, Shen Fei immediately realized he had made a grave mistake, a fatal one. He viewed the five spirits' immortal art as a more powerful version of ninjutsu. This, combined with the influence of the in-game magic, led Shen Fei to focus primarily on attacking during his training. Little did he know, however, that the five spirits' immortal art could be used for more than just offensive purposes. Just like Xia Yuanjun's movement earlier, it utilized an earth-attributed magic. So, the Earth Spirit Pearl's return to the city probably works on the same principle. I think we could give it some more thought. Xia Yuanjun's disappearance reminded Shen Fei of the in-game Earth Spirit Pearl's return to the city. He had originally thought it impossible in the real Sword and Fairy world, but now it seemed perfectly possible. It could be called shrinking the earth into an inch. Of course, Shen Fei understood the principle, but achieving it would likely require considerable time and diligent practice. Xia Yuanjun was able to accomplish this easily because he was a Sengxin, a mountain god. While the specific abilities of this mountain god were unknown, it was certain that he enjoyed considerable geographical advantage in the mountains. His immediate disappearance upon hearing his daughter's voice was likely due to the mountain god's power. Even if his power seemed extremely weak, an immortal was still an immortal. This was a qualitative difference, like the difference between an Asgardian and an ordinary earthling. While ordinary Asgardians might not seem particularly powerful, their average lifespan was 5,000 years, a lifespan comparable to the development of humanity on Earth. Xia Yuanjun likely belonged to this category. It seems he's no ordinary person either. Muren Ziying nodded slightly, looking in the direction Xia Yuanjun had disappeared. So, the fox immortal might be in the mountains. We should hurry and follow them, Han Lingsha said hurriedly. Okay. After a brief silence, Muren Ziying nodded immediately. Regardless of Xia Yuanjun's identity, the priority now was saving their young daughter. The group then soared into the air on their swords, reaching a height of about 10 meters. This was Yingxiang Mountain, a vast area. Searching for Xia Yuanjun, whose whereabouts were unknown, from the ground would be a waste of time. Searching from the sky would be much simpler. After all, this was the real world, not a game. Naturally, there was no need to navigate mazes and level up like in a game. The mazes in the Chinese Paladin series are incredibly frustrating. But the one in Chinese Paladin IV is far superior. If it were the questing for directions chapter in Chinese Paladin III, it would have been incredibly popular. Shen Fei played through the chapter 4 times, but each time was prevented from reaching the end by the maze. Search separately. Once you find them, don't act rashly. Send a signal immediately. Okay. With that, the 5 of them flew off in 5 different directions. A moment later, Shen Fei spotted the fox fairy, Xia Yuanjun, and the others, and immediately signaled Muren Ziying to come over. For Muren Ziying, Han Lingsha, and the others, finding the fox fairy and the others was a matter of luck, but for Shen Fei, a single display of his observation haki gave him a rough idea of the fox fairy's location. However, the speed of the journey was only possible thanks to the flying sword. If they had simply walked through the mountains, a distance of approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, it would have taken considerably longer. Is that the fox fairy? Xia. Han Lingxia quickly arrived on her sword. Being closest to Shen Fei, she was naturally the fastest. Upon seeing Xia Yuanshan lying on the ground below, along with a young man and little girl standing beside him, she immediately descended, forcing Shen Fei to follow closely. Sword Fairy, the young man standing beside Xia Yuanshan frowned as they landed. Just as he was about to speak, 3 more sword beams descended from the sky, Murong Ziying, Liu Mengli, and Yun Xian. That child must be Lian Bao, Liu Mengli whispered, looking at the little girl standing beside the young man, her eyes dull. You stinking fox, what did you do to Xia? Han Lingxia immediately pointed at the young man and shouted. This is a matter between us wandering immortals, and has nothing to do with you sword immortals. Leave immediately, the young man said, glancing at Han Lingxia and snorting coldly. Loose immortal, Han Lingxia asked, her gaze immediately fixed on Murong Ziying. Although Han Lingxia had read extensively in the Qianhou sect, she still had no idea what a loose immortal was. We'll discuss this when we get back. Murong Ziying understood the meaning of Han Lingxia's look, but he had no intention of clarifying her doubts. Instead, he looked at the young fox and said, since you're a loose immortal, you should protect others. Why are you hurting people instead? That's a really interesting question. If I'm an immortal, what's the point of cultivating to become an immortal if I can't play pranks on mortals as I please? The young man looked at Murong Ziying and suddenly laughed. This young man was, of course, the fox immortal from Jimmo, the third master fox. Although he looked completely human, a strange thing was that a yellow fox tail was sticking out from behind him. It was unclear whether this was intentional or if he couldn't retract it. The young fox's unreasonable words made Murong Ziying's face freeze. Having cultivated in the Qianhou sect since childhood, and with the Qianhou sect's philosophy of slaying demons and eliminating evil, he didn't know how to refute the fox fairy's words for a moment. It's not easy for beasts to cultivate immortality. It may take hundreds or even thousands of years. Aren't you afraid of heaven's punishment for acting like this? After a long while, Murong Ziying continued. Heaven's punishment? Ridiculous. Now that I've become an immortal, can heaven's punishment still turn me back to my original form? The young fox fairy sneered. Murong Ziying's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. This was the first time he had encountered such an immortal beast. You just mentioned that you were scattered immortals. Could it be that Xia was a scattered immortal? Han Lingxia suddenly spoke from the side. Oh, it seems you don't know yet. This guy is a wandering immortal like me, and a mountain deity at that. He's truly a disgrace to us wandering immortals. Not only does he hang out with humans all day, he's even adopted a clueless daughter. That aside, his strength is already inferior to mine, yet he constantly sabotages my efforts and helps those foolish commoners. Today, I'm going to teach him a lesson, the young fox immortal said, kicking Xia Yuanshan, who lay on the ground beside him. Perhaps because they were both wandering immortals, or for some other reason, the young fox demon had no intention of killing Xia Yuanshan. Why waste all that time talking to him? Just teach him a lesson and snatch Xia Scholar and his daughter away. Han Lingxia, upon seeing the young fox immortal's actions, immediately felt the urge to attack. Trying to snatch them away, the young fox immortal said this, about to strike, but his expression suddenly changed. He couldn't help but step back, simultaneously raising his right arm to block Shen Fei's kick. Bang! Although the young fox immortal blocked Shen Fei's attack, the force still forced him to step back several steps before he regained his balance. As expected of a fox immortal, I thought I could kick him away. Shen Fei didn't pursue the repulsed young fox immortal, but instead rescued Lian Bao and Xia Yuanshan from the ground. It looks like they were under a spell. Liu Mengli, upon seeing Lian Bao and Xia Yuanshan rescued, hurried over to check on them, then said anxiously, "You stinking fox, break their spell immediately." Han Lingxia, upon hearing Liu Mengli's words, immediately called out to the young fox immortal. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you sword immortals?" Han Lingxia's attitude, coupled with Shen Fei's sudden attack, infuriated the young man. He had never been treated this way since becoming a wandering immortal. Even though Xia Yuanshan had repeatedly sabotaged his plans, he still had the upper hand. The enraged young fox immortal spoke, and powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body. Instantly, a powerful hurricane blew up around him, stirring up the hurricane's momentum. The hurricane, mingled with rocks, rapidly spread outward, threatening to engulf Shen Fei and his companions. Don't hurt anyone. Just as Shen Fei watched Liu Mengli, Han Lingsha, and Yun Xian, astonished by the young fox immortal's power, still blocking Lian Bao and Xia Yuanjin, ready to attack, Muren Ziyang suddenly appeared in front of them. Simultaneously, 4 massive swords appeared around them, blocking the expanding hurricane. This was the Qianhou School's sword controlling technique, 4 directions suffering. In the game, this move could only be used for self-defense, but in the real world of Xianjian, it was naturally much more complex. You want me to remove the spells from them? Okay, beat me. I'm just bored, and now you've got yourself on my hands. Seeing that the hurricane couldn't break through the protection of the 4 massive swords ahead, the young fox fairy immediately shelved his magic. Then, with his hands clenched, Shen Fei and the others felt the sky darken. Unable to help but look up, a massive mountain, nearly 10 meters high, appeared in the sky, crashing down towards the group below. It was an earth-based magic, a mountain formed from spiritual energy. It was undeniable that a fairy beast, even a fairy beast, could unleash such powerful magic with ease, seemingly effortless. Oh, forget it. Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were startled by the sight of such a massive mountain falling. Just as Shen Fei was debating whether to strike or wait for Muren Ziyang to do so, Yun Xian suddenly unsheathed his bow and sword, unleashing the Wangshu sword. A beam of blue light pierced through the falling mountain above, shattering it and showering the surrounding debris with debris. At the moment the mountain exploded, Han Lingsha groaned, her face turning pale, startling Liu Mengli. Lingsha, what's wrong? Liu Mengli hurriedly asked Shen Fei to look after Lian Bao. She approached Han Lingsha and asked with concern, releasing the healing incense she had brought with her. Nothing's wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but I suddenly felt dizzy, Han Lingsha said, waving her hands. This sword is incredibly powerful. Yun Xian caught the returning Wangshu sword, a look of surprise on his face. His previous sword strikes had been a reflex, and he hadn't imagined he could shatter a mountain with a single blow. Lingsha, what's wrong with you? Upon noticing Han Lingsha's problem, Yun Xian immediately ignored the Wangshu sword and rushed to her side. How dare you? Muren Ziyang suddenly barked, then formed hand seals. The next moment, nearly 10 swords appeared in the sky, rapidly shooting towards the young fox immortal, their forms resembling swords. Facing the onslaught of dozens of flying swords, the young fox immortal abandoned his magical powers. Sharp claws suddenly emerged from his hands, sweeping away the incoming swords. As expected, there's no leveling like in game. While Yun Xian and the others have made significant progress, there's still a significant gap compared to Muren Ziyang. In game, level and equipment determine strength, but in the real world of Xianjian, even Yun Xian and the other 2 are incredibly talented, their current strength is still insufficient. After all, the Qianhou sect only teaches the basics of swordsmanship, not the advanced techniques. If this continues, Yun Xian has no hope of defeating Zhuan Xiao. It seems he must go to Ziyulan. Reality isn't a game, there's no leveling to increase strength. To achieve a significant and rapid improvement in Yun Xian's strength, Ziyulan's help is indispensable. It's also a crucial step towards Yun Xian's immortality. This is Yun Xian's opportunity, one that no one else can plunder. Just like Yun Xian can take the sun shooting bow, only someone like him, with a pure heart and 3 pure lives, can possess it. If someone else were to go, Ziyulan might not kill you, but Zhu Mang would definitely rip you apart. Stop fighting. I surrender. Facing the relentless onslaught of Muren Ziyang's transformation sword, the young fox immortal, after relying on his own strength to block several attacks, realized he was no match for the opponent and immediately surrendered. Faced with the young fox immortal's surrender, Muren Ziyang immediately withdrew his attacks. In fact, Muren Ziyang had been holding back throughout his attacks. After all, the opponent was a fairy beast, not a demon. If it were a demon, Muren Ziyang wouldn't have been able to wield the transformation sword, nor the Thousand Directions Kanguang sword. So, while the young fox immortal's injuries appeared severe, a closer look revealed them to be superficial wounds, not serious injuries. Considering you're a fairy beast, whose millennia of cultivation are not easy, I'll spare you today. If you commit evil again, I'll dissipate your power and reduce you to your original form. After the young fox immortal released the spells from Lian Bao and Xia Yuanjin, Muren Ziyang issued a stern warning, and the young fox immortal immediately departed. Perhaps because he was afraid that Muren Ziyang would go back on his word, The young fox fairy used his wine magic to speed up his escape. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668 Jimo-Lanterns. Little Xiang is amazing. Even the immortal beasts were frightened into fleeing in panic. Han Lingsha, her complexion slightly restored, suddenly smiled as she watched the young fox fairy flee in panic. I was just trying to scare him, to prevent him from committing further evil. Immortal beasts have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, forming inner elixirs within their bodies. With these inner elixirs protecting them, how could we easily defeat them? Muren Xiang said, shaking his head slightly. While Muren Xiang was indeed stronger than the immortal beasts in terms of strength, if the immortal beasts truly wanted to escape, Muren Xiang wouldn't be able to stop them now. The gap between immortal beasts and ordinary Yaokai is enormous, not just in numbers but also in quality, much like the difference between ordinary humans on Earth and those in Asgard. The difference isn't just in lifespan, but also in physical fitness. For example, an Asgardian stonemason could easily break free from human-made steel handcuffs and crush a dagger. Even top-tier special forces soldiers couldn't do that for a human. Perhaps only someone like the captain could achieve that. This is a qualitative change, or, in alchemical terms, a change in properties, like tofu turning into steel. For example, if the same punch is delivered, the tofu will shatter, while the steel will at most just fly away. Inner elixir, I'd love to see it someday. Shen Fei stared at the direction the young fox fairy disappeared, muttering to himself. With Muren Xiang, Han Lingsha, and the others present, it would be difficult for him to kill the fox fairy. We've chased him away now, but what if he comes back after we leave? Liu Mengli saw Han Lingsha's face improve and her expression relaxed. Then, she began to worry about the fox fairy again. They were only here to find Wang Jihetu and couldn't stay in Jimo forever. If they left and the fox fairy returned, it would definitely seek revenge. Don't worry, Fox 3 is naturally a bully. After this lesson, he'll definitely be much more restrained, Xia Yuanshan suddenly said. I'll have the Kaianho sect's outward disciples keep an eye on this place, Muren Xiang said. Although Jimo was quite far from the Kaianho sect, flying there and back wouldn't take too long. Xiang is indeed very thoughtful, Han Lingsha nodded with satisfaction. Thank you all so much for this visit, Xia Yuanshan suddenly saluted the group. Then, looking at Han Lingsha, he said, this young lady doesn't look well. Why don't you all rest in my humble abode for a while? Okay, Han Lingsha agreed immediately before Muren Xiang and the others could speak. The group then immediately left Yingxiang Mountain, but this time they didn't fly away by sword. Instead, Xia Yuanshan led the group directly to the mountain's entrance. As a wandering immortal, Xia Yuanshan had some skills. Scholar Xia, I heard from that fox that you are a wandering immortal, Han Lingsha asked impatiently as the group entered Xia Yuanshan's room. Having never encountered a true immortal in the Kaianho sect, Han Lingsha wouldn't give up now that she had unexpectedly encountered one. You know, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. Although I'm a mountain deity, my magical powers are meager. I can't even protect Lianbao. Xia Yuanshan couldn't help but sigh at this. In reality, Xia Yuanshan was being modest. After all, he was a wandering immortal. So he naturally knew some magical arts. Under normal circumstances, he might not be a match for the fox fairy, but the fox fairy couldn't easily subdue him, especially in a mountain environment like this. The reason Xia Yuanshan was so easily defeated this time was mainly because he was too worried about his woman, Lianbao. Can mountain gods achieve immortality? How can mortals live longer? Han Lingsha continued to ask. Immortality? You're joking, young lady. While immortals can live longer, it's only a few thousand years, and they'll eventually reach the end of their lives. Mortals naturally envy the immortals' longevity, but compared to floating ants, humans also have long lifespans. Xia Yuanshan paused, then continued, I see you all have incredible talent. Given time, you might even join me in the ranks of immortals, then how can ordinary people live longer? Han Lingsha, noticing Xia Yuanshan paused, eagerly asked again. Lingsha, Liu Mengli immediately looked at Han Lingsha with concern. Lifespan is determined by heaven, and strength is determined by nature. This is the so-called natural law. Why would you want to break it? Han Lingsha's words made Xia Yuanshan look at her with some surprise, but he didn't answer her question. Sorry, Lingsha, something's happened, Liu Mengli explained. It's okay. Judging from the lady's expression, it seems someone has a relative who's struggling with this. It's best to let things take their own course. After all, she was a mountain deity who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, and who spent the majority of her time among humans. Xia Yuanjin immediately saw something in Han Lingsha's expression. Lingsha, if there's anything I can help with, Muran Ziyang said immediately. It's okay. Cheyenne, Mengli, and the others aren't very clear about this matter, but I'll tell you one day, but not now. Although Han Lingsha said this, she lowered her head in disappointment. After all, Xia Yuanjin was a true immortal, not one of those cultivators from the Qianhu sect. The fact that he couldn't even handle someone like him was a huge blow to Han Lingsha. Did you all come to Jimo just for this? Xia Yuanjin said suddenly after a long silence. No, we're here to rescue someone from Guangji Hantu, Yun Xian said immediately after hearing Xia Yuanjin's words. The light code map? Saving lives? Xia Yuanjin asked in surprise. Yes, young Master Xia, could it be that you know this? Liu Mengli, observing Xia Yuanjin's expression, immediately began to recount Zhuan Ziyou's situation, then asked. To be honest, the light cold map is in my possession. However, it's piercingly cold and of no benefit to humans. You saved me and Lian Beiyao today. I cannot repay you enough for your kindness. And since you saved lives, I'll give you this light cold map. Please wait a moment. After a moment's silence, Xia Yuanjin turned and headed for the second floor. When he came down, he carried two items, a scroll-like object and a fiery red bow. This is the light cold map. Legend has it that it was left by the god of winter. I only came across it by chance. Xia Yuanjin approached the group and, as he spoke, unfolded the light cold map. The moment it opened, everyone felt an endless stream of starlight before their eyes, and the air in the room suddenly became chill. So beautiful, Han Lingsha's gaze was instantly drawn to the starlit Guangji Hantu, and so was Liu Mengli. It seems almost all girls like this. Jinglin really likes it too, Xia Yuanjin said with a smile, observing the somewhat infatuated looks on Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli's faces. Jinglin, Han Lingsha looked at Xia Yuanjin with a puzzled expression. She's my lover. Han Lingsha's gaze made Xia Yuanjin feel a little embarrassed. It seems you're quite fond of her. Isn't she there with you now? Han Lingsha then spoke. She's been dead for hundreds of years. Unlike me, she was just a mortal. Perhaps she's been reincarnated. Back then, her favorite scene was when I unfolded the Guangji Hantu on the mountain top. It looked like stardust descending to earth. Xia Yuanjin's eyes flickered with nostalgia as he spoke of Jinglin. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Han Lingsha quickly apologized. Don't worry. At least in that life, we were together until old age, always by her side. So many lovers in this world face countless hardships, and in the end, they may not be meant to be together. Jinglin and I are already very happy to be together until old age. How could we dare to ask for more? At this point, Xia Yuanjin fell silent. After a long moment, he looked at Han Lingsha and continued, back then, I also thought about extending Jinglin's life, so that she would always be with me. Alice, at this point, Xia Yuanjin sighed deeply and stopped talking. Even though he stopped talking, everyone almost guessed the meaning of his words. He didn't do it, otherwise Jinglin wouldn't have died. This statement made Han Lingsha even more disappointed. I'm sorry, a gentleman doesn't take away what others want. I really had no choice. There were reasons for it, Muran Ziyang suddenly said, clasping his fists. It doesn't matter. So many years have passed now. It's no use for me to keep the Guangji Hantu with me. I might as well give it to you to use to save people. Muran Ziyang's words interrupted Xia Yuanjin's silence. He immediately raised the Guangji Hantu and prepared to hand it to Han Lingsha. Ah, it's so cold. Han Lingsha immediately stretched out her hand to hold the Guangji Hantu, but after just touching it, Han Lingsha couldn't help but screamed, and quickly retracted her palm. At the same time, her face, which had already recovered, turned pale again. Oh, I forgot about that. The Light Chronicle Frost diagram is cold and gloomy. Anyone who touches it will feel a chill. Let me think about what to do, it's quite cold indeed. The Winter God's item looks like a landscape painting. Shen Fei's palm immediately felt the chill upon contact with the Light Chronicle Frost diagram. He immediately let go, looking at Yun Xian and saying, Xian, you should keep this. Oh, Yun Xian nodded, then stepped forward and took the Light Chronicle Frost diagram, his expression unchanged. It's not cold, Just a little chilly, Yun-Shian said. I didn't expect you to be so gifted and not afraid of the cold. So, the Light Chronicle Frost diagram is perfect for you, little brother. Seeing Yun-Shian holding the Light Chronicle Frost diagram without any discomfort, Xia-Yuanjin immediately let go. Really? Yun-Shian gave an embarrassed smile at Xia-Yuanjin's compliment. I see that little brother uses a bow and arrow. It is fate that we meet today. I don't know anything about bows and arrows. I got this Cadence Huayu bow by chance, so I'll give it to little brother. After Yun-Shian put away the Guangji Hantu, Xia-Yuanjin immediately picked up the bow that was placed aside and prepared to give it to Yun-Shian. Mr. Xia, how about giving me this bow? When Yun-Shian didn't know whether to accept Xia-Yuanjin's Cadence Huayu bow, Shen Fei suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, this bow of Xian was given to her by this person. If he had another bow, do you think he would use it or not? As Shen Fei spoke, he glanced at Liu Mengli on the side with a hidden look. This sudden move made Xia-Yuanjin stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Yun-Shian and Liu Mengli with a look of sudden realization, and then said, sorry, I'm rude. Then I'll give this bow to this little brother. The Jade Waist bow can be said to be a token of love between Liu Mengli and Yun-Shian, and the Hawaii Sun shooting bow is a token of love between Han Lingsha and Yun-Shian. Then the question is, what's the point of having an extra Cadence Huayu bow? Instead of letting Yun-Shian put this bow aside, it would be better for Shen Fei to take it. If in the game, Yun-Shian would have an extra skill if he got this bow, but it would not be the case in reality. Xia-Yuanjin was a wandering immortal, so the Kain Moon chasing bow he gifted was naturally no ordinary bow. Just looking at the level of the Guangji Cold map, one could tell that such a rare item could be collected by a wandering immortal like him. While it couldn't compare to Hawaii's Sun shooting bow, it was definitely superior to other weapons. Just looking at the pulsing fire spirits on the bow revealed that it was at least a magical weapon level bow. Shen Fei, having obtained the Kain Moon chasing bow, snorted coldly as he looked at Han Lingsha. Liu Mengli blushed and looked away. As for Yun-Shian, he looked thoughtfully at the jade waist bow on his back. The previous Yun-Shian would have been less responsive, but now that he had experienced so much, he had a better understanding of the relationship between men and women. This matter is concluded. Lian Bao and I should leave. See you later, everyone. After gifting the Kain Moon chasing bow, Xia-Yuanjin immediately saluted the group of 5 and prepared to leave with Lian Bao. Scholar Xia, you need to take Lian Bao away. Yes, I've been wanting to take Lian Bao away for a long time, but because of the Fox 3 incident, I never had the chance. Now that Fox 3 has been driven away, there's nothing left for me to do here. It's time for us to leave too. See you later. Muran Ziyang immediately returned the greeting. With a Guangji Hantu in hand, matters in Jimo were naturally concluded. If you don't have any urgent matters, why don't you stay today? Today is Jimo's annual Lantern Festival, and I'm planning to see the lanterns before leaving. Lantern Festival? Great, Junior Master Uncle. It's a rare opportunity, so let's stay. Han Lingsha immediately became interested upon hearing about the Lantern Festival. Lingsha wasn't feeling well earlier. I think we should rest here today. Finding the Guangji Hantu so quickly means we've already completed our mission ahead of schedule. Okay, Muran Ziyang, who had been hesitant, nodded in agreement after hearing Shen Fei's words. Then we'll see you at the Lantern Festival. After making an appointment with Xia-Yuanjin and Lian Bao, the group immediately left Xia-Yuanjin's room. Little brother, is there anything else? Looking at Shen Fei who still stayed, Xia-Yuanjin couldn't help but ask curiously. I wonder if Mr. Xia has heard of the 5 spirit pearls. Shen Fei hesitated for a moment and then immediately spoke. Chapter 669 Thoro Fruit. 5 spirit orbs? You want to use them to become an immortal? Xia-Yuanjin looked at Shen Fei in surprise. As a wandering immortal, Xia-Yuanjin naturally knew about the 5 spirit orbs, but he hadn't expected Shen Fei to be interested in them. The 5 spirit orbs held a similar status in the Xianjian world to Marvel's Infinity Stones. Truly powerful individuals didn't care for them, but those who did were generally hard to find. Most others were completely unaware of them. Han Lingsha wouldn't have known about them if her family hadn't previously obtained the Thunder Spirit Orb and had obtained a wealth of historical data through tomb robbing. It wasn't surprising that Xia-Yuanjin had such thoughts. As a wandering immortal, he was well aware of the difficulty of achieving immortality. Don't underestimate Xia-Yuanjin's previous remarks about Shen Fei and the others being exceptionally gifted and potentially capable of immortality. That was merely politeness. Throughout the Xianjian world, there have been countless talented individuals, but how many have achieved immortality? Even Li Xiaoyao, nurtured by the spiritual power of the water spirit pearl since childhood, ultimately failed to achieve immortality. Wang Xiaohui goes without saying. As for whether Muren Xiang ultimately achieved immortality, opinions vary. Based solely on the scene a century later, it's difficult to determine. After all, for a cultivator, it's normal for Muren Xiang to live so long. As for Su Changqing, the only immortal to achieve this, he did so with the power of Zixuan. Looking at all these protagonists, it's safe to say that the only one who truly achieved immortality on his own was Yun Xian. Putting aside the adventures of Zhulin, Hawaii's sun shooting bow alone could have enabled him to achieve immortality with this artifact. Sadly, he had no desire to achieve immortality at all. This is truly ironic, and it's no wonder Xuan Xiao couldn't help but harbor a tinge of jealousy towards Yun Xian. Cultivating immortality internally while wielding a divine artifact externally, this is Yun Xian. I'm not thinking of becoming an immortal. I need the 5 spirit pearls for another reason. But rest assured, I intend to use them to save someone. Shen Fei wasn't wrong, but who exactly he was saving and who was saving them was another matter. Shen Fei wasn't worried about taking the 5 spirit pearls from the Xianjian world. Unlike Hawaii's sun shooting bow, taking them rashly might attract the diviner Zhu Mang. The Xianjian 5 spirit pearls were the crystallization of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, new ones would form. So even if he took them now, new ones would still be born. According to the Xianjian series timeline, new 5 spirit pearls should have been born by Jingshan's time. In fact, there's another theory about the 5 spirit pearls within Xianjian that claims the 5 spirit pearls Shen Fei obtained weren't the real ones. The real ones had long been integrated into the Earth's veins by the 3 emperors of the past. The ones he held were merely projections of the real ones. I see. Sorry, of the 5 spirit orbs, I only know the location of the wind spirit orb, but I advise you to give up on it, little brother. Xia Yuanshan sighed softly at this. Where's the wind spirit orb? Shen Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Yuanshan's words. In the divine realm? Damn it. Hearing Xia Yuanshan mention the wind spirit orb's whereabouts, Shen Fei almost cursed. If the wind spirit orb was in the human world, even if it was in the Shushan sect, or other sects, or in the 10 continents and 3 islands, the 10 great cave heavens, the 36 small cave heavens, the 72 blessed lands, etc., even if the chances were slim, there was always a chance of obtaining it. But in the divine realm, he had to give up. After all, he wasn't Jingshan, who had a powerful past life that allowed him to reach the heavens through the well of gods and demons. Thank you, young Master Xia. I wonder if I could be of any help. Please keep an eye on the whereabouts of the other 5 spirit orbs, mainly the thunder spirit orb and the lightning spirit orb. He had the earth spirit orb, the water spirit orb was in the Qianhu sect, and the wind spirit orb was in the divine realm. So, only the fire spirit orb and the thunder spirit orb were missing. No problem. It must be said that Xia Yuanshan was very easy to talk to, and he agreed to Shen Fei's request directly. Mr. Xia, I have some information here. It's about you. Strictly speaking, it's about Jinglin. Xia Yuanshan was so righteous that Shen Fei hesitated for a moment and immediately prepared to tell Xia Yuanshan about it. Jinglin, what happened to Jinglin? Xia Yuanshan's face immediately became nervous when he heard that it was related to Jinglin. This is the information I accidentally learned from the ghost world. Mr. Xia, please don't tell others. That is, Jinglin has actually been by your side all the time. Shen Fei then told Xia Yuanshan about Jinglin in a secret way. It must be said that the love in the world of Xianjian is very touching. This is also the main reason why Shen Fei has no thoughts about Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli. If it were in any other world, he would not care too much about it. Speaking of which, he's broken up quite a few original couples along the way, like Harry Potter's Golden Triangle, which is now in tatters. Had Shen Fei been more determined, he might even have transformed Harry Potter into the third Lord of the Darkness. Because of his childhood at his uncle's house, Harry Potter was incredibly proud of the wizarding world's respect. In the original novels, he had moments of complacency and envy of others' success, but now, he's practically a bystander. Harry's magical prowess is decent, but his written skills are merely average, slightly better than Rhonda Dumbledore. Without Dumbledore's favoritism, such results wouldn't have been particularly impressive. Furthermore, Shen Fei's proposed changes to the Quidditch rules have prevented him from truly flourishing in the game. And without any record against Voldemort, strictly speaking, even Harry Potter's transformation into villain wouldn't qualify him for the third Lord of the Darkness. After all, whether it was the first-generation Grindelwald or Voldemort, they were both academically proficient and possessed considerable political prowess, qualities Harry lacked. Naturally, Harry's appeal was diminished. Luffy and Boa Hancock's connection to the other pirate worlds was also lost. While Luffy still attacked the celestial dragons, since he wasn't the first to do so, Boa Hancock's attitude naturally changed. Jinglin, after listening to Shen Fei's story, Xiaoyunjin immediately glanced at Lian Bao, who lowered her head and played with her fingers. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Seeing this, Shen Fei immediately left. 6 generations have been following you, eh, Jinglin, to be with Xiaoyunjin. Always went to great lengths to stay by his side, even if it meant turning her into a blade of grass. Such devotion would surely move even the most heartless, and Shen Fei wasn't one of them. I hope that Zhang will get what she wants in the future. Shen Fei looked up at the sky after leaving Xiaoyunjin's room, and couldn't help but think of the Zhang who committed suicide at the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. In the ghost world, he seemed to have heard that Qin Yi had reincarnated immediately after his reincarnation. Although some ghosts said that the two were not destined to be together, considering Jinglin's situation, there might be a chance for them to be together. As for the so-called destiny, even Yun Xian could say, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. How could Shen Fei be any less than Yun Xian? Man conquers nature has always been the maxim of the people of the Celestial Empire. The difference between Deus flood control and Noah's Ark is just that. Sure enough, I've fallen into the trap of the game. Why must I follow the plot to stop Zhuan Zhao from allowing the Qianhou sect to ascend? I could think differently and cooperate with Zhuan Zhao to defeat the heavens. Stopping the Xianjian so-called fatalism is simple, just kill Fuxi. Of course, it's easy to say, but actually doing it is a pipe dream at this stage. I just don't know if Zhuan Zhao is willing to continue to endure this. Thinking of this, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh deeply. Zhuan Zhao had endured for 19 years, and now that he had gained power, he really didn't know if he would be willing to continue this way. After all, to defeat Fu Zai, even if Shen Fei relied on traveling through different worlds to strengthen himself, it would take a long time, at least decades, and possibly even hundreds of years. Zhuan Zhao seems to have seriously underestimated the strength of the celestial realm. Recalling Zhuan Zhao's plan to attack the Nine Heavens mysterious lady in the original novel, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. For the time being, this plan didn't seem feasible. For Zhuan Zhao, the 19 years of sealing were 19 years of secluded training. His strength had greatly increased, and until he had truly witnessed the celestial realm's true strength, he certainly couldn't imagine it. It was like the supernovas of the Grand Line in One Piece. Each of them, upon entering the new world, was full of confidence in challenging the 4 emperors, but when they actually faced them, they realized they had been overthinking. You're still lacking in strength? Let's find a chance to have a good discussion with Xiaoyunjin later about the true nature of this wandering immortal. Zhao Fei, what did you say to Xia Shushan? Han Lingsha asked curiously as Shen Fei returned to Han Lingsha and the others. Nothing much, I just asked some questions about immortals, Shen Fei said softly. Cultivating immortals requires gradual progress. Opportunistic attempts are the worst offense. Those who have such ideas have always gone astray, Muren Ziyang suddenly said. It seemed to Muren Ziyang that Shen Fei was perhaps seeking a shortcut to immortality. Don't worry, Junior Master, I haven't considered taking shortcuts, because I've never considered becoming an immortal. Shen Fei's Han said with a determined look, looking at Muren Ziyang. Why? Han Lingsha asked in surprise. Sorry, I can't tell you that yet. Okay, let's go. Let's go back and get some rest. The Lantern Festival will be tonight, Shen Fei said, and then he left. There was no point in discussing immortals until he could defeat Fuxi. How beautiful. As time passed and the sun set, the streets and alleys of Jimmo were immediately lit with colorful lanterns. Sincere smiles appeared on the faces of the people walking by, perhaps because the news of the fox spirit's expulsion had spread. Big brother, big sister, these are for you. 5 people were walking on the streets of Jimmo when 5 children suddenly ran up and handed them lanterns and snacks. Why are you giving us these? Han Lingsha asked with a smile, squatting down after receiving the lanterns. Grandpa said you're heroes for driving away the fox spirit. When I grow up, I want to be a hero like you, big brother and sister, one of the taller boys shouted. That's what we should do. These snacks are good, very delicious, eat them. All you do is eat them. Han Lingsha, who had been about to say something to the children, stood up and scolded Yun Xian after hearing his words. The 5 children immediately ran away, laughing. Lingsha, do you want some? Yun Xian immediately passed the snack in front of Han Lingsha, cutting her off from the conversation. You, alright, Lingsha, since we have lanterns, let's go release them. Liu Mengli quickly changed the subject. Okay, with that, the 5 of them left town and arrived at a small, flowing river not far from the town. They placed their lanterns on the water, which was now covered in a variety of lanterns. It's so beautiful. I really hope we can come here again someday, Han Lingsha said with a touch of emotion, gazing at the various lanterns on the water. Lingsha, if you like it, we can come back next time, all 5 of us. Faced with such a beautiful scene, Yun Xian finally put down his snack. I also hope we can stay together forever, Liu Mengli continued. Yun Xian, I may have misjudged you before, thinking you were just a willful and reckless person. Now it seems that you, Lingsha, Mengli, and Shen Fei truly possess chivalrous hearts. Setting aside a difference in seniority, I have an indescribable respect for you. It seems this Jimo Lantern Festival was truly remarkable. Even little Zhang's icy face has melted. So, we've made a promise to come here together next year to see the lanterns, okay? Just then, a flight of fireworks exploded above the river. The night sky was like a blossoming of beautiful flowers. This scene is truly unforgettable. Mengli, what's wrong with you? The day after the Jimo Lantern Festival, the group immediately flew back to the Kaonho sect, ready to share the news of their discovery of the Guangji Hantu. After all, having found one of the 3 cold artifacts so quickly, Yun Xian was eager to share it with Zhuangxiao. However, upon arriving at the Kaonho sect, he noticed that not only Han Lingsha looked unhappy, but Liu Mengli too. I'm fine, maybe just a little tired, Liu Mengli said quickly, waving her hand. How about this, Xian and Uncle Master, you guys take the Guangji Hantu to the forbidden area, and we won't go in, okay? Lingsha, Mengli, you're really fine, don't worry. It's absolutely fine, because of Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli's problems. After Yun Xian delivered the Guangji Hantu to Zhuangxiao, the group rested for a day before preparing to search for the second 3 cold artifact. Originally, Yun Xian and Murin Zhang had decided to let Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli rest while the 3 of them searched, but at Han Lingsha's insistence, the 5 of them, led by Han Lingsha, finally arrived at the Yan Emperor's Shenan Cave. As a place associated with the Yan Emperor, Han Lingsha, who had always sought the secret of immortality, had naturally been there before. However, due to the extreme heat inside, she couldn't go deeper, so she only explored the entrance and left. This time, exploring Shenan Cave again was also an opportunity for Han Lingsha. It's really too hot here. Upon entering the Yan Emperor Shenan Cave, the group immediately experienced the scorching heat. Compared to the heat here, the heat in the Forbidden Ice and Fire Cave was much less intense. It's really too hot. Xian, can you teach us the ice condensation technique? Chapter 670, Zhe-Chao Kingdom, Part 1. The ice condensation technique was a technique Zhuangxiao created during his 19 years of imprisonment. Its primary function was to suppress the yang irritation induced by the Sword of Righteousness. Beyond this, it also strengthened his body and nurtured his essence, which was the primary reason Zhuangxiao passed it on to Yun Xian. Although Zhuangxiao deceived Yun Xian, he truly had no intention of harming him. Not only did Yun Xian truly consider him his elder brother, tirelessly searching for the 3 cold artifacts for him, but the fact that Yun Xian was Suyu's child alone made it impossible for Zhuangxiao to harm him. Furthermore, achieving the ascension of the entire Kaonho sect was Zhuangxiao's obsession, a goal he had pursued since joining the sect. Otherwise, Yun Xian might have been able to convince him otherwise. In the original novel, Zhuangxiao repeatedly invited Yun Xian to join them in achieving immortality, even gifting him the Kaonho sect's water spirit pearl. Shen Fei naturally had his eye on the ice condensation art. Seizing the opportunity to request it while in the Yan Emperor Shenan Cave, Shen Fei took the opportunity to ask for it. There was no need to beat around the bush when speaking to Yun Xian, let alone add an excuse. Big brother didn't say you couldn't teach it to others, but Lingsha said she could practice it, Yun Xian said, reciting the ice condensation art's key points. You two should practice together. It'll be a good way to combat the intense heat here. Muran Ziyang was about to say something, but after Shen Fei spoke, and remembering Yun Xian's relationship with Zhuan Zhao, she kept quiet. She silently memorized the ice condensation art and practiced it. Liu Mengli did the same, while Han Lingsha frowned, looking a little annoyed. As expected of a technique created by my uncle Shi, it actually has the effect of strengthening the body and replenishing the essence, Muran Ziyang said with some emotion after practicing it for a while. What does strengthening the body and replenishing the essence mean? In the game's parlance, it means increasing one's basic attributes and spiritual power limit. This is a nice attributed technique. When practicing, be extremely cautious and avoid impatience. Focus on stability. Otherwise, if you go astray and the cold enters your body, it will be very troublesome. Even cold attributed martial arts have this problem, let alone cold attributed immortal cultivation techniques. Just look at Chang Pingjun's youngest daughter, Liangxin. Her problem was that her mother was attacked by a cold attributed attack before she gave birth, and the cold energy then corroded her. This shows how lucky Yun Xian is. Why was Zhuan Zhao so surprised when he learned he wasn't afraid of the cold? Lingsha, how are you feeling? Liu Mengli, feeling much better after practicing the ice condensation technique, immediately looked at Han Lingsha with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm surprised I didn't feel that hot this time. At the end of her words, Han Lingsha's face flickered with a strange expression. If she had felt the same way when she entered the Yan Emperor's Shenan cave, she would have definitely gone straight into the cave. Has their constitution been altered? Yun Xian and Han Lingsha have no offspring. Could this be the reason? Regarding the unnamed grave next to Han Lingsha's grave at the end of Legend of Sword and Fairy IV, some have speculated whether it might be the remains of their child. However, Shen Fei believes Yun Xian built the unnamed grave for himself. After all, Yun Xian was initially unaware of Zhuling's prank. With Yun Xian's intelligence, it would surely take him quite some time to detect such a problem. If that's the case, let's move forward, Muran Ziyang suggested upon seeing the Yun Xian people using the ice condensation technique to resist the surrounding heat. Okay, but are there really any cooling devices in such a scorching cave? Han Lingsha asked as they advanced. Since elders King Guiyang and Chong Guang say this is the place, it must be correct, Muran Ziyang said, but his tone at the end suggested he wasn't entirely confident. They're all fire-attributed monsters. But something seems amiss. The Yan Emperor's Shenan cave was not only unbearably hot, but also teeming with fire-attributed monsters. These monsters weren't very powerful, so Shen Fei didn't even involve Muran Ziyang, Yun Xian, or the others. He single-handedly dealt with them with his swordsmanship. He also discovered the problem with the monsters after several battles. The monsters within Shenan cave seemed much less intelligent than those outside. Niu Wei isn't completely dead yet, so Shenan shouldn't be that easily killed. There haven't been any rumors in years. Did he join the beast tribe in the demon realm? Killing someone at the level of Fuxi, Shenan, and Niu Wei would be incredibly difficult. Shen Fei didn't know if Shenan was still alive, and could only speculate. However, Niu Wei was definitely alive. Niu Wei had appeared to Li Xiaoyao in time travel, and in Li Yeru's encounter with that so-called Qianai Zen master. In contrast, Shenan, aside from a mention by Jiuquan, has not appeared elsewhere. If he traveled to the demonic realm, the absence of legends about him is quite normal. Back then, Fuxi created the gods, Shenan the beasts, and Niu Wei the humans. The reason why the human race is so weak today is primarily due to lack of materials. While humans are inherently weak, their comprehension is immense, theoretically, and the possibilities are limitless. In contrast, the gods, despite their immense power, face virtually no limit to their potential. Their inherent strength is essentially fixed. Shenan's beasts prioritized numbers and capabilities, with little regard for intelligence. Over time, they gradually evolved into the demon and monster races of today. Speaking of the tragic fate of Niu Wei's descendants, while there are many factors at play, including the celestial emperor Fuxi, that Zixuan is also a contributing factor. Thinking of the demons, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Chang Lao. This Chang Lao wasn't some crow spirit, but a true demon lord. Chang Lao reminded Shen Fei of Zixuan, the descendant of Niu Wei who betrayed her daughter. Zixuan's strength was immense, but when it came to Lin Qinger, Zhao Linger, and Li Yeru, their strength declined significantly. This was likely due in part to Zixuan giving her spiritual power to Su Changqing, allowing him to retain immortality. Otherwise, consider how long Zixuan lived. And how long Lin Kinger, Zhao Linger, and the others lived? It seems impossible to fully explore Shen Cave in one go. Should we quit today and come back tomorrow? Shen Fei suddenly spoke, observing the identical surroundings and checking the expressions of Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli. Shen Cave is a vast cavern, with winding paths almost like a maze. Add to that the scorching heat of the exposed magma, and even a sword immortal wouldn't be able to remain within for long. Shen Fei, Muren Ziyang, and Yun Xian could still hold out, but Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli couldn't. It's okay, we can still hold on, Han Lingsha said with determination, wiping the sweat from her face. Liu Mengli nodded in agreement. No need. Finding the 3 cold artifacts is a long-term endeavor. We don't have to find them today. In the end, Muren Ziyang insisted on returning. The Guangji Hanto was lucky to have it in Xia Yuanshan's hands. If it weren't there, the group would have had to wait a while. If anyone else had been tasked with finding the 3 cold artifacts, even Elders King Yang Chongguang wouldn't have been as quick as Yun Xian. Without Xia Yuanshan's help, obtaining the Guangji Hanto would have been incredibly difficult. Furthermore, Xia Yuanshan already wanted to leave, and once he left, the search would have been even more difficult. Given the behavior of most Kaonho sect disciples and Elders King Yang Chongguang, even if they encountered Xia Yuanshan, they would generally not go out of their way to help. It could be said that aside from Shen Fei, Yun Xian, and a few other Kaonho sect disciples like Hua Shuo and Zuanji, most others would cite the primary missions as an excuse to not help. This is the Guangji cold map. Next is the solo fruit. If other Kaonho disciples were to obtain this, they might have a chance. The problem is the last of the 3 cold artifacts, the Kun scale. If it weren't for Yun Xian, Shen Fei, and the group, their chances would be essentially lost, even for Muren Ziyang. The Kun scale is in the realm of monsters. Given the attitude of the other Kaonho disciples towards monsters, a fierce battle is inevitable, with the Kaonho sect likely suffering heavy losses in the end. A monster realm's strength cannot be underestimated, otherwise it would have no means of protecting the monsters. Even if its strength may not be as strong as the fantasy realm of 19 years ago, it still has a chance against the now depleted Kaonho sect. After all, the monsters have the advantage of terrain and are supported by formations, while the Kaonho sect has to travel a long distance. If the fantasy realm had fought the Kaonho sect 19 years ago, instead of the Kaonho sect would have suffered even greater losses. You really are, at the campsite not far from Shen Cave, Muren Ziyang watched Shen Fei and Yun Xian, bows and swords drawn, frowning. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed helplessly and turned away. That's it. This way, we don't have to pick up swords. Shen Fei, unaware of Muren Ziyang's situation, was teaching Yun Xian proper archery techniques and guiding him in using spiritual energy to form arrows. Yun Xian hadn't learned how to use spiritual energy to form actual arrows, but Shen Fei, led astray by Yun Xian, found the technique of forming and shooting swords with spiritual energy intriguing and began to imitate him. The Kang Moon chasing bow, combined with the spiritual energy sword, significantly increased its range and power. As expected of the magical bow, Shen Fei's full draw had a range of approximately 5 kilometers, surpassing even the most advanced sniper rifles today. After truly becoming a sword immortal, Shen Fei realized that a previous notion he'd held was flawed. The idea of a flying sword taking a head 1,000 miles away was simply unrealistic. Without the sword itself, a flying sword couldn't possibly fly 1,000 miles on its own. A flying sword's effective attack range was limited to its own detection range. Perhaps in some worlds, a flying sword could achieve this, but in the immortal sword world, it could only take heads a few kilometers away. There's someone lying there. During the group's 4th entry into Shen Cave, just as they reached the edge of the mark left yesterday, Han Lingsha suddenly called out. Looks like it's one of those sisters, the sister of the pit sister. Approaching the fallen figure, Shen Fei, observing her green dress, immediately guessed it was the sister who had single-mindedly pursued immortality. Despite her sister's repeated attempts to dissuade her, she instead believed her sister harbored ulterior motives, jealous of her, and unwilling to allow her to achieve immortality. Watching Han Lingsha feeding her water and Liu Mengli treating her with incense, Shen Fei sighed softly and walked away. As the saying goes, misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. This obsessed immortal refused to believe even her sister's words, let alone outsiders. Shen Fei didn't care if she lived or died, but he felt pity for her sister. Although he wanted to save her, he was helpless. I wonder what the reaction would be if these two sisters met in the ghost world. Although Shen Fei thought it would be interesting for the sisters to meet in the ghost world, it was unfortunately impossible, as the sisters' souls had been scattered, not simply dead. That's great that you know about the thorough fruit. We were looking for it to save someone. Upon hearing that the girl knew the thorough fruit's whereabouts, Han Lingsha, Yun Xian, and the others were delighted. They were truly happy to have found the thorough fruit so quickly. Okay, I promise to lead you to find the thorough fruit, but you have to do me a favor. I have something I need. The two sides then reached an agreement to escort a girl, Chu Bihan, back to the Moon Twilight Realm. Upon entering the Moon Twilight Realm, Han Lingsha and the others were astonished to discover that within this fiery cave lay a secret, icy realm. Sister, upon entering the Moon Twilight Realm, Chu Bihan immediately sought out her sister and demanded the location of the scorching flame stone. When her sister refused, she resorted to crying, making a scene, and even threatening to commit suicide, forcing her sister, Chu Hanjing, to reveal the scorching flame stone's location. This deeply moved Chu Bihan, who then revealed the reason for their stay there. Upon hearing the connection to Shenan, Muren Ziyang and Han Lingsha were astonished, while Yun Xian and Liu Mengli remained unmoved, as they had no idea who Shenan was. The setting of Chinese Paladin IV is the earliest era of the series. During this era, some great gods could still be seen in the mortal world, such as Zhulang and Zhumang of the Tomb of the Gods. Therefore, some immortal sects still knew something about the stories of Shenan and Nuwa. Unexpectedly, in later generations, the leader of the Shushan sect actually imprisoned Zhaolinger, the snake demon, in the demon locking tower. That's the scorching flame stone. Having learned of the scorching flame stone's whereabouts, Chu Bihan, who had just returned to the Moon Nether Realm, immediately led his group to its location. Pointing to the fiery red stone on a raised platform ahead, he exclaimed excitedly, "It's so hot." Han Lingsha tried to remove it, but nearly burned her finger. "Xian, you should do it." "Okay." Yun Xian nodded immediately and stepped forward to remove the scorching flame stone. "Be careful, there's murderous intent." Yun Xian's face suddenly changed after he had taken the scorching flame stone. The group quickly retreated to the rear. Then, it felt like an earthquake, shaking the area in the distance. At the same time, the already scorching air around them became even hotter. Boom! A moment later, there was a loud bang, and a massive, fiery red monster, about 5 meters tall, plummeted from the sky, landing in front of the group. "I am the Lava Beast King. Who dares to touch the scorching flame stone? We took this scorching flame stone to help others. Could you please give it up?" Liu Mengli immediately walked in front of the group and spoke softly. Chapter 671, Zhe-Chao Kingdom, Part 2. "I, the Lava Beast King, only obey the orders of the great god Shenan. I have no need to give anything to Nuwa's humans." Without even glancing at Liu Mengli, the Lava Beast King roared, brandishing its massive, fiery claws. "Mengli, be careful!" Han Lingsha, standing behind her, cried out in concern as the Lava Beast King attacked. Simultaneously, Muren Ziyang, Yun Xian, and Shen Fei attacked simultaneously. Muren Ziyang appeared before Liu Mengli, blocking the Lava Beast King's claws with his sword. Shen Fei and Yun Xian drew their bows and swords, hurling their weapons at the Lava Beast King. 2 streaks of cold light flashed within the scorching cavern. Then, a shrill scream was heard, and a violent flame erupted from its body, spreading in all directions. Shen Fei, Yun Xian, Muren Ziyang, and Liu Mengli were forced to retreat quickly. Xian really has no combat experience. Shen Fei retreated dozens of meters, glanced at Yun Xian beside him, and shook his head inwardly. Yun Xian was undoubtedly much stronger now than when he had just come down the mountain, but his combat experience hadn't increased. Against the Lava Beast King, he used the same attack methods he'd used against wild boars and black bears. Yun Xian's sword strike had just been aimed directly at the Beast King's chest. While a vital point, it didn't hit the Beast King, its shadow blocked by its skin. The Beast King's screams weren't caused by Yun Xian's attack, nor by Muren Ziyang's, but by Shen Fei's blinding strike in his left eye. Shen Fei's sword had aimed for the Beast King's eye, intending to pierce it directly through the Beast King's head, killing him once and for all. However, the Beast King, perhaps sensing danger at the last moment, closed his left eye, and his spiritual energy surged, causing Shen Fei's sword strike to only penetrate his eyelid and hit the eyeball, preventing him from advancing any further. As a being entrusted with the protection of Shannon Cave by Shannon's command, the Lava Beast King was naturally formidable. Unfortunately, its massive size, coupled with the fact that its previous attack on Liu Mengli was blocked by Murin Ziyang, put it at its weakest. If Yun Xian had attacked its size at that moment, he would have been blinded instantly. The beast tribe created by Shannon, while formidable in strength, lacked much in intelligence. This fatal weakness ultimately forced the beast tribe to retreat to the demon realm. If we get this guy's blood, we should be able to create a mythical beast-type devil fruit. Many of the beast tribe possess innate abilities, such as controlling wind, fire, and lightning. These are known as Kekkei Genkai in the Naruto world, or as innate divine powers in the Xianjian world. Lingsha, the three of you leave this place first. Looking ahead at the raging flames of the Lava Beast King, Murin Ziyang immediately ordered Han Lingsha, Liu Mengli, and Chu Bihan to stand back, leaving the battle to the three men. As Murin Ziyang spoke, he formed sword gestures in his hands. Dozens of sword shadows instantly appeared in midair, blasting towards the Lava Beast King in front. Yun Xian, undeterred, drew his bow and sword once more, following suit. However, this time, their attacks failed to harm the Lava Beast King. The enraged sea of fire surrounding the Beast King directly blocked their attacks. Damn descendants of Nuwa, I will reduce you to ash. The excruciating pain in his left eye infuriated the Lava Beast King. The wound, sustained at the hands of a despised human, only intensified his rage. The spiritual energy surrounding his body surged once more, and the sea of fire around him suddenly erupted, raging flames immediately rushing towards the three. Simultaneously, the surrounding magma also exploded, instantly sending countless streams of magma flying into the air, splattering in all directions. Xian, Shen Fei, get behind me, Murin Ziyang, observing this, shouted to Shen Fei and Yun Xian. He simultaneously formed a seal with his left hand, using his sword energy to block the oncoming flames and the lava raining down from the sky before the sea of fire arrived. The five spirits returned to the origin, Shen Fei muttered inwardly, observing the four sword shadows suspended in the air around him and the five sword shadows slowly rotating in the air. I'll let you bully Mengli. Yun Xian, hiding in the five spirits, returned to the origin, drew his bow and sword again, but this time, the sword he used was not a sword shadow condensed from spiritual energy, but the Wangshu sword. Shen Fei thought for a moment and did not stop him. The opponent was the Lava Beast King. With the strength he had displayed, even Murin Ziyang would find it difficult to deal with him. If he wanted to defeat him without exposing his own strength, the Wangshu sword was the best choice. The yin-attributed Wangshu sword was the perfect nemesis for the Lava Beast King. Then, Shen Fei saw the Wangshu sword transform into blue glow, instantly parting the sea of fire surrounding them. A single strike pierced the Lava Beast King's chest. Shortly after the Lava Beast King fell, the sea of fire surrounding the three began to dissipate. The wound was frozen directly. It seems I underestimated the power of the Wangshu sword. Standing over the Lava Beast King's corpse, looking at the frozen wound on its chest, Shen Fei realized that although he had always believed the Wangshu sword to be powerful and had demonstrated its power several times before, this time still surprised him. In terms of true strength, the Lava Beast King was definitely much stronger than the Fox Fairy, but even he couldn't withstand this blow. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful beast. Is it considered the strongest beast in the world? Yun Xian, standing around the Lava Beast King's corpse, sighed. This isn't a wild beast, but a monster. Although Shen Fei thought so, he had no intention of explaining it to Yun Xian. Trying to explain one problem to Yun Xian would only lead to more questions. Lingsha, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Liu Mengli's screams were heard in the distance, causing Yun Xian to immediately ignore the Lava Beast King and run towards where Liu Mengli and the others were. I'm fine, I just suddenly felt a little dizzy. It might be because it's too hot here. Han Lingsha, who was lying in Liu Mengli's arms with a very pale face, saw Yun Xian looking at her with a worried look on her face and immediately smiled. It's really too hot here. Why don't we go back to the moon realm? Chu Bihan suddenly spoke from the side. He seemed to be concerned about Han Lingsha's situation, but in fact, his eyes were secretly glancing at the blazing flamestone on Yun Xian's body. With this, she could become an immortal. Okay, Yun Xian immediately agreed. The group then quickly rushed towards the Moon Twilight Realm. Han Lingsha, due to her health, was carried by Yun Xian as they journeyed, causing the usually strong Han Lingsha's pale face to flush slightly. Shen Fei, taking advantage of Yunxian and the others' inattention, fell behind and collected the corpse of the Lava Beast King. Okay, Shi-E-L.D, put me down. As soon as the group entered the Moon Twilight Realm, Hanlingshi immediately asked Yunxian to put her down, feeling a little embarrassed. Perhaps because of their shared yin attributes, Hanlingshi's health improved significantly in the Moon Twilight Realm. It looks like you succeeded. Chu Hanjing, who had been staying in the Moon Twilight Realm, looked at the returning group, especially the joy on Chu Bihan's face, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Yes, sister. Even though you've always refused to tell me, I succeeded this time. I'm destined to become an immortal, and you'll be annihilated. After entering the Moon Nether Realm, Chu Bihan immediately asked Yunxian to give her the Blazing Flame Stone. After receiving the Blazing Flame Stone, Chu Bihan's expression changed as she looked at her sister. What do you mean? Hanlingshi asked hurriedly after hearing Chu Bihan's words. However, Chu Bihan ignored Hanlingshi's words and continued speaking to her sister. I begged you for so long, but you refused to tell me. Do you really think I don't know? The master said back then that the Blazing Flame Stone could only grant immortality to one person. You kept it secret because you were afraid I would become one. Since you heard what the master said to me, you should know that only kindness can make you an immortal. If you harbor selfish thoughts, you will only make the thorough tree bear fruit, and you will be annihilated. Chu Hanjing looked at his sister, his expression remarkably calm. After centuries of living together, Chu Hanjing knew her sister's character well. This time, when he revealed the Blazing Stone to her, he was intent on ending everything together. Ha ha ha, sister, even now, you're still trying to lie to me. You say I have selfish motives, but I just want to leave this horrible place. What kind of selfishness is that? I think you're the one with selfish motives. Otherwise, why haven't you been trying to obtain the Blazing Stone and become immortal all these years? As fellow beastmen created by Shen, the Lava Beast King certainly wouldn't have stopped Chu Hanjing from obtaining the Blazing Stone. So that's how you feel about me? After hearing his sister's words, Chu Hanjing suddenly closed his eyes and turned away, no longer looking at her. It seems there's no hope. Alice, selfishness doesn't work that way. Listening to the sisters' conversation, Shen Fei sighed inwardly. Even his own sister couldn't make sense, let alone an outsider like him. Sister, when I become an immortal, I will always remember you, Chu Bihan said, holding the Blazing Stone in both hands. Powerful spiritual energy emanated from her body, and she prepared to begin fusing with the Blazing Stone. Wait a minute, since you sisters are one, why can't you fuse the Blazing Stone together? Maybe you can become earthly immortals together. Shen Fei suddenly spoke, watching Chu Bihan, who was about to burst with powerful spiritual energy. Although Shen Fei didn't like Chu Bihan very much, he still felt a little guilty about watching Chu Hanjing die. After listening to the sisters talk about the Blazing Stone, he considered how to keep Chu Hanjing alive, and ultimately realized that this might be the only way. Together, Shen Fei's suggestion stunned Chu Hanjing and Chu Bihan. Haha, how can we do it together? The Blazing Stone can only make one person immortal. Chu Bihan snorted coldly, ignoring Shen Fei and preparing to take action. It can only be one person, but weren't you sisters born from the same Thara fruit? In a way, you could be considered one, a single being, Shen Fei continued. Bihan, after hearing Shen Fei's words, Chu Hanjing remained silent for a moment, then spoke to her sister with a hint of hope. Sister, you don't really believe his nonsense, do you? If that were possible, why didn't the master tell us back then? Chu Bihan began to fuse the scorching flame stone. Maybe he's just testing you, a test? That's ridiculous. I could achieve immortality alone, so why would I risk failure and death by trying to achieve immortality together? Chu Bihan said as she slowly soared into the sky, the scorching flame stone in her hand emitting a red glow. Alice, you're courting death and dragging your sister down with you. Seeing that Chu Bihan was determined to achieve immortality alone, Shen Fei said nothing more. Because they were separated by the same thorough fruit, the sisters' lives were essentially linked. Even if Shen Fei wanted to kill Chu Bihan and save Chu Hanjing, he couldn't do it. The thorough fruit is one of the three cold artifacts, and the blazing stone is an extremely yang and hot object. Only after they fuse can they achieve immortality. Is this the union of yin and yang? Since Chu Bihan refused to listen, Shen Fei ignored her and focused on watching her, using her spiritual power to soar into the air and fuse the blazing stone. He wanted to see how she achieved immortality. Even if she failed this time, it would be a rare experience. In this respect, This situation is somewhat similar to the Qianhou Sect's Yai sword and Wangshu sword. Sister, goodbye. After the blazing stone completely disappeared, Chu Bihan's aura in the air grew stronger. She looked at Chu Hanjing below with a cold look. Huh? Could this be a success? Shen Fei observed Chu Bihan, who seemed to be about to ascend, and found that it was not what he expected. This is impossible, sister, but at this moment, Chu Bihan, who had seemed on the verge of becoming an immortal, suddenly changed expression. Her spiritual energy suddenly surged into violent rage. The raging storm of spiritual energy forced Muran and the others to quickly retreat dozens of meters. Then, Chu Bihan could be heard calling out, sister. Then, with a loud bang, Chu Bihan's body suddenly exploded. A violent burst of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping across the serene and beautiful moon netherworld. In an instant, it shattered the serene and beautiful moon netherworld. It self-destructed. Did it complete the fusion of yin and yang? Shen Fei gave a helpless, wry smile as he watched the once freezing moon and netherworld now ablaze with flames. Bihan, Chu Hanjing's eyes immediately welled up with tears as he watched his sister vanish without a trace. How could this happen? Han Lingsha looked even more sorrowful than Chu Hanjing. For someone who had long sought immortality and immortality, witnessing someone on the brink of celestial demise was a crushing blow. Sorry. It's all our fault for meddling, Liu Mengli said after a long silence. She then stepped forward and apologized to Chu Hanjing. I don't blame you. I know Bihan has always hated me deeply. Even if it weren't for you, it would have come tomorrow, if not today. The thallium fruit is here. Take it if you want. Chu Hanjing's sister's fate had left him with no desire to live. A moment later, his body slowly dissipated, and a thallium fruit appeared at the top of the thallium tree. Why did this happen? Han Lingsha's expression darkened even more as Chu Hanjing vanished. Chapter 672, Zhe-Chao Kingdom, Part 2. Since we don't need to return to Qianhou Sect right now, this place isn't far from Qinglun Peak. Why not go there and rest for a while? Having obtained the thorough fruit, one of the 3 cold artifacts, should have been a cause for celebration. However, due to the Chu Hanjing sisters' affairs, no one present was in a happy mood. Han Lingsha's expression was particularly heavy. Han Lingsha had always harbored a longing for immortals, but her experiences along the way, with fox immortals, wandering immortals, and mountain gods, had deepened her understanding of them. Originally, the thorough fruit was supposed to be delivered to Zhuangxiao, but Zhuangxiao suggested they could wait until the remaining 2 of the 3 cold artifacts were found before delivering them together. Seeing this rare opportunity, Shen Fei suggested they go to Yun Xian's childhood home to rest. Going back? That's great. Yun Xian was immediately eager to return home. Meanwhile, Liu Mengli, upon hearing the destination, was visibly moved. As for Han Lingsha, she naturally agreed. Right now, she simply wanted to leave the heartbreaking place of Uiao realm. Since that's the case, let's go there. After a moment's silence, Muran Ziyang nodded in agreement after seeing everyone else agree. In truth, Muran Ziyang was also somewhat curious about the place where Yun Xian had grown up. What kind of living environment could have produced someone like Yun Xian? On the surface, Yun Xian seemed unworldly and undisciplined, but if you spend time with him, you'd realize he truly had a pure heart. The Yan Emperor Shen Cave wasn't far from Qinglun Peak, and the group quickly arrived. Arriving at Qinglun Peak, Yun Xian suddenly let out a loud, long howl. This was his home, his territory, where he could be free. It's a wild boar. After his long howl, Yun Xian spotted a wild boar in the distance and immediately rushed over. Even in the mountains surrounding the Qianhou Sect, he had hunted plenty of game, but by comparison, he preferred the wild boars of Qinglun Peak. Like a little kid, Yun Xian's action seemed to have touched Han Lingsha, making her look much better. Has Uncle Yun always lived here? Liu Mengli, on her side, carefully surveyed her surroundings. The place where Yun Xianqing and Yun Xian lived had given her a special affection. Alright, we don't know when Xian will be back, so let's go to Xian's house first, Han Lingsha said, leading the way down. The group was now at the summit of Qinglun Peak, with a treehouse behind them. However, Han Lingsha didn't lead them into the treehouse, but instead headed towards a small farmyard not far below. Yun Xian's home on Qinglun Peak was completely different from the single wooden house in the game. Instead, it was a small courtyard surrounded by a simple fence. Within it were 4 separate wooden houses. Shen Fei, at a glance, could roughly guess their purpose. 2 of them were probably bedrooms, one was a kitchen, and the last one was the smallest. Judging by the messy items piled at the door, it was probably a shed for groceries. Games are games, and reality is reality. After all, Yun Xian's family once lived here. When Yun Xian was a child, his parents were still alive. A single wooden house was clearly not enough. Lingsha, wild boar, Yun Xian, what do you mean? Am I a wild boar? As Yun Xian excitedly greeted Han Lingsha, holding a plump wild boar. Han Lingsha immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted in displeasure. Han Lingsha naturally understood what Yun Xian meant. The reason for her anger was naturally remembering their first meeting, when she was mistaken for a wild boar spirit. Xian, you're not going to kill that wild boar, are you? Han Lingsha then looked at the wild boar in Yun Xian's hands, her expression turning slightly grim. This is the other one. The wild boar is still young. We'll talk about it when it grows up. It must be said that after leaving the mountain with Han Lingsha, although Yun Xian still maintained his innocence, he did know some things. For example, the words he exchanged with Han Lingsha during their first meeting were the reason Yun Xian didn't attack a particular wild boar. Before leaving the mountain, Yun Xian would never have considered such a thing. After all, he had almost sacrificed that little wild boar to his father. Grains are turbid air, Ziying, that's why we're eating meat. Watching Yun Xian grilling meat while Shen Fei and the others gathered nearby, Mur and Ziying immediately came over, wanting to teach them a lesson. However, Yun Xian's words made Mur and Ziying's face change color, constantly changing. Seeing Yun Xian's puzzled look, Mur and Ziying snorted coldly and turned away. Amazing, Shen Fei watched Mur and Ziying's retreating figure and immediately gave Yun Xian a thumbs up. Yun Xian was truly a master, capable of infuriating Mur and Ziying with just a single sentence. And the key was that he had undoubtedly caused all of this. Xian, Uncle Yun's tomb is over there. I want to go pay my respects. After finishing her roasted wild boar, Liu Mengli immediately revealed her primary purpose for coming to Qinglun Peak. Dad's tomb. I wonder if he's still angry. Yun Xian couldn't help but scratch his head after hearing Liu Mengli's words. He knew where Yun Xian King's tomb was, but fear of his father's anger had kept him from going. Don't worry, Xian. He definitely won't be angry this time. After all, this is Mengli. Maybe seeing her will instantly make him forget everything you did, really? Okay, following Han Lingsha's words, Yun Xian led the group towards Shichangxi Cave. Hearing they were going to pay their respects to Yun Xian King and Su Yu, Mur and Ziying followed. A stone-sinking intra-stream cave reveals the mortal world, but who in the world can truly understand it, as a real world? What Shen Fei knew was only a fragment of its development, like reading a history book. What followed was completely unknown. After a brief silence, the group, led by Yun Xian, arrived at the tomb of Yun Xian King and his wife, which was still in a state of ruin. Tidal waves blocked the Qin Emperor's ship. The Han Palace held the golden plate all night long. Jade skin turns to white bones in vain, not as good as the swords roar over the cold Yishu River. After a brief tribute to Yun Xian King and Su Yu, Han Lingsha once again looked at the poem written on the ice wall. The last time she saw it, Han Lingsha was completely confused, but this time, she understood its meaning. Xian, aren't you going to clean up here? After the tribute, as everyone was about to leave, Mur and Ziying suddenly spoke to Yun Xian. No need. Dad said before that he didn't want anyone disturbing him. He's fine now. Mur and Ziying didn't say anything more after hearing Yun Xian's words. If it were him before, he would definitely have called Yun Xian on file for allowing his parents' tomb to be so dilapidated. After I help Big Brother find the last of the 3 cold artifacts, I'm leaving Kaionho sect Lingsha, Mengli, and you guys. Back at Xian's house, Yun Xian, Shen Fei, and the others sat on reclining chairs Shen Fei had built on site. Yun Xian explained his future plans. Kaionho sect doesn't have what I want, so of course I'll leave. Of course I'll go with you. Didn't I say before that I'd help Lingsha solve her hometown problems? What about you? What are your plans? With that, the 3 of them immediately turned to Shen Fei, who was reclining on a reclining chair. Since you're all planning to leave Kaionho sect, I'll naturally leave too. I told you from the beginning that I'm learning sword flying primarily for travel. You're leaving Kaionho sect. Just then, Mur and Ziying suddenly appeared, evidently having overheard their conversation. Indeed, if it weren't for my elder brother, I would have left the Kaionho sect long ago. But don't worry, Ziying. Even if we do leave, we won't leave until the affairs of the demon world are over. Little Ziying, You won't stop us, will you? Han Lingsha said, looking at Muren Ziyang with a smile. Of course not. Everyone has their own aspirations. If you truly wish to leave, it's fine to leave sooner rather than later. As for the affairs of the demon world, you're just newly initiated disciples with limited cultivation. There's no need to get involved. Are you worried about us, little Ziyang? Don't worry. I still have important things to accomplish. I won't die so easily. We'll only do what we can against the demon world. We won't seek death beyond our capabilities. As you wish. Han Lingsha saw through his intentions, leaving Muren Ziyang feeling somewhat embarrassed. He snorted coldly and immediately turned and left. Naturally, Muren Ziyang didn't want Yun Xian and the others to get involved in the war against the demon world. Next is the last of the 3 cold artifacts. After a day's rest, the group flew on their swords to the vicinity of Cheohu Lake the next day. I remember this is where I first met little Ziyang. I never thought little Ziyang would become our uncle-in-law. Strolling along the shore of Cheohu Lake, Han Lingsha couldn't help but recall the shock she'd felt when she first met Muren Ziyang. Something seems to have happened over there. Yun Xian was about to say something when Liu Mengli suddenly pointed in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. It looks like someone's been killed, the 5 of them said, quickly moving forward. They've drowned, Han Lingsha asked as they arrived at the scene, seeing a young man dressed as a fisherman lying on the ground, surrounded by 3 other young men, also dressed as fishermen but with distressed expressions. No, they've been harmed by a demon, a young man nearby said, a look of grief and indignation on his face. Then, as if realizing something, he looked at Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli and cautiously said, Fairies, are you immortals? Excuse me, did you encounter the demon there? Muren Ziyang asked directly. Move aside. Shen Fei approached the man on the ground, pressing his fingers on his pulse before lightly tapping several acupuncture points. The next moment, the young man, spewing a large stream of water, regained consciousness. Ah hi, you're awake. That's great. Thank the immortal for saving your life. Seeing their supposedly dead companion revived, the 3 nearby fishermen immediately wanted to kneel. You're welcome. Talk to us about the monster. Shen Fei used his strength to hold them back, preventing them from kneeling. The man had simply fainted from drowning, a serious problem. In modern times, they could probably save him themselves, but first aid wasn't common in this era. Not only did humans lack first aid, but monsters didn't either. We used to be very safe fishing around here, but I don't know what's happened lately. People keep disappearing and being found unconscious on the shore, one fisherman said. Fainted? Are they dead? How many? Shen Fei asked immediately. Huh? I wouldn't have guessed it if the immortal hadn't asked me. Those missing people aren't dead. That's strange. The fisherman's face lit up with confusion. So, how did you encounter the monster? I was fishing on Bailing Island when I got caught in a whirlpool and got sucked in. My boat capsized, and there seemed to be many terrifying monsters in the water, said the fisherman named Adhe, who had been rescued by Shen Fei. His face paled immediately. Water monsters? Strange. I've never heard of any here. I do hear there's a giant bird on Bailing Island. Han Lingsha looked puzzled after hearing the fisherman's words. One had to admire Han Lingsha. In her quest for immortality, she'd explored practically every place where such legends existed, including Bailing Island. No matter what, since we've encountered a monster, we must investigate thoroughly. For Muren Ziyang, whose lifelong commitment to slaying demons was a matter of course, exterminating a monster was the natural course of action. Since it's an underwater monster, we need a boat. Monsters aren't fools. Even an idiot would know you're a sword immortal if you flew over on a sword. Do you have a boat you can lend us? We'll go to Bailing Island and have a look. Yes, of course. Since the ferry wants one, please feel free to use it. The boat is over there, the fisherman said, pointing to the riverbank to his right. How much is it? Yun Xian asked directly. After all they had gone through, Yun Xian finally understood the importance of money. No, we're grateful to the immortal for helping us eliminate the monster. How could we ask for money? The fisherman said quickly. Then you can go back first. We'll let you know once we've eliminated the monster. But before that, tell the others not to approach Bailing Island for the time being. Thank you, immortal. We'll go back and let them know right away. Wait a minute. As the fisherman turned to leave, Han Lingsha suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to them. Fairy, do you have any other instructions? You've been fishing here. Have you heard of any giant fish appearing here? Well, I haven't heard of any giant fish appearing here. Is that so? That's alright then. The Kun scales, one of the 3 cold weapons, are actually the scales of a giant fish. It's free. That's great. After we are done, we can take the boat back. It might be useful later. Cheyenne was excited to hear that the boat was free. Cheyenne, you're not thinking of flying the boat, are you? Liu Mengli suddenly laughed after hearing Cheyenne's words. Flying the boat? That sounds like fun. Mengli is really smart. I hadn't thought of that. I'll try it when I get back. Cheyenne was immediately interested when Liu Mengli mentioned flying the boat. Chapter 673, Zhe Kingdom, and this idiot. Han Lingxi couldn't help but sigh softly as she watched Cheyenne's expression as he fantasized about flying a boat. Although Cheyenne had changed considerably since he came down the mountain, fundamentally, nothing had changed. Flying a boat is a good idea, but wouldn't it go be even better? Then, with a few lines of poetry, the drunken sword immortal could be born sooner rather than later, ride the sword on the wind, slay demons between heaven and earth. With wine, I'm free and carefree, without wine, I'm mad. This was the drunken sword immortal's poetic name. Flying a sword is actually a general term, not necessarily a sword. You can use a knife, a gun, a gourd, or even, as Cheyenne mentioned, a boat. Sword control is completely different from the Jia family's object control. The Jia family's object control requires cultivation from childhood until it is honed into a magical weapon before it can be manipulated, but sword control can control any sword. The first time Huaishuo saw the Wangshu sword, he was able to control it, leading Cheyenne and the others on a flight. Compared to immortal arts, not to mention the Jia family's object control techniques, even the 8 great techniques pale in comparison. Let's go, the 5 of them said, and they leaped onto the boat. Seeing that Ziyang and Cheyenne couldn't control the boat, Han Lingxi tried to take the controls, but Shen Fei immediately stopped her and took the controls. After all, he had been in the pirate world before, and while he wasn't a navigator, controlling a boat was still quite simple. He didn't even need to use oars or other tools, he simply used his key to steer the boat towards Bailing Island. Let's circle Bailing Island first and see if there's a large whirlpool there. After spotting Bailing Island, an island in the center of Cheohu Lake, Han Lingxi glanced around and said, this time, we're here to deal with the water monster, not the giant bird on Bailing Island. After all, this isn't a game. There's no need to follow specific instructions to defeat monsters. Han Lingxi had previously described Bailing Island, a small, uninhabited island. She had suffered greatly because of the giant bird that inhabited it. Her special move, Misty Rain Soul Stealing, had little effect on the bird. With a few flaps of its wings, the mist dissipated. Look ahead, that must be a whirlpool. Stop the boat, don't get any closer. After circumnavigating Bailing Island for half the distance, the group discovered several whirlpools leaning against each other about a kilometer ahead. If they continued forward, the boat might be sucked into the whirlpools. After all, the boat was loaned to the fishermen and would have to be returned to them eventually. Cheyenne had previously suggested moving the boat and flying it, but he simply hadn't thought it through. There's a demonic aura. They anchored the boat on the shore of Bailing Island and soared a few meters above the whirlpools. Ziyang's expression immediately hardened. He would show no mercy to demons. It's an underwater monster. Can you swim? Han Lingxi asked immediately after hearing Ziyang's words. Although Han Lingxi didn't want Ziyang to be ruthless towards monsters, there was one exception, monsters that harmed people. Even Liu Mengli shared this view. No need for that. I'll teach you the water-breathing technique right now. This will allow you to breathe freely underwater, Ziyang said, reciting a mantra, teaching them how to channel their spiritual energy. This is fun, Cheyenne shouted excitedly after learning the function of the water-breathing technique, seeming eager to try it out. Although Cheyenne grew up on Kangluan Peak, that didn't mean he couldn't swim. In fact, Cheyenne was quite good at swimming. As a child, he often played under a waterfall not far from Shichen Creek Cave. It would be much easier if I knew, Han Lingxi muttered softly, sensing the spiritual energy around her. Over the years, Han Lingxi had explored many underwater ruins, requiring extensive preparation, such as water traps. Now with the water-breathing technique, all that was unnecessary. Stop interrupting. Practice quickly, Ziyang interrupted Cheyenne and Han Lingxi, urging them to focus on their training. While the water-breathing technique was simple and easy to learn, considering the potential for encounters with monsters and battles below, mastery was crucial. Otherwise, messing up the technique during battle would be a disaster. Understood, Junior Master Uncle, Han Lingxi replied with a smile, then immediately focused on her practice. After nearly an hour, or perhaps half an hour, everyone finally called it a day. They had already mastered the water-breathing technique half an hour ago, and Han Lingxi was eager to begin. However, Muren Ziyang needed a few more people to continue practicing, so it only took an hour. After completing the water-breathing technique, the five immediately dived from the whirlpool. They expected to be attacked by monsters upon surfacing, but nothing happened. The water was crystal clear. Continuing their dive, they saw a vast lakeside city ahead. Its architectural style looked completely different from that of modern dynasties, and the entire city was enclosed within a vast protective shield. I never expected to see such a sight beneath Cheohu Lake. Could this be the legendary G-Virus Kingdom? Han Lingxi's expression immediately lit up upon seeing the city. As a tomb-robbing expert who had always called herself a master thief, Han Lingxi was also something of an archaeologist. Although her goal for many years had been to find a way to achieve immortality, she still felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the distant ruins. Han Lingxi also worked as an antique appraiser. If she could meet Jingshan, they would surely have much in common. G-Virus Kingdom, Liu Mengli looked at Han Lingxi with a puzzled expression. It's said that during the Shang dynasty, a small kingdom existed near Cheohu Lake. Because it angered the gods, it was punished by being sunk to the bottom of the lake. I thought it was just a legend, but it's actually true. I didn't even notice it the last time I came. I wish I hadn't left so quickly. Han Lingxi's face darkened slightly as she spoke. After all, as a master thief, not finding the ruins she was looking for represented a certain dereliction of duty. Now it looks like this place has become a demon's lair. Muren Ziyang gazed at the strange creatures scurrying about in the city ahead, a murderous glint in his eyes. Ziyang, wait a minute. Just as Muren Ziyang was about to attack, Han Lingxi hurriedly stopped him. Ziyang, we can't be sure they're harming anyone yet. I think it's best to investigate first, Liu Mengli said hurriedly. Do we need to investigate if a demon is harming people? Muren Ziyang snorted coldly, his fingers forming sword gestures. Ziyang, don't forget we're here to find the last of the 3 cold artifacts. Since they've been at the bottom of Jiao Lake, they might know about it. Upon hearing Han Lingxi mention the 3 cold artifacts, Muren Ziyang hesitated, his expression agonizing. Finally, he lowered his right hand with a look of resignation. That looks like the entrance. Let's go and take a look. Who are you? Humans, what are you doing in G-Virus? As the 5 approached the city's entrance, 2 demon guards perched on a raised platform immediately spotted them and raised their weapons in alarm. Shrimp soldiers, crab generals. Could there be a dragon king here? Oh, I never thought there might be a dragon inside the immortal sword. Although the 2 demon guards were humanoid, their racial characteristics revealed a clue to Shen Fei's identity. You two, we have something to ask the person in charge here. Could you please let us know? Han Lingxi immediately stepped forward, a kind smile on her face. I want to see the elder. Do you know him? The 2 monsters exchanged glances, and the one, presumably the shrimp monster, immediately asked. No, Han Lingxi said after a pause, then decided to speak frankly. Humans, leave immediately, or we'll be rude. Upon hearing Han Lingxi's refusal to recognize the elder, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately brandished their weapons, attempting to drive the 5 away. Ziyang, Muren Ziyang, upon seeing this, was about to explode, but Liu Mengli stopped him in time, silently shaking her head. Humans actually live here. Shen Fei ignored Han Lingxi's arguments with the monsters and instead focused his attention on Shen Shen. The vast majority of those walking around the city were monsters with distinctive ethnicities, but some also looked identical to humans. Monsters can hide their ethnicity, but this is G-Virus country, and everyone else is essentially wearing their original characteristics. Under such circumstances, monsters generally wouldn't hide, so among them there must be real humans. Lingxi, look over there, it looks like Huizi and the others. Just as Han Lingxi was discussing meeting the elders with the guards, Liu Mengli suddenly pointed to the right of the group and whispered. It really is them. Han Lingxi followed Liu Mengli's direction and immediately spotted 5 locust monsters. She then pointed in the direction of the locust monsters and said to the guards, we know them. Can you let us in? Wait, the shrimp monster looked at where the 5 locust monsters were, gave instructions to his companions, and then immediately walked towards the locust monsters. Are you Huizi? A small locust monster followed a shrimp monster and approached. Liu Mengli recognized it immediately. It's you. That's great. The boss mentioned you earlier. With Huazi's assurance, the guards immediately let the 5 people into G-Virus Kingdom. It looks like a neutral place. We might be able to learn a lot of information here. Entering G-Virus Kingdom, Shen Fei couldn't help but nod inwardly as he looked at the monsters around him, who looked at them with some curiosity, but not with fear or resentment. He had already begun to suspect G-Virus' stance, having previously seen the 2 demon guards merely drive them away instead of attacking them immediately. Although he had already asked Xiaoyunshen to help investigate the 5 spirit orbs, wouldn't it be better if more people could help? Furthermore, Xiaoyunshen was a wandering immortal, after all. He might have some knowledge of the celestial realm, other immortals like him, and celestial beasts, but when it came to understanding demons, the demons undoubtedly outsmarted him. For example, if a demon had the 5 spirit orbs, Xiaoyunshen might not know, but the demons might. They might not know the whereabouts of the 5 spirit orbs, but they would definitely know which demon had suddenly increased in power. It was undeniable that the righteous sword immortals of the Xianjian world were inferior to the demons in terms of utilizing the 5 spirit orbs. Just look at the Red Ghost King, the Spider Spirit, the Fire Ghost King, and the like, who experienced a surge in power after obtaining the 5 spirit orbs. We're living well here. The elders here take good care of us, and the boss and his men miss you so much. By the way, what are you doing here? Following Huazi, the group headed towards the other 4 locust monsters. Along the way, Huazi chatted non-stop with Liu Mengli. Huazi, come here quickly. Just as the group reached the other 4 locust monsters, Huaimi's nervous, resentful voice suddenly rang out. Meow, boss, they're here to see us. Huazi, oblivious to this, spoke to Huaimi with a cheerful expression. Huazi, come here quickly. That man is the one who killed my parents, Huaimi said, his eyes fixed on Murenziang, filled with hatred. So it's the demon from New Rock. There's still one that slipped through the net. Perfect, today I'll wipe it out completely. Seeing the locust monster, Murenziang immediately remembered New Rock. With a flick of his right hand, the sword case behind him opened, and the heaven-shocking sword instantly appeared in his right hand, ready to strike. Murenziang's sudden attack startled the surrounding monsters, but they didn't flee in all directions. Instead, they dispersed in an orderly manner. Elder, one of the surrounding monsters said, a young man in white, with 2 dog-like ears on his head, immediately looked at a short old man beside him. Wait a moment, the old man immediately raised his hand to stop him. Ziang, stop. Yunshan instantly appeared beside Murenziang, the sword on his back now firmly grasped in his left hand. Cheyenne, what are you doing? Murenziang looked at Yunshan with a puzzled look on his face. Why me and the others are my friends? I won't let you attack them. How ridiculous. How can humans be friends with monsters? Don't you know what they did? Think about those fishermen before. They were all dragged into the water by them. And you actually protected monsters like them? Yunshan, I thought you were chivalrous, but I didn't expect you to be so confused about right and wrong. Nonsense. We didn't drag anyone into the water. They were the ones who accidentally got sucked into the whirlpool. It wasn't us. The other monsters and I were kind enough to push them ashore, one of the Waimi monsters retorted loudly. Monsters saving people? That's nonsense, Murenziang sneered. He simply didn't believe monsters could save people. Meow meow, we've never harmed anyone. Only people have tried to harm us. It was you who broke into our house and killed our parents and everyone else, Waimi shouted. If we haven't harmed anyone, then what about that Niloan monster that hurt people? Murenziang shouted. It's humans who've taken all our food, leaving us with nothing to eat. That's why my parents are saying they're going to teach them a lesson, so they won't come and take our food again, Huaimi cried. Ziang, it's okay for people to kill other animals, even monsters, to fill their stomachs and protect themselves, but Huaimi and the others haven't done anything wrong. Even if their parents have hurt people in Shaoyang City, that's a different matter. How can they be killed for no reason? Chapter 674, Shocking Change. To Yunshan, the world was simple, good was good, bad was bad. For example, if Huaimi and her friend's parents had harmed humans, Murenziang would have killed them, so be it. But Huaimi and her friends hadn't harmed humans, so he wouldn't use any fabricated incidents against them. When it came to life and death, Yunshan was the most indifferent person Shen Fei had ever met. Just as he'd said, there was nothing wrong with humans eating other animals to stay alive, and similarly, If you were killed by an animal while hunting, he wouldn't harbor resentment. Ridiculous. If we don't kill them now, wouldn't we regret it later when they grow stronger and harm humans? Honestly, Murenzing wasn't wrong. Eliminating the root of the problem was sometimes crucial, and one shouldn't harbor pity just because they were small. Take Malik's daughter, Stephanie. If Shen Fei had killed her directly, she wouldn't have led Hydra. Of course, matters like this require a rigorous analysis of each case, and decisions based on the facts. We've never harmed humans. It was the youngest, Huezi, who shouted. Why monsters are peace-loving monsters who normally wouldn't harm humans? How can we trust the words of a monster? Murenzing raised the heaven-shaking sword and shouted to Yun Xian, get out of the way. No, I won't let you hurt him here, Yun Xian said with a resolute look. Yun Xian, a simple-minded man, wouldn't have given it much thought. Now that he considered the Y monsters as friends, he naturally wouldn't let Murenzing harm them. Ziying, calm down. Not all monsters are bad. Han Lingsha, seeing Murenzing and Yun Xian about to fight, immediately stepped between them and stopped them. Lingsha, you're on the monster's side too. Murenzing's face darkened after hearing Han Lingsha's words. Ziying, Liu Mengli said softly from the side. You're on their side, too. What about you? Murenzing said, his gaze fixed on Shen Fei. From Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli's words, he knew they disagreed. Ziying, I admire your demon-slaying skills, but slaying demons depends on the circumstances. In my opinion, whether human or demon, there are both good and bad. It can't be lumped together. For me, there's only good and evil, not human or demon, Shen Fei said immediately. Okay, you guys, it seems I'm the only one who seems strange. People with different ideologies cannot work together. Since you're here today, I won't force anything. So, goodbye. Murenzing's gaze swept over Shen Fei and the other three, his chest heaving. With his current strength, he was still acting like this, clearly infuriated by the four. With a final snort, he sheathed the heaven-shocking sword and turned to leave. Ziying, I have a question. Could you please clarify? Shen Fei asked urgently, gazing at Murenzing's back. Tell me, back in Yingxiang Mountain, if Fox 3 wasn't a fairy beast but a demon, would you have let him go or killed him immediately? Do you think that fairy beasts can be forgiven for their evil deeds, harming countless people, but demons, harming no one, simply because they're demons, must be killed? Shen Fei's question stunned Murenzing. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, nothing came out, and he simply tossed his sleeves and left. It seems I've completely offended little Ziying this time, eh? Han Lingsha couldn't help but sigh softly as she watched Murenzing disappear. I'll have to talk to him after we get back, Liu Mengli said softly. Neither Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, nor Liu Mengli offered an apology to Murenzing. After all, it wasn't a mistake, so there was no need to admit it. Why me? I didn't expect to see you here. How are you doing? The group then temporarily stopped thinking about Murenzing and chatted with Wai and the other demons. Meow, the elders here are very kind to us. Although there are many monsters here, they're all very kind and won't hurt anyone, Huaymi said softly. By the way, why are you here? Very few people come here. We're here to investigate water monster attacks. I heard you say you were rescuing people, so why are there so many fishermen falling into the water? Han Lingsha explained the situation. It's because there have been a lot of whirlpools on the lake lately, and boats that get close are being swept away. The elders have ordered us to bring anyone overboard if we see them. For monsters, simply bringing someone to shore is the most they can do. Expecting them to heal someone is morally absurd. That's strange. I've been to Cheohu before, and I haven't heard of any whirlpools here. Having dived here to search for Cheo Kingdom, Han Lingsha was familiar with Cheohu. Meow, I heard from the elders that it seems to be something to do with the moon and the tides. A huge island recently flew over Cheohu Lake, and that's why the lake is like this. It'll take some time for it to return to its previous state. I heard that the island passes by about once every 10 years, and that's why the barrier here, meow, is revealed. The fantasy realm is truly magical. Moving along a fixed orbit overhead, the fantasy realm possesses certain satellite properties. I see. It seems we can only notify the nearby fishermen to stop fishing for the time being, since this is the power of heaven and earth. It's beyond the reach of Shen Fei and his group. By the way, Huaymi, can we meet with the elders here? We're here not only to investigate the fishermen falling into the water, but also to find something. Han Lingsha explained the situation regarding the Kunlun and the large fish they were looking for. Since the G-Virus kingdom has always been here, they would surely know if any large fish appeared. The northern fish, could it be Kunpeng? I remember there was a story about Kunpeng in the Legend of S.H.I.E.L.D and Fairy series. The scales of the northern fish are Kun scales, one of the 3 cold weapons, so it's clear this northern fish isn't just any big fish. Unfortunately, while Shen Fei vaguely remembered a mention of Kunpeng in a certain episode of the Legend of S.H.I.E.L.D and Fairy series, he couldn't recall the specifics. Okay, Waimi nodded gently after hearing Han Lingsha's words. Bronze tripod, bronze human face, these must be the remains of the Shang dynasty's G-Virus kingdom. As they followed Waimi to the elder's residence, Han Lingsha looked at the surrounding buildings and decorations with deep emotion. Although a tomb robber, she was also a semi-archaeologist. Seeing the legendary ruins naturally excited Han Lingsha. This is Prime Minister Turtle. Is there really a dragon behind G-Virus kingdom? Led by Waimi, the group arrived at the elder's residence. Seeing the elder's appearance, Shen Fei's mouth twitched. The elder was a short, white-haired old man. His most distinctive feature was the black tortoise shell he carried on his back. To a human, this appearance seemed quite strange. If he could transform into a human, why not transform completely? But that was just a human thought. For a demon, this was perfectly normal. Elder, they are the good people I mentioned earlier. Waimi greeted the elder and immediately explained Shen Fei and the other's situation, including the purpose. I've seen humans speak on behalf of demons before. Waimi is our friend. Of course, we have to speak on his behalf, Yun Xian said bluntly. To him, his previous actions were not meant to be on the side of the demons, but rather on the side of Waimi and the others. There are very few people willing to befriend a demon. I already know your purpose. This is the Kun scale you're looking for. I'll give it to you, said Prime Minister Turtle, holding out a black scale. Give it to us just like that. I heard it's very valuable. Han Lingsha looked at Prime Minister Turtle in surprise. You're Waimi's friends, and you just spoke up for us. Besides, the Kun scale isn't of much use to us. Prime Minister Turtle nodded with a smile. Kunpeng is extremely rare to others, being one of the 3 cold weapons after all. But for G-Virus, it's not a particularly rare find. When the Great Northern Fish appeared in Jiao Lake, they obtained a large number of its scales. Thank you very much, Han Lingsha said, about to take the Kun scale, but Prime Minister Turtle stopped her with a hand, much to her surprise. Although I've cast a spell to weaken a cold weapon on this Kunpeng, allowing ordinary people to hold it, young lady, your constitution is cold and yin, so it's not suitable for you to handle it, Prime Minister Turtle said, motioning Shen Fei and the others to take the Kun scale. You actually saw through Han Lingsha's constitution. Are you good enough? In the end, Yun Xian still held the Kun scale. After all, he was immune to water and fire. Well, we've got the last Kun scale of the 3 cold weapons. Now Zhuan Xiao can escape. This is a rare opportunity. How about Waimi showing us around here? After receiving the Kun scale, the group thanked the elder and immediately left the elder's house. Yun Xian had originally planned to leave G-Virus kingdom, but after Han Lingsha said that it was a rare opportunity to visit a land of monsters, it would be better to take advantage of it before it was too late. Liu Mangli immediately agreed, and the 4 of them, led by Waimi, toured G-Virus kingdom. G-Virus is a city similar in appearance to a human city, with a variety of small shops selling items not normally found in the human world. There are humans here. Why do they live here? Han Lingsha and the others were surprised when Waimi mentioned G-Virus' existence. They had originally assumed it was full of monsters. However, after hearing Waimi's explanation, Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were even more astonished. The humans living here were almost always married to monsters. This was completely unexpected for the 2 women. They had no prejudice against monsters, but this was the first time they had heard of a human-monster union. Generally speaking, human-monster unions are not likely to end well, as exposure would result in public disapproval. Therefore, some people sought a safe and secure life in G-Virus. Surprisingly, the human-monster couples were almost always cultivators, at the very least. Members of the Jianghu martial arts world, including many from various sects. These disciples generally changed their minds after discovering that not all monsters were evil after going down the mountain to fight monsters. Of course, this change of mind doesn't necessarily mean they'll be with monsters, as relationships are based on fate. It's just that after this change, they'll be less reckless in their subsequent demon-slaying efforts. Han Lingsha, upon learning the details, was deeply moved by the situation, while Liu Mengli, on the other hand, fell silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, the monsters are truly keeping up with the times. Besides the surprise of the group at the Human Monster Union, another shocking event for the four was the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy in S.H.I.E.L.D. country. This is where monster children and half-monster children study. Huayami's younger brothers enrolled here after arriving in S.H.I.E.L.D. country. Strictly speaking, monsters can be divided into two categories. The first is natural plants and animals that have cultivated wisdom and demonic powers. The second is the offspring of monsters, such as the 5 Huayami brothers. Why me? We're leaving first. We'll come to see you when we have a chance. Meow, it's an appointment. The brothers really want to see you. After making an agreement with Huayami, Shen Fei and his group left S.H.I.E.L.D. kingdom. As for the hatred between Huayami and Muren, both sides tacitly agreed not to mention it. This kind of thing can only be taken one step at a time. However, with Muren's strength, and the fact that Huayao is not a powerful demon clan, there is probably no chance for revenge. It seems that Ziyang has left. The four of them returned to Beilingzhou and did not find Muren, which made Han Lingsha sigh softly. Lingsha, you take Kunlin back to Zhuangxiao first. I'll go back and tell my father to issue a notice asking the fishermen not to fish recently. Chaohu Lake belongs to the territory of Shaoan County, which is under the jurisdiction of County Magistrate Liu Mengli. Why don't we go together? It's not a big deal. After all, they wouldn't have thought we'd gather all 3 cold weapons so quickly. No need. Let's get to Kunlin back soon, so Zhuangxiao can find his way back. I'll be back soon. Liu Mengli shook her head, rejecting Han Lingsha's offer. How about this? I'll stay with Mengli to Shaoan County, and you guys take the Kunlin back first. Shen Fei, observing Liu Mengli's expression, suddenly suggested. That's fine. Yun Xian and Han Lingsha exchanged a glance and immediately agreed. Yun Xian might not have agreed before, but the rare opportunity of getting the Kunlin and Zhuangxiao's escape had him agitated, and for a moment, he wasn't paying attention to Liu Mengli's situation. After all, he wasn't one for reading people's expressions. Alright, Liu Mengli glanced at Shen Fei and immediately nodded in agreement. Let's go. Let's return the fishing boat to the fishermen first. A fishing boat wouldn't be of much concern to the 4 of them, but to the fishermen, it was their livelihood. Okay, with Liu Mengli's intervention, Shaoan County quickly dispatched constables to notify the villages around Chaohu Lake. It had to be said that Shaoan County's geographical location was not very good. Nuluarak, the tomb of the king of Huainan, and the capital of Jichao State were all nearby. The big bird of Beilingzhou. It seems I can only come and see it next time. Chapter 675, Shocking Change, Part 2. Bailing Island has bird monsters, making it easy for Shen Fei to create an animal-type mythical beast devil fruit. In the game, one would have to conquer Bailing Island before heading to S.H.I.E.L.D. Kingdom, but in the real world of Xianjian, this wasn't necessary. Mr. Shen, could you please keep an eye on Mr. Yun for the rest of your life? Liu Mengli, preparing to return to the Kaonho sect after settling all matters, suddenly bowed formally to Shen Fei and spoke solemnly. Don't worry, Xian and I are friends. If anything happens, I'll definitely help, not just him, but you too. If you need anything, you can come to me and I'll do my best to assist you. Liu Mengli's words immediately made Shen Fei realize that she had likely regained her memories and knew she was a demon, specifically from the fantasy realm. With a war between the Kaonho sect and the fantasy realm imminent, Liu Mengli naturally wouldn't reveal her identity casually, lest it embarrass Yun Xian and the others. The battle between the Kaonho sect and the illusionary realm was inevitable. If Yun Xian and Han Lingsha knew her identity, they would surely find a way to stop the fight. However, in the current situation, that was simply impossible. Returning would likely lead to Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and the others fighting the Kaonho sect. Liu Mengli was unaware of the Kaonho sect's ascension plan. In her mind, she viewed the battle between the Kaonho sect and the illusionary realm as a battle between humans and demons. Don't overthink it. There's always a solution to everything, Shen Fei said, summoning his flying sword. Liu Mengli followed closely behind, and the two flew towards the Kaonho sect. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you wait 100 years for them to meet again. Liu Mengli finally appeared 100 years later. Shen Fei had no idea what had happened, but with him around, He could at most open a secret portal and fetch Liu Mengli from the fantasy realm. This way, Liu Mengli, Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and the others could freely travel between the human world and the fantasy realm, without ever having to separate. Huh? It looks like something's happened. Returning to the Qianhu sect, Shen Fei and Liu Mengli watched as the disciples they encountered along the way looked at them with strange eyes. They greeted them along the way, but the disciples didn't respond and immediately moved away. This immediately struck Shen Fei as something was amiss. Of the four of Shen Fei's group who had joined the Qianhu sect, Yun Xian, due to his personality and blunt manner, didn't have a good relationship with the others, aside from Zhuangji and Huishuo. However, Shen Fei, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli were different. They had always enjoyed good relationships within the Qianhu sector back. These were the greetings from Zhuangji and Huishuo. Unlike their fellow disciples, who stayed away, these two immediately approached upon seeing Shen Fei and Liu Mengli. Huishuo, Zhuangji, what happened? Those guys are just talking nonsense, saying Lingsha is a thief. Zhuangji recounted, her face displeased, as she recounted what had happened after Yun Xian and Han Lingsha returned to the Qianhu sect. It's unlike Zhuang Xiao to be so quick to burn bridges. It seems Su Yao is behind this. You're the sect leader, yet you're so petty. No wonder Zhuang Xiao looks down on you. Actually, Zhuang Xiao's plans weren't exposed so quickly in the game. However, Su Yao, perhaps upset with Su Yu, vented her anger on Yun Xian, bluntly revealing everything. Although Zhuang Xiao had deceived Yun Xian, he was generally kind to him. Even with Han Lingsha's problem, Zhuang Xiao had a plan in mind. The solution was simple. Once the Qianhu sect ascended, Han Lingsha would also become an immortal, instantly replenishing all the life force she had previously lost. So, we've expelled her from the sect. Han Lingsha's past deeds had been exposed, and Su Yao seized the opportunity to expel Yun Xian and the other three from the Qianhu sect, ordering them to leave the mountain the next day. Despite the pleas of Murong, who had returned early, and Zhuangji and Huishuo, Su Yao showed no sign of changing her mind. Strictly speaking, Murong and the others' pleas only added fuel to the fire, further fueling Su Yao's frustration. I see. We understand everything. Let's go see Xian and the others first. Mengli, Fei, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Shen Fei and Liu Mengli arrived at Yun Xian's room. Han Lingsha was also there. Upon seeing them, Han Lingsha immediately apologized. In Han Lingsha's opinion, it was because of her that the group was expelled from the Qianhu sect. Su Yao's reason for expelling the four wasn't just Han Lingsha's past as a thief in the martial arts world, but also because she had secretly browsed the Qianhu sect's library without permission. It had to be said that this reason was impeccable, and even Murong couldn't find a reason to refute it. What are you talking about? Didn't we agree to leave the Qianhu sect before? This is perfect, Shen Fei said to Han Lingsha with a smile. That's right, Lingsha, it's not your fault. Liu Mengli felt a huge sense of relief. Yun Xian and the others had been expelled from the Qianhu sect, which meant they would not be involved in the upcoming battle between the fantasy realm and the Qianhu sect. This isn't Lingsha's fault. It's the sect master's fault. We don't want to stay here anymore anyway. After we see Big Brother tomorrow, we'll leave. To Yun Xian, Han Lingsha couldn't be wrong, so the sect master was the only one at fault. Then it's settled. You're all here. Perfect. Murong suddenly pushed open the door. For a man always particular about etiquette, this was probably a first for him. Ziyang, back in G-Virus country, Han Lingsha began to say, but was immediately interrupted by Murong. There's no need to elaborate. The sect master has made his decision. You'll be leaving the mountain tomorrow. As your uncle-in-law, I don't have much to teach you, Murong said, and immediately pulled 4 swords from the sword case behind him, 5, to be exact, one of which was a twin sword. Xian, your Wangshu sword has been taken away by the sect master. This sword is yours to use. My only request is that you treat it well. Murong handed Yun Xian a sword that looked very similar to the Wangshu sword, with the same blue blade and no hilt. This sword is similar to the Wangshu sword, Han Lingsha said, looking at the sword in Murong's hand in surprise. It's just a resemblance. The materials used to forge the Wangshu sword are hard to come by. Moreover, in my lifetime, I will never be able to match Master Zonglian's sword-making skills, so how can I forge another Wangshu sword? Murong sighed softly. Don't say that. I know you're already very skilled. And given your personality, If it were a sword for a friend, you'd definitely put even more effort into crafting it. Han Lingsha glanced at the other 3 swords and continued, these 3 swords should be for us, right? Then we won't be shy. Without waiting for Murin Ziyang to speak, Han Lingsha divided up the other 3 swords. Although Murin Ziyang didn't say anything, the swords' shapes alone told her who each was for. Han Lingsha's were undoubtedly the pair of fiery red swords. Liu Mengli's sword was also a female-style sword, somewhat similar to Yun Xian's, also blue. Although Liu Mengli didn't often use a sword in combat, she still needed one for flaying. As for Shen Fei, he had a black longsword. Murin Ziyang was truly dedicated to teaching Shen Fei and the other 3. Although he couldn't teach them higher-level cultivation techniques due to the sect master's orders, he did his utmost in other areas. These 4 swords were silently forged by Murin Ziyang during this time. What's the name of this sword? Yun Xian waved a blue sword in his hand, and a chilling aura filled the room. Like the Wangshu sword, this sword possessed an ice attribute. I promise you, I won't use this sword for barbecue. Staring at the blue sword in his hand, which resembled the Wangshu sword, Yun Xian seemed to be making a difficult decision. The word barbecue made Murin Ziyang frown. Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli couldn't help but laugh at Murin Ziyang's frown. Ziyang, does this sword have a name? Han Lingsha suddenly asked, looking at the sword in Yun Xian's hand. The sword's owner should choose its name, then call it he. You're not allowed to call it this sword, that sword, or anything like that. This is Ziyang's gift. Just as Yun Xian was about to name the sword, Han Lingsha interrupted him. Han Lingsha remembered how Yun Xian had introduced the Wangshu sword as this sword, and she was afraid he'd pull that trick again. Then call it Xian's sword, okay, Yun Xian said after a pause. Xian's sword, what a nice name. I can't believe you're so reliable in times of crisis. So, should I call my sword Lingsha sword? Han Lingsha's expression became conflicted as she spoke. That's a good name, Liu Mengli nodded in agreement. Then let's call Mengli's sword. It's a good idea to use both of our names, Han Lingsha said to her with a smile. Your idea is good, but mine won't do. Shen Fei shook his head, dismissing Han Lingsha's suggestion. Xian's sword, Lingsha sword, Mengli sword, all sound like good names, but Shen Fei sword, that's a bit too unpleasant. The same goes for Feishan sword. Shen Fei sword, it really doesn't sound very nice, Han Lingsha muttered, then immediately shook her head. So what are you going to call it? How about Ziyang's sword? Shen Fei said after a moment's silence. Ziyang's sword, Ziyang, Yunqian, that's a good name. After deciding on the sword names, Murin Ziyang reminded the 4 of them not to neglect their cultivation even after leaving Qianhou sect, and then left. No wonder Su Yao is jealous. With such a high talent for cultivation and forging, how can a seemingly mediocre sect leader like her face be put in this situation? Sitting on his bed in his room, Shen Fei looked at the purple cloud sword and shook his head slightly. This sword was the best of all the swords he currently possessed. Even within the Qianhou sect, it was ranked among the most renowned swords. Of course, these didn't include the Yai sword and the Wangshu sword, as their levels were completely different. Boom! A loud bang erupted in the silent Qianhou sect in the dead of night, shaking the entire sect. Shen Fei opened his eyes when he heard Yun Xian's panic call for Lingsha from next door. What's wrong? Shen Fei immediately went to Yun Xian's room and saw Han Lingsha, fainting in his arms, her face frighteningly pale. Lingsha collapsed suddenly, and then there was Mengli's previous words about leaving and disappearing forever. The suddenness of the incident left Yun Xian's mind in a state of confusion. What happened to Mengli? Mengli just ran away. Could this have started already? Shen Fei pondered, and immediately spoke to Yun Xian. Leave Lingsha here in my care. Go find Mengli. I understand. Yun Xian hesitated for a moment, then rushed out of the room, Xian's sword in hand. What a coincidence. If we hadn't returned today, wouldn't Zhuang Xiao and the others have miscalculated? After laying Han Lingsha on the bed and feeding her some water from the fountain of eternal life, Shen Fei stepped out and gazed into the distant sky. 2 massive pillars of light, one blue and one red, stood above the Qianhou sect. The Qianhou sect's disciples had been awakened, many shouting in panic that the demon world was approaching. Immediately, higher-level disciples gathered the lower-level disciples and prepared to fight the demon world. After waiting for a long time, no demon appeared. The current fantasy world was no longer the fantasy world of 19 years ago. Its strength had been severely weakened, and it no longer had the strength to attack the Kyonho sect. It could only adopt defensive measures. What happened to Cheyenne? Shen Fei immediately stepped forward and asked, watching Muran Ziyang carrying Yun Cheyenne on a flying sword. He trespassed through the demon realm's portal and was injured by its power, Muran Ziyang said, carrying Yun Cheyenne into the room. Seeing Han Lingsha lying on the bed, she was startled. What happened to Lingsha? I don't know, maybe Cheyenne knows. What happened to Cheyenne? Han Lingsha, who had woken up earlier than Yun Cheyenne, asked anxiously upon seeing the unconscious Yun Cheyenne in Shen Fei's room. Nothing, just a minor injury. How are you feeling? Not bad, just a little dizzy, Mengli, Yun Cheyenne said, waking from his coma while shouting Liu Mengli's name. Mengli, what's wrong? Han Lingsha asked hurriedly, seeing Yun Cheyenne awake. Mengli went to the demon realm. She said she was from there. Yun Cheyenne immediately recounted Liu Mengli's situation. It's impossible for Mengli to be from the demon realm. The sect leader, Uncle Zhuang Xiao, and elders King Guiyang and Chongguang have all seen her. If she were from the demon realm, she would definitely not be able to hide it from them, Muran Ziyang immediately retorted. Demons inherently carry demonic powers. Some people might not be able to detect them due to their level of cultivation, but Elder Zhuang Xiao, King Guiyang, and Chongguang are at the top of the Kyonho sect and Liu Mengli's strength far exceeds theirs. They would definitely not be able to detect her demonic power. And Liu Mengli's strength is absolutely impossible to surpass these three. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.